Worst of the heavy rain is out of here. The problem is, with all of that snow and just gravity, you are going to run into some wild problems this morning. So I wanted to show you. You can see the brighter colors out of here. That's some good news. Twin Forks and up through parts of Ulster and Dutchess County, you're still going to see some heavy rain. And then you can follow that line through Orange and then down into parts of Sussex and Western Morris. There will be these impulses, these weak impulses that bring passing showers. We are going to get a break. It stays breezy today. There is another storm we have to talk about Friday night into Saturday, but we've got some time to recover. I'm really concerned about the rivers, and we're going to be talking a lot about that this morning. How about this, though? Have you been outside? I know it's early. It's 56 degrees in the city. It's 54 in Poughkeepsie and White Plains and Greenwich and Babylon. It's 56 in Brick. These numbers compared to yesterday, as much as 37 degrees warmer than it was this time yesterday. That is wild. In fact, that accounts for that squall line that went through. Some of you seeing the worst of the wind and the rain. Winds right now, again, the focus is east. That corresponds with the movement of this storm. And your day today, you know, I saw T-shirts on 10th Avenue coming up, but you do need to layer up because we are going to see cooler air filter in by the afternoon. A lot of still moving parts, Chris. We'll talk about it right now, though. We'll send it right back.
That air did feel nice, though, getting out of the car this morning. John, thank you. Let's send it out now to meteorologist Tony Sadiqa, who is in Lodi, New Jersey, in Bergen County. Tony, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, it does feel nice, but how it looks, not so much. We're here in Lodi, Bergen County. We're right along Main Street, intersection of Mitchell. If you've been here before, you know this area is prone to flooding. Over my shoulder, you could see just how high the water has gotten on this street. I mean, it extends all the way to that intersection there at Sydney and pretty much out to the light where this entire street is blocked off. You've got police crews and basically blocking off the street. So this is not a place you want to be driving. Now, the Saddle River at Lodi, you hear us talking about, is pretty much right over there. And it is all that water that's spilling onto this street. We've been talking about how this is going to be one of the first to crest. Now, we know the river is still rising, but it is expected to crest this morning before it eventually recedes this afternoon. Now, I can tell you from how long we've been here, I mean, we've still seen the water rising. We were kind of over that parking lot earlier, and now we basically had to move because the water was kind of closing in on us. So this is certainly an evolving situation. I've gotten a chance to talk to some of the residents who live here, the folks around here. They're watching the water levels closely because even though this is an area that they are familiar and used to flooding, I mean, every situation is different. And at this point, the projections are for the river to get as high as we've seen perhaps since early 2022. We're going to take a close look at those projections, how much rain we've seen, Chris, coming up.
Okay, so Tony, thank you very much. Let's check out what's happening a little north of Tony now in Oakland, New Jersey, where we find CBS News' Elijah Westbrook live with conditions there. Elijah?
Hey, that's right. Good morning, Chris. Well, some serious flooding was taking place out here in Oakland, New Jersey. I must say, when we first got here about an hour ago, it was nearly impossible to make it down Lakeshore Drive here. But this is what the scene is looking like at this hour. Essentially, you're looking at a little bit of some standing water here in front of people's properties that's making its way down towards a drain here. Far cry from what we saw about an hour ago. Go ahead and take a good look at your screen there. This is some video we captured at around 3 a.m. You can see water-filled streets, even driveways. The Oakland Department of Public Works is letting us know that at one point it had set up barricades to help slow the flooding. That is because this part of town sits right next to two bodies of water, if you will. If you're familiar, you have Crystal Lake on one side of us, and then the other you have the Ramapo River. Just south of us, the two bodies of water merge. So that water was overflowing and in some cases ending up on people's property. The weather much calmer with occasional rain coming down here and there, but you still want to be safe this morning. We can't stress that enough. Really watch for down power lines and flooding in your area. You may not know how deep that water is until you're actually in it, but feel free to take us back out here live in Oakland, New Jersey, where all that water we were just talking about has since receded, which is providing some good news, better conditions, not only for the roadways in this part of town, but also for people who live in this side of town. And we are live right now in Oakland, New Jersey. Elijah Westbrook, Chris Mary, let's send it back to you.
Okay, Elijah, thank you. Let's head over to Long Island right now. CBS's Jenna DeAngelis is up with us this morning. She is live from Freeport in Nassau County. And Jenna, what are you seeing?
Hey, Chris, great to be with you guys this morning. So I can tell you the good news is it's not raining here, but wow, is it windy. I actually almost lost my hat a short time ago. Now, a major concern in an area like Freeport is always flooding. I want to give you a look at the water here behind me. You can already see how high it is and how close it is to this parking lot here. And it's not even high tide yet. That's at about 7 o'clock this morning, where moderate to major flooding is expected. Now, outside of power outages, we haven't been notified of any major issues on the island so far. But of course, some people have not woken up yet. Now, from this weekend storm and this storm, the ground is really saturated. Both Nassau and Suffolk counties are under a state of emergency. DPW crews were out clearing storm drains yesterday to help with potential flooding, and they do have extra crews on standby. I can tell you on the drive here, we did notice some ponding on the side streets. The major roadways, however, were okay. Leave some extra time for your morning commute, though. I know Elijah addressed the safety concerns. I did check the LIRR, and at last check, everything was on schedule. But of course, if you are a train commuter, be sure to check your schedules. I want to send it now to Westchester County. Christina Fan is live in Bronxville. Christina, how's it looking there?
Hey there, Jenna, and good morning to you. Here in Bronxville, we are standing near the Bronx River Parkway, and this area is known to flood whenever there is a heavy downpour, and unfortunately this morning it is no exception. Behind us, just beyond the water line there, is actually where the on-ramp to the parkway is usually. This is Paxton Avenue, and police have shut it down. It's hard in the darkness to tell where the river ends and the roads begin, but the Bronx River usually runs through the tree line to my left-hand side, and sometime last night it started to overrun its banks, not only spilling over to Paxton Avenue, but also onto the Bronx River Parkway itself. Our colleague Dick Brennan, who was out here last night, witnessed a rescue attempt involving scuba teams and a boat under one of these overpasses. Now, right now, the flooding in the area appears to be limited to the roads. It doesn't look like it reached nearby businesses, but still a headache, no doubt, for drivers this morning who will have to find alternate routes to get to work. For now, reporting live from Bronxville, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. It is 4:08 right now. Let's get you to First Alert traffic. Guys, so much to talk about this morning.
That's right, Mary. As Christina Fan just told us, Westchester got hit pretty hard with the heavy rain. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, as well as 87 are closed. Down to the Bronx, standing water has the southbound side of the Henry Hudson closed. All traffic there is being diverted off at Dyckman Street. Over to Lodi, New Jersey, the westbound side of Route 46 is closed right near Main Street. And up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding has the Palisades closed in Stony Point, and the southbound thruway is closed at the Woodbury tolls, not due to flooding, but due to an accident involving an overturned tractor trailer. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. Let's now take a live look at Newark Airport, where the weather is causing some delays and cancellations this morning, as you can imagine. So far, FlightAware reports 7 delays, along with 67 cancellations at Newark. LaGuardia has 19 delays, 79 cancellations at JFK. So far, 23 delays and 42 cancellations.
And let's take a look at the storm-related power outages reported so far this morning. Right now, PSE&G New Jersey has more than 19,000 customers without service. JCP&L has more than 37,000 outages. PSEG Long Island has nearly 7,000. Con Ed just over 6,600. And Orange and Rockland reporting 265 outages.
Well, due to the weather, some schools will have shortened hours today. Yonkers, and then you've got to New Jersey. You go to Paramus, Ridgewood, Montclair schools will all be on 2-hour delays. Patterson schools in New Jersey will have an early dismissal.
And the
today.
weather is also causing problems on the ferry. Service on the Rockaway route has been temporarily suspended because of high winds. NYC Ferry did not say how long this would be closed, but said customers can check their website for any updates.
And stay with CBS 2 for the latest track on the storm. We'll have live updates on the air and on our website at cbsnewyork.com.
It is 4:10 right now, and coming up, another check on the first alert forecast. And John Elliott is talking with meteorologist Tony Sadiku about what we can expect next.
This as we continue tracking the storm that's beginning to wind down. We'll lay it all out for you right after this.
And after we hand it off to CBS Mornings at 7 a.m., your local news continues on air streaming platform CBS News New York. We will be live with more traffic, of course, the weather, as well as the top stories of the day. Watch us wherever, whenever on the CBS News app and on Pluto TV.
Good morning, everybody. It is 4:13 right now. Time for your first alert forecast. Let's get John Elliott in here right now to talk about what we're dealing with today as that rain has now moved out for the most part. Johnny?
Well, what an interesting roundup, though. All the reporters around the area. Jenna's got all that wind. He's watching water that's going to rise. Hey, thank you for rising early with us. Maybe you heard that wind. Maybe you're dealing with some issues in the backyard or basement. Let's show you what's going on right now. 56 in the city. Wind screaming out of the south. In the city, it's at 11 miles an hour. It is definitely a balmy breeze. So this is a graphic that I know wow, what is all this? All of these are storm reports that have been filed. We had snow north and west. They had that winter weather advisory, and then widespread flooding, and then gusts to over 70 miles an hour. Here's another way to tell the same story. You can aggregate or look at the total rain, and you immediately see these darker colors. I mean, widespread 2 to 3, but some 3+ totals. And again, those numbers are going to keep coming in, but it looks like this. Over 3.5 inches of rain in Danbury. Look at Caldwell, Port Caldwell, right there where Bloomfield meets Passaic, 3.22, and then the airport out to Fairfield, Little Falls, mindful of the issues there. West Hampton Beach, not only the rain, but the wind has been an issue. Islip and Teterboro, 2.5 inches of rain. I will commend what my analysis and what I saw this morning, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection doing a great job with those drains, because issues on 46 but not on 3 like you normally see. Next issue is going to be coastal flooding. Watch your high tide cycle. We'll have the numbers in a bit, those times in just a bit, but that's where excuse me, you're going to see a little bit of inundation along the South Shore, Twin Forks, and also Jersey Shore. And then the other thing is going to be wind. Temperatures right now, very mild. I mean, way above what you should see in the afternoon, but you won't see these in the afternoon. So we got warm air along the East Coast, colder air settling back in through the lakes. The change from day to day, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 degrees warmer for the East Coast. That added lift, again, that accounts for some of the very heavy rain. Let's put the computer models to work. So, future wind chills. So this morning feels like 50. By after school, it's going to feel like 35 degrees. So you're going to go from the 50s in the morning to the 30s in the afternoon. And then tomorrow, it's a reality check. Wind chills, widespread wind chills will be in the 20s as colder air takes over. Now let's talk about that wind. We could draw a line right here. This wind advisory is for this morning. This wind advisory is for this afternoon. The wind is just going to shift, and then it's going to be a cold wind, and we could see 45-mile-an-hour gusts this afternoon. Where is the rain? We commented the heavier rain clearing the South Fork. You see some coverage into parts of Ulster, some heavier rain there in Orange County. We are going to see an impulse or two push their way through, but by and large, we are done with the rain. We have to wait. There is another system late Friday into Saturday. Could be a super soaker. Look at the roller coaster from the 50s down, back into the 50s, back down into another system that will likely bring snow by Monday. One of the other chapters that we're going to be watching is going to be river flooding. So Tony Sadiku was in Wayne yesterday. He's in Lodi this morning. And we have a lot of water still to deal with, don't we, Tony?
Yeah, we do, John, and the water's still rising, so that's the concern. Roads completely blocked off here. You can see just how fast the water is moving. It is still spilling out here over the saddle right on into Main Street. We're right at the corner of Mitchell here. Road is blocked off, and the big concern here is there's a lot going on. There are homes, there are businesses, a lot of impact here. We're actually kind of at the intersection where Washington School is. So the concern here, I spoke to a parent earlier, was like, I'm wondering, is school going to be delayed? Are we going to be canceled? I actually ran into Scott here, who is kind of the first line of defense with Lodi Public Schools. You're here, you know, obviously a big day, watching, you know, just kind of how things evolve to kind of, you know, pass along the word. And here, so far, we're okay.
Yes, we are okay. This is where we want it. Unfortunately, there's always going to be people that are going to have some, you know, horrible flooding. But our concern is the school. We're safe as of now. We have flood barriers on the school that are going to try to help us if it gets to that point. This is the first year we're going to try to implement them. I hope we don't have to use them, but this is where we are. This is sort of something that we're sort of used to, there you can hear our sump pump going off, doing its job right now, trying to save the school. But yeah, this is where we're at with that. Normally, it'll get to this area. So, you know, we're going to deal with a little water in the basement at that point. But so far, so good. We're lucky.
You said 3 weeks ago you had water up. I mean, you've seen it as high as up those stairs, fridges floating in the basement.
Absolutely. In years past, it's actually the whole entire basement has been completely filled to the ceiling. It's a lot of destruction. It's a lot of, you know, time and manpower. It's actually sewage as well. So you got to be careful. You know, you got to be prepared. But we do it every year. Cleanliness and the safety of the school is, you know, paramount with the kids coming back. So, you know, right now we're happy. We don't want to deal with that.
And no official word yet on schools, but I mean, it's just interesting to see. It's an aluminum barrier. You said there's plastic,
yes,
to kind of keep the water out.
Yeah, it makes a seal.
And so far, it doesn't have to. We don't have to test it.
No, we do not. I mean, we do not. Thank God.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Scott, for that perspective. And obviously, we're going to continue to watch the river levels here. We'll have a closer look at when we expect this to continue to be an issue when I see you guys in a bit.
Okay,
guys.
Tony, thanks so much. Luckily, they're in good shape right now. Well, the storm also took down this tree in Brooklyn. It blocked Richmond Street in the Cypress Hills section. No word if the road is still blocked or it's been cleared. Branches could be seen leaning against a car, but it's unclear how bad the damage under those tree branches is. No injuries have been reported.
Other parts of the East Coast also seeing severe flooding. Video from Baltimore showing roads underwater with some cars having to be towed. We also learned some people had to be rescued nearby.
In Annapolis, Maryland, whipping winds ripped through the heart of the city there. Yesterday's storm brought torrential rain to the area, turning roads into rivers. Some people swapped out their cars for kayaks, while others just waded through the high water. That's in Maryland.
And as the storm continues, we invite you to safely send in your pictures and your videos. Share them with us by going to cbsnewyork.com/photos or just scan the QR code on your screen. They could be featured on air and on our website.
It is 4:20 for you right now. Up next, another check of the red alert forecast from our First Alert weather team.
And in your Health Watch, help could be coming for babies impacted by a deadly infection the vaccine scientists are working on to protect the next generation.
Let's check out our Money Watch. Futures down this morning as investors await earnings reports from companies like KB Home. Most of Wall Street slipped yesterday, giving back some of Monday's big gains. Dow dropped 157. The S&P was off 7. The Nasdaq lost 13.
Welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning as we're on early, bringing you the very latest on the storm system that whipped through overnight. Wind still a problem. Let's turn things over to John Elliott. You've been warning us about this one.
But that is a pretty shot.
It really is. That's true.
You could actually see some definition of the clouds. So we are going to see sun. We're going to see another buffet kind of day. First off, starts with these wild and mild numbers at 56 degrees. Worst of the rain is out of here. Showers continue through parts of the Hudson Valley. You can follow that line down into parts of Morris and Sussex and into Passaic, the hills there, Oakland. So Elijah's going to get a drop or two. Well, and you know, our reporters are going to see these passing showers. Just want to let you know it's snowing in Kentucky. It's snowing in Kentucky. So enjoy the 50s because that is going to turn around quickly. The next chapter is going to be river flooding, widespread flood warnings along these swollen rivers. And again, remember, there's a lag, particularly the Passaic. That's probably going to be Thursday, Friday into Saturday. And we're going to be adding more moisture into the weekend. 54. Well, wait a minute. It's warm. It's an upside down day. It is going to be windy and the numbers are going to retreat dramatically. These are early numbers. These are afternoon numbers. And then, yeah, you're going to see very chilly conditions overnight tonight. We'll talk more about that and the next storm a little later in the show. Right now, we'll send it right back to Chris.
One storm at a time, John. Thank you. Now let's check your First Alert traffic report. Here's Guy Stanier with the latest. Guy.
Thank you, Chris. Starting in Westchester, flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87, all closed. Down to the Bronx, standing water as the southbound side of the Henry Hudson closed. All traffic there being diverted off at Dyckman Street. Over to Lodi, New Jersey, the westbound side of Route 46 is closed right near Main Street. And up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding as the Palisades closed in Stony Point, and the southbound thruway is closed at the Woodbury tolls due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Checking mass transit, everything currently running on or close to schedule for Metro North, PATH trains, New Jersey Transit, and the LIRR. And on a day like today, mass transit might be your best bet. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thanks. In our Health Watch this morning, we are now one step closer to seeing a vaccine for a dangerous infection that affects newborn babies. Group B strep infections in pregnant women can cause serious or even fatal consequences. But Binghamton University researchers now say that they've identified a protein that could eventually be used in a vaccine to prevent such infections and protect countless newborns.
4:25 right now, an alert for parents this morning on the potential dangers of too much screen time for young kids. A new study finds children ages 2 and under who were exposed to television screens were twice as likely to have issues with sensory processing. Sensory processing disorder affects how children respond to sounds, smells, textures, and other stimuli. It's not known if the correlation applies to other screens like cell phones and tablets.
Well, new hope, in the fight on a childhood cancer from an unlikely source. Injecting the Zika virus into neuroblastoma tumors in mice has been shown to shrink them. Scientists say the research published in Cancer Research Communications shows hope that one day the dangerous disease could be used as an option to treat difficult cancers. Didn't see that one coming.
Wow, remarkable news there. 4:26, still had team coverage detailing heavy flooding from New Jersey, Westchester, and on Long Island.
You're watching CBS 2 News this morning, and we will be right back.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
And now on CBS 2 News this morning, red alert for the system that has brought heavy rains and gusty winds to the area. We're following the storm's path as it impacts the East Coast.
Though the worst of the rain is gone, we're not out of the woods just yet as heavy flooding remains a major issue. We have team coverage all morning long with the details.
Good morning on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Calvi. Welcome to CBS 2 News This Morning. Team coverage tracking the storm all morning long from here in the studio out to New Jersey, Westchester County, and Long Island. Everything you need to know before you head out the door this morning. Let's begin with John Elliott and your first alert forecast.
Hey, thank you, Mary and Chris. It really is a good sampling of what you're going to face. The red alert, it's going to wrap up this morning. As the rain wraps up, wind will be an issue this afternoon. Wind initially an ally as it will serve to dry things out. We are concerned, though, about river flooding and coastal flooding. That next high tide cycle crucial, and we're talking about inundation. So again, it's just a different type of flooding. Where is the rain? Again, the worst of it is out of here. It's up into parts of New England. We'll take take a little radar trip up into Ulster, down through now parts of Dutchess and Putnam, where you're still seeing some, moderate rain through Orange County, down into Passaic, western Morris, and then you'll see these impulses. These are passing showers. It's not the unrelenting rain, but this system, that classic comma shape, is bringing in cold air on the flip side. Temperatures right now, wild, mid-50s. Compared to yesterday, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 degrees warmer than we were yesterday. But the wind chill right now in Dallas is 28 degrees. So we're going to see big changes with the wind. Wind is still an issue to the east. Wind is still impacting travel as far as restrictions for trucks. And also, if you're driving around those trucks, spray is going to be an issue as they go through puddles. Be mindful of that. Take the coat. I mean, it feels like spring out the door, but it is going to be a lot cooler this afternoon. More on that and your tides and the next storm in a bit. Right now, though, right back to the desk.
John, thank you. Now let's send it out to meteorologist Tony Sadiqa, who's in Lodi, New Jersey. Plenty of problems out there. Wow, look at that flooding behind you.
Mayor Chris, good morning. We're here at Lodi, the Saddle River. It's a river we expected to flood. It's doing exactly what we expected. Now, the river itself is kind of right beyond this building, okay? In fact, you look closely, you see some signs where, you're supposed to park. You just see the tops of it, right? It's just all of it's pretty much underwater. The water spilling into the road here. We're on Main Street. It's a busy road in the morning. It is blocked off now. I would guess it's probably at least a foot underwater where we are, perhaps a little bit more the further you go. And, I got a chance to kind of walk around a little bit this morning. And, for the most part, there's not a whole lot going on. But every once in a while, I've seen a car like this that just kind of gives you the picture of what some folks are going to have to wake up to, where they realize, man, I forgot to move my car out of the way, and that's going to be a problem for folks this morning. So how much rain did we see? I want to get to the weather graphic just to kind of give you an idea how much precipitation fell in this area, and you get the idea. I mean, this area got hammered. Places like Little Falls, where we were yesterday, more than 3¼ inches of rain. Bergenfield, close to 3. Lodi here, about 2½. In Hackensack, it was close to 2 inches. And I don't want to completely forget about the fact where this area had some snow over the weekend. Some areas seeing 2 to 5 inches of snow, all that extra water, all that extra rain, and you've got big problems here, guys, as the river continues to rise. We'll talk about how long we expect this river to be a problem coming up.
Tony, thank you so much. And we're seeing flooding issues across Bergen County this morning.
CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook is live in Oakland with a look at the conditions there. Elijah?
Well, Chris and Mary, I have to say, it amazes me how fast the water out here started to recede. I mean, when we got here just after 3 a.m., this area was nearly impassable. In fact, creating dangerous conditions to even set up this live shot. If you're watching, just about a half hour ago, I was showing you this little creek, if you will, that's moving past people's homes this morning. That's even starting to recede now. So not really much to show you live right now, but I want to take you to some pictures that we were able to gather about an hour ago at this point, probably a little more at this point. You can see those water-filled streets, even driveways. I mean, big difference in what we're seeing now. The Oakland Department of Public Works is letting us know that it has set up some barricades to help slow the flooding, and that is because this part of town sits right next to 2 bodies of water. I mean, you have Crystal Lake on one side of us, and then you have the Ramapo River on the other. And just south of us, I was mentioning that the 2 bodies of water, they start to merge. You could see that right there on a map. And that water was overflowing and in some cases ending up on people's property. And speaking of which, we spoke with a neighbor who lives a few homes down. His name is Howard, and he was walking his dog out here, and he tells us his roof is now leaking because of the rain. Let's go ahead and watch.
It was about 2:45 to 3, and all of a sudden I feel something dripping on my head. I'm like, oh no. And got out of bed, woke up the wife, turned the lights on, and I see water dripping out of my ceiling fan. I felt like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. It was really bad. I don't know if something fell. I didn't hear a big clunk on my roof, so I don't know if a tree fell. It's too dark for me to see anything.
My goodness. Well, certainly best of luck to him. And we'll try to chat with him a little bit later to see how things are going for him. But the weather out here, much calmer, with, of course, the occasional rain coming down here and there. But be safe this morning. I mean, we really can't stress that enough. Watch for down power lines and flooding in your area. You may not even know how deep the water is until you're actually in it, which can be very dangerous. But back out here live, of course, we will keep you posted on the latest conditions here in Bergen County. And that is where we are reporting live from at this hour. I'm Elijah Westbrook, CBS 2 News.
All right, Elijah, feel for those folks waking up to all of this. Thank you. Let's head over to Long Island and CBS 2's Jenna DeAngelis.
She joins us live from Freeport in Nassau County. Jenna, good morning.
Good morning, Chris and Mary. It is all about the wind here in Freeport. My hood here keeps flying up on me. And of course, we might switch the focus out here to flooding. People who live in Freeport always know what to expect on days like this. We have been keeping a close watch on the water here. It is starting to creep up. And of course, high tide is at 7 o'clock this morning. Moderate to major flooding is expected. Now, outside of power outages, we haven't been notified of any major issues on the island so far. But from the weekend storm and now this one, the ground is really saturated. Both Nassau and Suffolk counties are under a state of emergency. Yesterday, DPW crews were out clearing storm drains to help with potential flooding, and crews have been on standby as well. Now, when we drove out here, we did notice some ponding on the side streets. Of course, you want to leave yourself extra time if you are headed out this morning. And if you take the LIRR, make sure to check your schedule. At last check, everything was on or close to schedule. But again, just check before you head out. I want to send it now to Westchester County. We have Christina Fan live in Bronxville. Christina, good morning.
Good morning, Jenna. We are standing by the Bronx River Parkway, and this entire area has been turned into a lake. Right now, what you see behind us is Paxton Avenue. It has been blocked off by police. And if you look down the road where all that ponding is occurring, that is usually the on-ramp to the parkway. And to the left of that is a parking lot for these nearby businesses. You can see that is completely submerged as well. Now, it's hard in all of this darkness to tell where the river ends and the roads begin, but the Bronx River usually runs through the tree line to my right-hand side, and sometime last night it started to overrun its banks, not only spilling over to Paxton Avenue, but also onto the Bronx River Parkway itself. In fact, our colleague Dick Brennan, who was here last night, witnessed a rescue attempt involving scuba teams and a boat under one of these overpasses. We're told the flooding on the parkway extends from the Sprainbrook Parkway to the Cross County Parkway. Now, while the water levels are slowly subsiding, it is happening very, very gradually. It is highly likely these road closures will be in place throughout the morning, affecting your morning commute, so make sure you plan on using alternate routes. For now, reporting live from Bronxville, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. Let's turn things now to Guy Stanier. He has your first alert traffic report for this morning. Guy.
Thank you, Mary. As Christina Fan just told us about in Westchester, flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87 all closed due to flooding. Down to the Bronx, standing water as the southbound side of the Henry Hudson closed. All traffic there being diverted off at Dyckman Street. In Lodi, New Jersey, the westbound side of Route 46 is closed right near Main Street. We're also seeing lots and lots of smaller side streets closed in the area. Up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding as the Palisades closed in Stony Point, and the southbound thruway is closed at the Woodbury Tolls due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Taking a live look outside in Queens, the Long Island Expressway moving well from Nassau County out to the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. Let's take a live look at Newark Airport for you right now, where the weather is causing some delays and cancellations this morning. So far, FlightAware reports 9 delays, 67 cancellations at Newark Liberty. LaGuardia has 26 delays, 81 cancellations. JFK so far, 35 delays and 42 cancellations.
4:39 right now. Let's take a look at the storm-related power outages reported so far this morning. Right now, PSE&G New Jersey has more than 16,000 customers without service. JCP&L has more than 36,000 outages. PSEG Long Island with nearly 7,000. Con Ed just over 5,800, and Orange and Rockland reporting 146 outages now. And as the storm continues, we invite you to safely send in your pictures and your videos. Share them with us by going to cbsnewyork.com/photos, or just scan the QR code on your screen. They could be featured on air or on our website.
And stay with CBS 2 for the latest track on this storm. We'll have live updates on the air and on our website at cbsnewyork.com.
4:40 right now. Coming up, around 40 migrant families forced to find another place to stay. Their conditions this morning.
And several people arrested after a clash between police and some congregants at a Brooklyn synagogue. Why an illegal tunnel is at the center of this. And welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning. It is time now for a check of your first alert forecast here at 4:43. Lots going on last night into this morning. Let's get over to John Elliott in the Weather Center. Hi, John.
Lots. I mean, when you think we had snow, we had rain, we've got winds, we've got wild variations in temperature. Yesterday, in parts of the Hudson Valley, 1 to 4 inches of snow. Yes. And then we lost that. It went over to heavy rain. Now we're concerned about, I mean, when you consider major flooding, Saddle River, Pompton, Passaic, moderate, the Ramapo, the Raritan, the Millstone, you're going to have all of these warnings along the rivers, and then also coastal concerns, too. I mean, and this was not a classic coastal storm. It rode in from the west, but still, we are dealing with the next high tide cycle where we could see 2 to 3 feet of inundation. So that's that 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. period, riding up the Jersey Shore into the city and around the Sound. So that's what, I mean, we're not done. That's the kind of flooding, and if you live there, you know the routine, but you're going to see that water creep in. Jenna's going to be able to talk more about that. In the city, yeah, a little bit of moisture on the lens, but cloudy in the park, and wow, 57, we just went up. Winds out of the southwest at 8 miles an hour. So we're going to have to make this now 57. That just came in. So it's going to be 57 with an asterisk because remember, it's not going to feel like 57 this afternoon. And by sunset time, it's going to feel like the 30s. So there goes the heavy rain. Still, all of the water along the coast on the move and on the rise for the next high tide cycle, thus the word high. And then also river flooding. As far as active showers right now, some moderate rain, pretty good coverage, Dutchess down into Putnam County. And then you can follow that line into more of Orange, Rockland, parts of Passaic. There could be a few more impulses, but then it's a windy, a blustery day today. Not the warm breeze, all of this energy out of the south. No, it's going to be out of the northwest. So buckle up, kids. We got to do this again. The European long-range model clears this out and actually brings in a few snow showers just north and west of our area. That speaks to that drop in temperatures. Thursday and Friday, for the most part, fine. If you have an early morning flight on Friday, I know the carriers are going to be playing catch-up today, but you should be fine. But if you're going to Chicago, you're going to be flying into a blizzard. By Friday night, we're still okay. By Saturday morning, here we go again. It's the overnight into early morning hours. Friday into Saturday, we're going to see inches of rain. I know. This is going to be really hard for everybody to just stay ahead of because there's been so much recent rain. And now by Sunday, upstate New York, it's significant snow. Will we see any snow in our area? Possibly Tuesday. So it's this on again, off again, active, quiet, active, quiet. But the problem is with this scenario and setup, when it's active, it's quite active. A yellow alert already Friday night into Saturday, mindful of the risk of localized flooding, and then wind will be an issue, and then colder air next week. But we are, we're very concerned, duly so, about river flooding and just kind of that insidious nature as the water continues to rise. And that's what Tony's seeing in Lodi. Morning, Tony.
Yeah, morning, John. Thankfully, at least the rain has stopped a little bit, but if you've been kind of paying attention to our live shots, we've had to kind of move further and further back because, as you can see, the water is still rising. In fact, you could tell just by how fast the water is moving that this thing has yet to settle down. Now, this is Main Street right here. Now you call it like Main Street River because it is basically extension of the Saddle River, which parallels it basically right behind the buildings there. This entire street is basically underwater. That's why officers have this road blocked off. Now, this is just one of those rivers that we always talk about quickly responding. It rained overnight, and now look at this. Now, the flood stage for this is about 5.5 feet. Yesterday, it was 3 feet. Now it's over 8 feet, and it is still rising. It's expected to crest about this afternoon, and then we'll just kind of have to see. I want to show you some of the projections that we're watching with this particular river, where, you know, even though it's going to rise quickly, it is going to recede just about as quickly. So right now it's a major flood stage. It's going to go down quickly, and then of course we're watching for perhaps more rise heading into Saturday's storm. The big key here, though, as we kind of put the pieces together, guys, is the fact that yes, we're along the Saddle. We talk a lot about the Passaic. Guess where the Saddle drains into? The Passaic, which is expected to reach major flood stage as early as tomorrow, guys.
Okay, Tony, thank you. We will get back to you shortly. In other news now, several people were arrested after a clash between police and some congregants inside a Brooklyn synagogue. The dispute on Monday was over a tunnel secretly dug under the Chabad Lubavitch World Headquarters in Crown Heights by a group of extremist students. They reportedly vandalized the sanctuary after the synagogue brought in a cement truck to seal the tunnel.
Want to lose the work that they did in all the years, so they break the main wall. They break the main wall.
It's obviously very troubling to not just the Lubavitch community, but people, Jews around the world. This is a very significant place.
For now, the Lubavitch sanctuary remains closed. The suspects arrested face charges including criminal mischief, reckless endangerment, and the obstruction of governmental administration.
440 now. Right now, around 40 migrant families who've been living in city shelters were forced to find another place to stay. They were evicted from the Row Hotel in Midtown as part of the city's new 60-day limit. City officials are hoping to free up shelter space for the hundreds of new asylum seekers arriving weekly. Comptroller Brad Lander says his office is launching an investigation into the policy.
Kick families out of shelter in the middle of wintertime, to displace kids from their school in the middle of the school year is honestly one of the cruelest things.
My teams have moved heaven and earth to work with families to help them to identify their next steps.
City officials say they are working to keep families who reapply to shelters near their children's school. The Adams administration has also said it will not let families sleep on the street and have been working to place them in temporary housing for an additional 60 days.
Okay, it is 4:50 for you right now. Up next, tips on how to safely use a generator in a storm-related power outage.
Plus, another check on the forecast with John Elliott. Everything you need to know as you head out the door. .53, and it feels warm out there this morning. Let's turn things over to John Elliott and your first alert forecast, John.
It's 57
yeah,
degrees.
Who would think?
It's 57 degrees. It will not be 57 this afternoon. So remember, it will not be 57 this afternoon. It's a warm wind, and it was a nasty wind. We had peak gusts over 70 miles an hour. Seagirt had 57. Stamford had 61, Shirley had 63. So I'm driving in, and I'm coming off the hills of West Essex. A lot of like little limbs down, so you have to navigate around that. But the wind is still an issue. In fact, we have kind of updated this because now we've filled in the wind advisory. This is new. This is not expiring. This is until 8 p.m. It's going to be gusty all day today, 40, 50 mile an hour wind gusts. So vulnerable trees, still vulnerable in that kind of wind profile, so you have to be mindful of that. The high wind watches, again, they are trimming that, but please just be mindful that you still have wind to deal with. We are going to wrap up the rain today, dry Thursday, late Friday into Saturday. Here we go again with more rain before we see the return of some more snow next week. Be careful, still a lot to navigate even with the worst behind us. Chris?
John, thank you. Let's get to check your first alert traffic report. Here's Guy Stanier. Hey, Guy.
Good morning, Chris. Big problems in Westchester, just north and south of 287. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, and 87 are all closed. In the Bronx, standing water as the southbound side of the Henry Hudson closed. All traffic there being diverted off at Dyckman Street. And in Lodi, New Jersey, the westbound side of Route 46 is closed between Route 17 and Main Street. Problems for Metro North this morning until further notice. Buses will replace trains on the Danbury branch due to issues on the tracks from flooding. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. If you need to use a generator due to a storm-related power outage, here are some basic safety precautions that you must follow.
First of all, install battery-operated carbon monoxide alarms to make sure your generator's exhaust isn't creating a problem. Disconnect your normal source of power. Know where and how to properly position the generator. Keep that generator dry and plug your electrical equipment directly into the generator. And as the storm keeps going, we continue to invite you to safely send in your pictures and videos. Share them with us by going to cbsnewyork.com/photos or just scan the QR code on your screen. They could be featured on air or on our website.
And stay with CBS2 for the latest track on this storm. We'll have live updates on the air and on our website at cbsnewyork.com.
Still ahead, team coverage of the storm still making its way through the area.
Everything you need to know as you head out the door this morning. You're watching CBS 2 News This Morning. We'll be right back.
live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Heavy rain, strong wind, and now flooding. We are on red alert this morning as we continue to track the storm across the tri-state area.
We are live with team coverage with reporters spread out throughout the 5 boroughs and the tri-state area. Good morning on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Calvi. Welcome to CBS 2 News This Morning. Our crews are live in New York, New Jersey, Long Island with the latest, but let's get started with John Elliott.
Thank you, Mary and Chris. Hi, everybody. And let's not forget, I mean, this has been a devastating and deadly system, bringing just incredible destruction to parts of the southeast. In our area, it was the wind and the rain. That's why we still have a red alert this morning. Residual flooding inland, river flooding over the next few days, but we're concerned about coastal flooding. Want to remind you the high tide cycle beginning soon. For parts of Monmouth Ocean, it circles around Sandy Hook over into the city and the Sound. Could see 2 to 3 feet of inundation. So we're not done with it yet. From the heavens, rain continues, and some of that is moderate to heavy through parts of Dutchess County, and then it's pushing into Putnam. It'll also clip parts of Westchester where, traffic guy is talking about all the flooded roadways there. Some heavier rain through the Amboys, also Staten Island, Brooklyn. You're going to see this shower. These are passing showers. We're wrapping this thing up, this big, menacing storm. Wind is still an issue. Numbers deceptive. 57 right now, which is 18 degrees warmer than it was this time yesterday. I know what you're saying, Connecticut. I know what you're saying, Ulster, Dutchess County. It is wild. We still have wind. That warm wind will be replaced by a cold one by this afternoon. Take the coat, you'll appreciate it, and keep that scorecard handy. We've got more storms to talk about in the 7-day. Right now, though, we're going to send it right back to Mary.
John, thank you so much. Let's send it out now to our first alert weather team in the field. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku is live in Lodi dealing with all that flooding this morning. Tony.
Hi, Mary. Yeah, we're in Lodi right along Main Street, the intersection of Mitchell Street, and you can tell just how bad the flooding is out here. The Saddle River right basically a block over, and it is still spilling water into the street. I mean, this is why it's completely blocked off. Officers have put cones all the way up to the sidewalk there, and really, this is why you're not going to be able to drive on this street. A lot of roads look like this, by the way, but it's just the quick responding nature of this river that's impressive. It is still rising. The Saddle River is relatively narrow, by the way. It pulls in water all the way down from Rockland County, and this is the issue that we're dealing with here. It continues all the way up to Sydney. And as you can see, for instance, this law office is an island and the water's still rising. We're going to be keeping a track on how high it gets and how long it stays high coming up.
Tony, thank you. Now for a check of your first alert traffic report. Here's CBS News traffic reporter Guy Stanier with the very latest. Guy.
Thank you, Chris. Big problems in Westchester, just north and south of 287. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87, all closed. In the Bronx, flooding as the southbound side of the Henry Hudson closed. All traffic there being diverted off at Dyckman Street. In Lodi, New Jersey, the westbound side of Route 46 is closed between Route 17 and Main Street. And up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding as the northbound Palisades closed in Stony Point. The southbound side has reopened. The southbound thruway is closed at the Woodbury tolls. This is due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. We have problems for Metro North. Until further notice, buses will replace trains on the Danbury branch due to issues on the tracks from flooding. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. 5:03 right now. Let's check out what's happening further west in Bergen County.
CBS News' Elijah Westbrook live in Oakland for us with a look at the conditions there. Elijah.
Hey, good morning, Chris and Mary. So the weather now is a lot calmer than what we saw just about an hour ago at this point. We are experiencing some raindrops here and there, but nothing like before. So we know the big focus at this point in time is assessing any sort of damage from the wind that transpired overnight, as well as any potential flooding that ended up in people's basements. And it's because of videos like this here. Go ahead and take a look. This was around 3 a.m. A stream of water here along Lakeshore Drive. And as you walk down this road at 1 one point you could see driveways were flooded. And unfortunately, I think it's safe to say that some of that water may have ended up inside some homes. To give a perspective of this area, we're literally on what one could describe as something similar to a peninsula or a small narrow stretch of land that's surrounded by two waterways. So you have the Ramapo River to the west and Crystal Lake on the east. And just about a half a mile down, the two bodies of water merge via a dam, which neighbors say often overflows when it rains. We spoke with a guy who lives a few homes down. His name is Howard. Seems like a very pleasant individual. He tells us his roof is now leaking because of this rain. Let's go ahead and watch.
It was about 2:45, and all of a sudden I feel something dripping on my head. I'm like, oh no. And got out of bed, woke up the wife, turned the lights on, and I see water dripping out of my ceiling fan. I felt like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. It was really bad. I don't know if something fell. I didn't hear a big clunk on my roof, so I don't know if a tree fell. It's too dark for me to see anything.
And certainly best of luck to him, and you'll actually hear more from him at 5:30 as he talks more about this neighborhood. Now, the weather out here, again, much calmer with occasional rain coming down here and there, but be safe this morning. Certainly watch out for downed power lines and flooding in this area. You may not know how deep the water is until you're actually in it, which can be very dangerous. Back out here live, of course, we will keep you posted on the conditions here in Bergen County. But you know what? Let's go ahead and continue our live team coverage and send things out to Christina Fan. She is in Bronxville at this hour. Christina, walk us through how things are looking where you are.
Good morning, Elijah. Behind us in the wooded area is where the Bronx River usually flows. I know it's quite dark, but the river has actually breached both of its banks. On the right-hand side, it has submerged the parkway itself, and to the left, where we are standing, is Paxton Avenue, where the on-ramp to the parkway is. That is also covered in water. Firefighters say several drivers were caught off guard last night when the parkway started to flood. They had to deploy their scuba team and also a boat in order to rescue people. Flooding is a reoccurring problem here whenever there is a big storm, and this time, unfortunately, was no exception. The Department of Public Works rushed out last night to place barricades in front of on-ramps. Paxton Avenue, again, here in Bronxville, was one of those locations. We're told the flooding affects the entire stretch of roadway from the Sprainbrook Parkway to the Cross County Parkway. Now, back here live, it's astonishing just how much the river again has overflowed. There are actually stairs leading down to a walking path through the woods. You cannot see it at all. The good news is it does appear the levels are subsiding, but very gradually, so do plan on using alternate routes this morning. That is the latest here in Westchester County. We are now going to turn it over to Long Island, where CBS 2's Jenna DeAngelis is live from Freeport with the latest. Jenna, what are you seeing there?
Well, Christina, I can tell you it's very windy here. My very talented photographer, Walter, is not just a photographer, he's also a boater. So he always keeps watch on the winds, and he has this great app on his phone. It shows us that it is 20 miles per hour, the wind, with gusts at 32 miles per hour. And along with the wind, we've also been watching the water, because in a town like Freeport, flooding is always a concern on days like this. I want to give you a look at it. It has been creeping up, and the wind has actually been pushing it into this parking lot. And we're still about 2 hours from high tide. Moderate to major flooding is expected then. Now, outside of power outages, we haven't been notified of any major issues here on the island so far. But of course, you know, from the weekend storm and now this one, the ground is very saturated. Both Nassau and Suffolk counties are under a state of emergency at this time. They both had DPW crews out clearing storm drains yesterday to help with the flooding, and also have extra crews on standby. If you are headed out this morning, of course, leave yourself extra time if you're going to hit the roads. And if you're taking the LIRR, check the schedule. As at last check, everything was on or close to schedule. We are live in Freeport, Long Island. Jenna DeAngelis, CBS 2 News.
Jenna, thank you. In Queens, the heavy rains also made it hard for people to get around overnight. We've got this video in this morning. The on-ramp from the Cross Island Parkway to the Throgs Neck Bridge completely flooded out. The water also washed out some of the streets leading up to the bridge.
And stay with CBS 2 for the latest track on the storm. We'll have live updates on air and on our website at cbsnewyork.com.
The Coast Guard is holding a public hearing today on the deadly cargo ship fire in New Jersey. A massive fire overtook an Italian cargo ship in Port Newark on July 5th. Two firefighters, 45-year-old Augusto Acabo and 49-year-old Wayne Brooks Jr. were killed. 5 other firefighters were injured. The families of the fallen firefighters have said the men weren't properly trained to fight a fire on a large ship. The 2-week hearing will include 13 witnesses and reveal new photographic evidence taken inside the burned out ship. The Coast Guard will make safety recommendations based on its findings.
5:09 and around 40 migrant families who've been living in city shelters are forced to find another place to stay. They were evicted from the Row Hotel in Midtown Tuesday as part of the city's new 60-day limit. City officials are hoping to free up shelter space for the hundreds of new asylum seekers arriving weekly. Comptroller Brad Lander says his office is launching an investigation into the policy. City officials say they're working to keep families who reapply to shelters near their children's school. The Adams administration has also said it will not allow families to sleep on the street and have been working to place them in temporary housing for additional 60 days.
Well, and amid safety concerns with the storm damages, city officials evacuated nearly 2,000 asylum seekers from a controversial city shelter at Brooklyn's Floyd Bennett Field. The asylum seekers moved to James Madison High School in Midwood. The city's emergency management commissioner, Zach Iskall, says the relocation was due to high wind concerns. Iskall says because the city does not expect major damage to the tents, migrants will likely be transported back to Floyd Bennett Field today, but it's unclear exactly when.
5:10 right now. Coming up, it's time to start filing your taxes. Again, why the IRS is letting you get a head start on the process.
And we're live here along Main Street in Lodi, the Saddle River flood warning there. This river is still rising. We'll take a look at the projections here and the other rivers we're seeing issues ahead.
Good morning and welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning. A little stones to get you going here at 5:13 in the morning. Let's get over to John Elliott. First alert forecast time. Johnny, Stones, Beatles, what do you like?
I have to say Beatles. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Stone fans. All right, let's see. Sun, rain. I got to go with sun. We have some lingering issues, and we're going to be really concerned about river flooding over the next few days. Next few hours, it's coastal flooding. Let's talk wild numbers. 57. It's January 10th, and it's 57 at 5 o'clock in the morning in the city of New York. So yesterday's highs, 52 in Newburgh, 51 in Poughkeepsie. You're saying, no way was that yesterday's high. Yeah, it was at midnight. All of these, it was almost 60 yesterday around midnight in Toms River. So the high for the book yesterday is going to go down at 57. You're going to see a repeat high today. Talk about deceptive, because that's going to be midnight through maybe 6, 7 in the morning, and then the numbers are going to tumble this afternoon. Now, numbers in the city, 1.95 in the park. LaGuardia, 2.27. Brooklyn, and you're going to see, you've got another nasty shower heading your way right now, Brooklyn. But these numbers, you can see just the variety at our area airports and around the 5 boroughs. Around the tri-state, wow. Oak Ridge, 4.32. These are some new numbers. Danbury's 3.63. Caldwell, 3.25. Ooh, trust me, that's bad. And out on the island, parts of the South Shore and into the Forks, over 3 inches. Islip, 2.8. So this is 12 hours of data. I mean, if you've got rapid eye vision, you can see as we click it away. So in the last 12 hours, talk about an organized storm. And you also had that element of training rain. That's how you're able to get these big numbers. Not like we should be proud of that. Now, zooming in and showing you what's going on right now. Dutchess into Fairfield, Litchfield County, you've got some showers. So that is some pretty good coverage. That's enough to slow you down. And then let's take a radar trip down to Staten Island, watching this cell. So that's going to push into Brooklyn. Again, like you don't have enough to deal with, you are going to see some issues there. Mindful of some of our neighbors just to the west, Hoboken and Weehawken. Flooding is going to be an issue just because there was so much recent rain. How about future rain? Let's talk about it. You're going to see this afternoon bright, and then we get a quiet break Thursday. Friday morning, you're fine. Late Thursday into Friday, just a brief passing shower. Early flights or trip or off to school Friday is fine. Friday afternoon, you're still in fine shape. But by Friday night into Saturday morning, here we go again. It's warm, it's wet, it's heavy, and we're mindful of the possibility of flooding. Leftover showers, very gusty winds. Today, still dynamic. Thursday, quiet. Friday, Saturday, our next yellow alert. Then very cold first part of next week. The concern over the next few days is going to be river flooding. And these rivers all have their own personalities. This, again, speaks to serious flooding, the Saddle, the Raritan, the Passaic. Tony's going to talk about that and show you what we're up against over the next few days. Morning, Tony.
Good morning, John. What I'm optimistic about is this to recede just as quickly as it rose. Main Street is underwater. The Saddle River is just down the way here. And when you look around, I mean, you can't even see the lines on the street. There should be a sidewalk, then a parking lot, all of that you can't see. In fact, just this particular road here on Mitchell Street, I mean, an hour ago, it was, I mean, you could see the road. Now it is completely underwater. There are businesses around here, but there are also residences and apartment buildings like this one. I spoke to a resident who lives kind of in a similar type of building. He lives on the 3rd floor. He's lived there 14 years. He told me he lost his car twice. On the 1st floor, a lot of the residents have gotten out because this is a pretty familiar sight. And it's not just the road that typically floods. This is Washington Elementary School. This has flooded so often that we were talking to one of the maintenance guys last hour, and this is what they had to do. They had to install a flood shield around the school just because so often they've had to clean up after the flooding has gotten into the basement. Thankfully, it looks like outside of just how saturated and muddy the grass is here, the flooding has stayed away, but we're still seeing that river rise, and the crest is supposed to be this morning. Hopefully it doesn't rise much further. Chris and Mary.
Tony, thank you. We will check back in with you in a little bit. Let's take a look at the storm-related power outages reported so far this morning. Right now, PSE&G in New Jersey has more than 16,000 customers without service. JCP&L has more than 36,000 outages. PSEG Long Island, 7,000 outages. Con Ed just over 5,800. Orange and Rockland reporting 146 outages.
Due to the weather, some schools have delayed starts. Yonkers, Paramus, Ridgewood, Montclair schools all on a 2-hour delay. Patterson schools will have an early dismissal.
And as the storm continues, we invite you to safely send in your pictures and videos. If you've got some flooding in your area, we'll share them by using cbsnewyork.com/photos or just scan the QR code on your screen, and we could feature them here on the air or on our website.
Now a check on First Alert traffic at 5:19. Here's Guy Stanier.
Thank you, Mary. Starting in Westchester, flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87 all closed. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed in both directions due to a fallen tree. And as Tony told us about in Lodi, New Jersey, the westbound side of Route 46 is closed between Route 17 and Main Street due to flooding from the Saddle River. Up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding as the northbound Palisades closed in Stony Point. The southbound side has reopened. The southbound thruway is closed at the Woodbury tolls due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Route 32 might be a better option through that area. Problems for Metro North until further notice. Buses will replace trains on the Danbury branch due to issues on the tracks from flooding. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. Well, this year you can get a jump start on your federal income taxes starting January 29th. The IRS will start accepting 2023 returns. If you don't want to file early, you still have the option to wait until April 15th to file.
5:20 right now on your Money Watch. Futures are trending higher this morning as investors await earnings reports from companies like KB Home. Most of Wall Street slipped yesterday, giving back some of Monday's gains. The Dow dropped 157, S&P fell by 7, the Nasdaq lost 13.
It is 5:20 right now. Up next, coming up, the Islanders on the ice last night hosting the Vancouver Canucks.
And the Knicks continue to clean up in 2024 highlights next in sports.
Welcome back on this wild, wet, and windy Wednesday, 5:23 in the morning. And so it begins. Numbers are starting to retreat. Remember last time we checked in, Central Park was 57. Now it's 55. As early as lunchtime, it's going to feel like about 40. See, so we're going in the wrong direction as far as a typical day. After school and after work, it feels like the 30s, below freezing for evening activities. Wind turns from, I guess, foe to friend, as it will help to dry things out. But it's a cold wind. By tomorrow morning, wind chills are going to be in the 20s. So that's just one of the many changes underway. National Weather Service, multiple offices reminding us that we have a wind advisory. Could see 40 to 50 mile-an-hour gusts into the afternoon. Where's the rain? Some heavier rain exiting Dutchess County, a little bit of coverage down into parts of Putnam County as well. And there are so many issues in Westchester County as far as major arteries. That won't help. But overall, localized flooding is receding. Another batch, though, pushing through Queens and Brooklyn and just north of Sandy Hook. Over the next few days, a break on Thursday, more rain later Friday into early Saturday. So, yeah, you just have to stay on your game. And please, there's still a lot of water on roadways. Take it easy this morning. Chris?
Okay, John, thanks. Let's get a check of your first alert traffic report. Here's Guy Stanier with more. Guy?
Thank you, Chris. John is right. There's lots of water out on the roadways. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87 all closed. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed in both directions due to a fallen tree. Problems for Metro North. Until further notice, buses will replace trains on the Danbury branch due to issues on the tracks from flooding. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. In sports, Knicks took on the Trailblazers last night at the Garden.
And the Islanders played host to the Vancouver Canucks at UBS Arena.
Good morning, everyone. Quiet night for our locals. No professional teams in action, but at the Garden, St. John's hosts Providence at 6:30. Going into last night, Knicks had the distinction of being the only team undefeated in the new year. I know it's a small sample size, just 4 games, but the defending champion Nuggets have lost. They're 3-1, so take that. Knicks trying to extend their undefeated streak in 2024 against the lowly Trailblazers. Jalen Brunson takes a licking but keeps on ticking. Painful three-point play, just 12 for the reigning Eastern Conference Player of the Week. The new guy, OG Anunoby, came in averaging just under 15 a game. Last night, he had 16 in the first quarter alone. Had the Garden crowd chanting, OG, OG, as he buried 4 3-pointers. He finished with a game-high 23. Julius Randle filled up the box score last night, 20 points, 7 boards, 8 assists. Knicks are now 15-1 against teams under 500. Winning streak now 5, 112-84 was the final. The Vancouver Canucks trying to make themselves right at home in the tri-state area. They already beat the Devils and Rangers, playing the Islanders last night as they went for the trifecta. The Canucks, Quinn Hughes, older brother of the Devils, Jack and Luke, enjoying his family reunion. He puts up 5 points in the 3 games, including a goal last night that makes it 2-0. Vancouver putting up 6 against the Devils and Rangers. Only get 5 against the Islanders, but that was plenty. They hit the tri-state trifecta, beating the Islanders 5-2. I'm Otis Livingston, and that's your CBS New York Sports Update.
It's 5:27. Still ahead, a tunnel found under a synagogue, and it's linked to a bizarre brawl with cops. We have new details on where the passageway came from.
And we'll have another check on your red alert forecast from our first alert weather team. This is a live shot of Freeport, Long Island, and you can see some serious flooding in that area. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Now on CBS 2 News this morning, major storm causing flooding and high winds.
And we have live team coverage with our first alert forecast and reporter teams that are telling you all about conditions outside as you start your morning commute during this Red Alert Wednesday. Good morning. On this Wednesday, the 10th of January, I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Calvi. Welcome to CBS 2 News This Morning. Our crews are live in New York, New Jersey, on Long Island with the latest on the mass flooding. But first, let's get started with John Elliott.
Well, these pictures really tell quite the compelling story. And that live shot we had just before the break from Freeport, concerned about coastal flooding. You've got to watch your high tide. So it's a red alert as we have residual impact from all of the rain and the persistent wind. This is going to go through the course of the day, mindful of river flooding over the next few days and that coastal flooding over the next few hours. So you can see these advisories, the advisory in the brighter shade of green and the warning where you are going to see inundation. North Shore, South Shore, Jersey Shore, there's it's marginally better for parts of Connecticut and Westchester, but right now, over the next few hours, the high tide cycle is going to be very challenging. So you've got to be mindful of that if you're traveling in those areas or if you've got a car parked. So we're seeing a break from the rain. Some of the heavier rain right now is leaving Dutchess County, down into parts of Putnam County, heading into Fairfield County. Well, Glen Cove, there's this little shower pushing into Glen Cove right now. And then there's some lighter rain into Brooklyn and Queens. But we do get a break from the rain, but it's a cold wind that's going to take over. We still have gusts at 30 miles an hour, wind advisory until 8 p.m. tonight, and it is going to be colder this afternoon. So you're going to step outside and you're going to say, wow, what a break. No, remember, colder by this afternoon. What about the next few days? We'll have your 7-day with more storms to serve up, and we'll check in with the weather watchers. Right now, they're right back to Chris.
John, thank you. Let's send it out to our first alert weather team, meteorologist Tony Sadico, who's in Lodi, New Jersey for us this morning. Tony?
Hey, Chris, just wanted to kind of give you a different vantage point. We're not too far from where we were the last time you checked in. Now we're in a parking lot just behind this funeral home, Main Street. We're kind of on the other side of Main Street earlier. When you look out in the parking lot now, you can't really tell where the parking lot ends, where Main Street starts. What I can tell you is Saddle River is behind the Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts lifted up high, so the donuts will be fine. But how are you going to get there? You can see the water is still pouring in here. What's interesting for us is we were parked here about, 3 o'clock in the morning up until about 3:45. We left because we noticed the water levels getting high, and you could see now it's almost completely emerged and filled up this entire parking lot. Sydney is right over there. That street is completely underwater, basically surrounding this home here. And the issue is water level still rising. Right, and we're going to continue to see that be the case as this river has not yet crested. We expect it to crest this morning before it'll quickly recede after that. Big Time Total is responsible for this, by the way. I want to show you some of those numbers that we had overnight. Big time numbers, 2 to 3 inches of rain here across the area. Rain has stopped for now, but as you can tell, the water is still rising. Guys?
Tony, thank you. 5:33. Let's get you check on first alert traffic. Here's Guy Stanier with the latest. Guy.
Thank you, Mary. Starting in Westchester, flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic 87 closed in both directions. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A closed due to a fallen tree in the area. And as Tony told us about, in Lodi, New Jersey, the westbound side of Route 46 is closed between Route 17 and Main Street. Also Main Street underwater. This is due to flooding from the Saddle River. Up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding as the northbound Palisades closed in Stony Point, and the southbound Thruway is closed at the Woodbury Tolls due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Route 32 might be a better option through that area. Problems for Metro North. Buses will replace trains on the Danbury branch due to issues on the tracks from flooding. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. 5:34. Let's check out what's happening in other parts of Bergen County.
CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook live in Oakland, New Jersey with a look at the conditions there. Elijah?
Well, Chris and Mary, I have to say it's quite fascinating to see how fast the water receded in this neighborhood. We're live right now on Lakeshore Drive, and when we started at 4 a.m., there was some water on this street here, but there's essentially nothing to show you live right now. But I can tell you this, the big focus, I'm almost 100% positive at this point for people who live here, is assessing the damage from that wind that took place overnight, but also the flooding that potentially could have ended up in people's homes. And that is because we are standing right next to Crystal Lake. And these homes you see here behind me are just about maybe 20 feet or so from that lake, which potentially that water could have risen into people's homes. We'll check that out in just a bit. But here's some video we want to show you that we captured around 3 a.m. A stream of water here along Lakeshore Drive. And as you walk down this street here, at one point you could see driveways were flooded. And unfortunately, again, I think it's safe to say that some of that water may have ended up inside people's homes. And to give a perspective of this area, it's important to note that we're literally on what one could describe as a peninsula or a narrow stretch of land that's surrounded by two waterways. You have the Ramapo River on the west and you have Crystal Lake on the east. Just about a half a mile down, these two waterways, they merge via a dam. And some neighbors we spoke to say it often overflows when it rains, causing some issues out this way. We introduced you to a man named Howard earlier this morning who's not having the best of luck right now, I must say. He's telling me that last night's storm caused his roof to leak, and now he's noticing issues with his backyard and pool. Let's watch.
There's nothing that I could do until 8 o'clock. I'll immediately call the roofing company. We have a pool in our backyard, and it's right on the Ramapo River. So a couple years ago it got really high and we had some pool damage. So I've been up all night hoping that the river didn't rise too high, and thank God it didn't rise too high near our house, but now we have the roof leaking. I'm waiting until the light comes out so I could assess the damage. We still have power right now. I'm a little concerned that the ceiling fan was dripping water.
All right, well, glad he's okay, especially after noticing water was leaking through a ceiling fan. That could have been extremely dangerous. Now, he's only a few homes from where we are now, so we'll try to check in on him later to see how he's holding up. But video here giving you a glimpse of how conditions were just hours ago at this point. Back out here live, the weather certainly a lot calmer than what we noticed just a couple of hours ago. Occasional raindrops here and there, but nothing like before. Let's go ahead and continue our live team coverage and send things out over to Christina Fan. She is in Bronxville right now. That's in Westchester County. Good morning, Christina. How are conditions looking where you are?
Good morning, Elijah. Behind us is a wooded area where the Bronx River usually flows. It's very dark outside, but even in this darkness, you can see that the river has breached both of its banks on the right-hand side, submerging the parkway itself, as well as the left-hand side where we are standing here on Paxton Avenue that leads to the on-ramp for the parkway. Firefighters say several drivers were caught off guard last night when the parkway started to flood. They had to deploy their scuba team and also a boat in order to rescue people. Flooding is a reoccurring problem here whenever there is a big storm, and this time, unfortunately, was no exception. The Department of Public Works rushed out last night to place barricades in front of various on-ramps. Again, Paxton Avenue here in Bronxville, one of those locations. We're told the flooding affects the stretch of roadway from the Sprainbrook Parkway to the Cross County Parkway. Now, back here live, I do want to point out it's again astonishing just how much the river has overflowed. There are stairs leading down to a walking path through the woods. You cannot see it at all. The good news is it does appear the levels are subsiding just very gradually, so you likely will have to find alternate routes if you plan on heading this way this morning. We are reporting live from Westchester County, and we'll continue our team coverage with Jenna DeAngelis. She is in Nassau County and Freeport with the latest there. Good morning, Jenna.
Good morning, Christina. Two things out here. The wind, it is very windy, and the water. Take a look behind me. You can see it has risen. I would say since we got here at 3:30 this morning, it rose about a foot. And then my photographer is going to take you right to the parking lot here. You can see the water just crept right in there. Now in Freeport, the residents unfortunately are used to this. They know how to deal with flooding, but it's never fun seeing this. And high tide is still about over an hour away, where moderate to major flooding is expected here. Now, outside of any power outages We haven't noticed any issues on the island so far. Of course, if you see anything, please feel free to reach out to us. From the weekend storm and now this one, the ground is very saturated. Both Nassau and Suffolk counties are under a state of emergency. We did shadow some DPW crews yesterday clearing out storm drains, and they also told us extra crews have been on standby. On the drive here, we did see some ponding on the side street, so that's something to keep in mind when you head out. And also, if you take the LIRR, just check your schedule. But so far, everything's looking good with the LIRR on or close to schedule. We are live in Freeport, Long Island. Jenna DeAngelis, CBS 2 News.
Jenna, thank you. Getting worse there. Stay with CBS 2 for the latest track on the storm. We'll have live updates on the air and on our website at cbsnewyork.com.
Well, several people have been arrested after a clash between police and some congregants inside a Brooklyn synagogue. The dispute was on Monday over a tunnel secretly dug into the side of the Chabad Lubavitch World Headquarters in Crown Heights by a group of students there. They reportedly vandalized the sanctuary after the synagogue brought in a cement truck to seal the tunnel.
Want to lose the work that they did in all the years, so they break the main wall. They break the main wall.
It's obviously very troubling to not just the Lubavitch community, but people, Jews around the world. This is a very significant place.
For now, the sanctuary remains closed. The suspects arrested face charges including criminal mischief, reckless endangerment, and obstruction of governmental administration.
Time now is 5:41. Coming up, help could be coming for babies impacted by deadly infection.
The vaccine that scientists are working on to protect the next generation. Tony.
Hey there, Chris. We're live in Bergen County where the storm system has pulled away, but you could still see the high water rise. Main Street completely flooded over. We're seeing debris now floating into the auxiliary streets. Flood warnings in effect here. We'll take a look at the other areas we're worried about flooding straight ahead.
Good morning. Welcome back to CBS 2 News on this busy Wednesday morning. It's the 10th of January. It's time for a check of your first alert forecast and to check in with our weather watchers this morning. Let's get over to John. Good morning, John.
Boy, some great pictures coming in and some fascinating stats. That's why we like our Weather Watchers network. And you can see, boy, Tony, Charlie, Cindy, all very mild for this time of day and year, and wild and mild. I really appreciate Neil sending this in. Look at this. Neil sent this comment in. He had a barometric pressure of 28.995. So again, you can measure the weight of the atmosphere. That is typical of a Cat 1 hurricane. And the winds kind of matched up with that when we take a look at peak winds. And the pictures, always appreciate the pictures. It is a House Plant Appreciation Day, Dark Chocolate Appreciation Day. Les has got the refrigerator. Bob made it through the rain with Barry Manilow. It is also Save the Eagle Day. And I mean, look at this. This was a shot because Charlie had the snow initially. This is Lake Wallenpaupack. I always have fun saying that. And Tony, look at some of the, just look at the angry energy of these rivers. And they're way upstream. And when you look at the watersheds of all the rivers in Connecticut through the Hudson Valley and into northern New Jersey, I mean, this kind of energy is going to translate with flooding over the next few days. Let's talk about the wind and circle back to Neil's comment about the pressure. So it's now just a blanket wind advisory, not for winds past, for winds we're anticipating 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts. So peak winds with the event over 70 miles an hour. Stuff flying around. You heard it in the city. Maybe the scaffolding was just rattling by your window. All kinds of debris. And for motorists, lots of like little, well, I say little, maybe 6-7 inch branches. I mean, just all over the place. So you want to make sure that you are mindful of that. Boy, from Seagirt to Stamford, 55 to 60 mile an hour winds. Now, Spring Valley, 4.5. Essex Fells, this is a new report we just got, 4.48. So you know Roseland, Livingston, we mentioned the Caldwells earlier. I mean, over 4 inches there. Danbury, 3.63. Morris Plains, oof, 4.24. Where's the rain right now? We have some light rain going through the area. We have another little shower here. Want to take you down south and heading to Philly. You've got this rolling out, and that's going to clip parts of Monmouth Ocean. So we are going to see some passing showers over the next few days, but want to make sure that you're ready for this system. If you were to just take a snapshot of what we're up against, this is all wind advisories, and these advisories are going to be through the course of the afternoon. Winter advisories here. The next winter storm is our rainstorm Friday into Saturday, and then there's another one coming in Tuesday. So we are in a very busy pattern. None of this is good for our area rivers because you have snow melt, recent rain, and additional rain by Saturday. So you want proof of what it looks like? Let's check in with Tony and head out to Lodi. Hi, Tony.
Hi, John. Yeah, like you said, I mean, another system down the road. That is not what folks here want to hear, especially when you could clearly see behind me and just how high the water is. We're in a parking lot along the street that is parallel to the river. We're so far away from the river, but you'd think the river was right here. The water is still quickly rising, and you got to think about where we are here. We're right along Main Street, Sydney here, and this place, this intersection is kind of like a bowl. There's some elevation here, so everything just kind of drains into this area. That's why if you were to take a few steps and walk down the way here, you're just going to kind of lose yourself because it's such a steep drop off. I mean, just impressive to look around, and you see the buildings that are up high, but you can't miss like small things like the fire extinguisher there that's just basically barely emerging off of the floodwater. And obviously we're talking a lot about the saddle here at Lodi because this is the one that is flooded now and we're seeing the high water spots. But I want to also show you where we're seeing other issues across the area, especially across northern New Jersey. A lot of these along the Passaic River Basin. The Pompton River projected to get to major flood stage, the Passaic as well, the Raritan, moderate Ramapo as well. But all of this water that we're showing you here along the saddle eventually finds its way into the Passaic and communities like Wayne, where I was yesterday, and Patterson. that have dealt with flooding recently, unfortunately, are going to have to deal with where a lot of this eventually ends up. Guys?
Tony, thank you so much. And due to the weather, some schools will have shortened hours today. So Yonkers, Paramus, Ridgewood, and Montclair will all be on a 2-hour delay, while Patterson schools will have an early dismissal.
And let's take a look at some storm-related power outages reported so far this morning. Right now, PSE&G in New Jersey has more than 16,000 customers in the dark. JCP&L, more than 31,000 outages. PSEG Long Island, over 4,600 outages. Con Ed, more than 2,200. Orange and Rockland reporting just 67 outages.
Now to check on First Alert traffic, here's Guy Stanier with the latest.
Thank you, Mary. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic 87, closed in both directions. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed due to a fallen tree. As Tony told us about in Lodi, New Jersey, the westbound side of Route 46 is closed between Route 17 and Main Street due to flooding from the Saddle River. We have problems for Metro North. Until further notice, buses will replace trains on the Danbury branch due to issues on the tracks from flooding. And taking a live look outside at the Lincoln Tunnel, happy to say there are no delays at all 3 Hudson River crossings. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. 5:51 right now. In your Health Watch this morning, we're now one step closer to seeing a vaccine for a dangerous infection that affects newborn babies. Group B strep infection in pregnant women can cause serious or even fatal consequences. Binghamton University researchers now say they've identified a protein that could eventually be used in a vaccine to prevent such infections and protect countless newborns. Up next, the rain is still coming down in some parts, although a little lighter than last night. Major flooding, though, remains an issue. The high winds also causing some concerns. Footage now of a huge downed tree in Brooklyn that is uprooted and leaning against a house. We'll have more video of storm damages throughout the morning. yeah, we've seen it, and maybe too much of it. 5:54. Let's turn things now to the weather team and get that first alert forecast. Let's begin with John.
Yeah, you know, Mary, we did see the rain and record rain, but now the next chapters of this storm could be more destructive. Numbers continue to retreat. When we started this hour, it was 57. We're now down to 52. That's going to be a feature. I got to tell you, every time we check in with Jenna DeAngelis, it's that water. We've got coastal concerns. Starting in just mere moments, you're going to start, you kind of enter that high tide cycle. Jersey Shore, City, South Shore, North Shore, and that's when you're going to see the water just creep in. So, again, you had many rehearsals with this, so you know how that works when you have coastal storms. This is a different kind of storm, but it's the same kind of result. Wind is going to be an issue. Boy, we just got those pictures we shared from that big tree in Brooklyn. So much rain, 2 to 5 inches of rain. Big trees are going to be vulnerable with the wind. We have to be mindful of that, and we have been updating the power outages. And then Tony talking about this, the river flooding. I'm concerned about the Passaic, obviously the Saddle River, just in the last 40 minutes. You see it. So my neighbors in Little Falls and Wayne and Patterson, and then don't forget the other rivers, Bound Brook, parts of central Jersey. So these are the things we have to deal with next. There is a little bit of light rain out there right now. Want to take you down to Philly. This is going to push in and clip parts of central and south Jersey. And then it's all about the cold air that's going to follow. So dress for the chill this afternoon. And yeah, really, we're not done with this storm by any stretch of the imagination. Mary?
John, thank you. Let's turn things over to First Alert Traffic. Here's Guy Stanier with the latest, 5:56 right now.
Thank you, Mary. The flooding problems continue in Westchester. The Bronx River Parkway is closed between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill to Connick 87 closed in both directions. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed in both directions due to a fallen tree. We have problems for Metro North until further notice. Buses will replace trains on the Danbury branch due to issues on the tracks from flooding. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. 5:57 and still ahead. Team coverage continues on the storm, still making its way through the area.
A live look at Lodi, New Jersey, where you can see a parking lot there underwater after the heavy rainfall. More on those flooding issues and the road conditions coming up. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Right now at 6, we are on full flood watch. As the rain passes, areas across the tri-state are dealing with standing water. Our team is live out in the field with the places hardest hit.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Tony Sadiku. As you can see, we're tracking high water spots as the Saddle River continues to rise here in Lodi. I have the latest on the flooding concerns here and how long it'll be an issue across northern New Jersey.
I'm Elijah Westbrook here in Bergen County, and at this hour we are seeing widespread flooding in certain neighborhoods. We'll have more on the concerns if you're next to a river.
I'm Jenna DeAngelis on Long Island. High winds and potential flooding across our region. How much damage we're already seeing.
And I'm Christina Fan in Westchester County. We're watching out for trouble spots for commuters due to flooding. What you'll want to steer clear of.
And a live look over the city right now. The worst of the rain may have passed, but now the cleanup, and that cleanup is far from over.
Good morning on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Mary Calvi.
And I'm Chris Raggi. Welcome to CBS 2 News this morning. We are on full storm watch this morning. Our First Alert team of reporters out in the field across the tri-state area bringing you the most up-to-the-minute information on that heavy rain that moved through. We're going to check in with meteorologist Tony Sadiku in just a moment. But first, John Elliott in your First Alert forecast. John?
So let's catch our breath. The worst of the rain is over. The worst of the wind is over. The worst of the flooding is not. Red alert, mindful of the next chapter, which is going to be coastal flooding, times of high tide. That shift underway right now. But also with this wind advisory, I think more vulnerable trees are going to come down, and then the flooding, river flooding. And we're going to show you proof of that. I mean, we're watching it happen right now. I just think of all the basements around the area. Here you go. Worst of the rain is over. Yeah, how about to the south? Showers into parts of Philly, South Jersey, so that's LBI, up into Sandy Hook. You're going to see some of that fill in. Middlesex, Monmouth, Somerset, obviously. Big View just shows this big pinwheel of pain that brought all the rain. This is the same system that brought deadly storms to parts of the southeast. Numbers. It's already 40 in Monticello. It's 52 in Brick. So there's your 12-degree spread. You're still dealing at a 30-degree bump from yesterday for parts of our area. But with the wind is still an issue. That cold wind will drop the numbers dramatically. So 50's out the door. Don't dress for it. Make sure you got the right footwear because you're going to have puddles everywhere. But dress for the 30s and 40s. And for some of those schools that are starting late, you're already going to have that some evidence of that chill out there as well. But please be careful. There is a lot of flooding. Right now, though, we're going to send it right back to Chris.
Okay, John, thanks so much. Let's get out to Tony Sadiku right now, who is in Lodi, New Jersey for us. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Chris, yeah, we are right along the Saddle River. We knew the rivers would have a hard time handling this, and you could see right behind me the evidence of light, moderate, heavy rain, and then bam, in a matter of hours, the entire parking lot's flooded. Main Street is underwater all the way across another parking lot on the other side. You get the picture. Main Street here is closed, but I want to caution you. If you do live in an area that you're going to drive around to work today, you find yourself running into flooded roadways, don't chance it. You often don't know how deep the water is. Perhaps crews haven't gotten to it yet to close it off. Flooding going to be a big issue this morning. Chris?
Tony, thank you. We'll get back to you in Lodi in just a couple of moments. But turning now to your First Alert traffic guy, how is the flooding impacting the commute out there this morning?
Well, Chris, it's impacting the roads as well as the rails. Starting on the roads, flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87, all closed in both directions. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed due to a fallen tree. Problems for Metro North until further notice. Buses will replace trains on the Danbury branch. This is due to issues on the tracks from all the flooding they've seen in the area. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. Well, the big storm brought flooded streets to Bergen County this morning. This was the scene earlier in Oakland, New Jersey.
Let's go live to CBS News' Elijah Westbrook for an update on the conditions there. Elijah.
Well, Mary and Chris, I'll tell you this. We just spoke with a woman. Her name is Colleen. Very nice lady. She tells us that the storm that swept through last night was just wild. In fact, at around midnight, her doorbell rang, and guess who it was? It was the Oakland Fire Department. She says that fire crews had knocked on the door. They rang the doorbell because they wanted to evacuate certain people from this area, given how close they are to the Ramapo River and Crystal Lake. She said she declined their offer and ended up staying. And luckily, her home is not experiencing any damage at this time, including flooding. So that is the good news. You'll hear from her at 6:30. We just didn't have enough time to turn that soundbite around. But go ahead and take a look. This was around 3 a.m. Here's some video of what conditions looked like at that time. A stream of water here along Lakeshore Drive. And as you walk down this road at the bottom of a hill, you could see driveways were also flooded. Water combined from the Ramapo River and Crystal Lake created a mess. And neighbors are telling us it could have been worse, and that's because the state's Department of Environmental Protection actually opened up the floodgates to allow for the river levels to come down some. We introduced you to a man named Howard earlier this morning who's, well, not having the best luck right now. He's telling me that the last night's storm caused his roof to leak, and now he's noticing some other issues. Let's watch.
It was about 2:45, and all of a sudden I feel something dripping on my head. I'm like, oh no. And got out of bed, woke up the wife, turned the lights on, and I see water dripping out of my ceiling fan. I felt like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. It was really bad. I don't know if something fell. I didn't hear a big clunk on my roof, so I don't know if a tree fell. It's too dark for me to see anything.
What a trooper, and glad he and his family are okay despite everything. Now, he's only a few homes down from where we are, so we'll try to check in with him a bit later to see how he's holding up. But video here, once again, giving you a glimpse of how conditions were hours ago. Back out here live, of course, the focus for many families out this way is assessing the damage once they wake up, but also seeing if there's potentially any flooding that could have potentially arisen, if you will, in the basements here. We're about maybe just a couple hundred feet away from Crystal Lake here, and a lot of people are telling us that it does cause some issues around here. So we'll, of course, keep you posted on that. But we are live right now from Bergen County, New Jersey. Elijah Westbrook, CBS 2 News.
Elijah, thank you. Now to Westchester County.
CBS 2's Christina Fan joins us live from Bronxville with the latest conditions there. Christina.
Chris and Mary, good morning. We are standing next to the Bronx River Parkway, and this entire area has really been turned into a lake. The river usually flows right in between this wooded area, and sometime last night it overran both of its banks, submerging the parkway on that side and also Paxton Avenue, where we are standing now. I want to give you a quick look around. So this road, it leads to the on-ramp of the parkway, and you can see it is simply unpassable. Over here, there was a parking lot in the back. You can see also totally submerged by the water. About 30 minutes ago, we saw a man who works for this auto repair shop. He came here running in a panic to check on the cars inside the inventory. We took a peek in through the window. Fortunately, it appears that there's just a little bit of water covering the ground. We don't think anything made it into any of his cars, and hopefully it does stay that way. Now, firefighters, they say a lot of people, a lot of drivers were caught off guard earlier last night, and this morning we want to show you some video. This again is the Bronx River Parkway. It started to flood. They had to deploy their scuba team and also a boat to rescue people. Flooding again is a reoccurring problem here whenever there is a big storm, and this time was no exception. The Department of Public Works also rushed out last night to put barricades in front of various on-ramps. This road we're standing on is one of them. We're told the flooding affects the stretch of roadway from Cross County Parkway all the way to 287. Again, back here live, you can see the barricades still in place here. Some of the businesses, again, because flooding happens so frequently, they put up sandbags hoping to prevent the water from getting in. Fortunately, though, it looks like the water levels did not make it that high this time around. For now, reporting live from Bronxville, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. Now to Long Island, where residents are also dealing with floods.
Jenna DeAngelis joins us live from Freeport in Nassau County. Jenna?
Well, Chris and Mary, the good news is the wind has definitely calmed down here. The bad news is the water. We were on the pier for about 3 hours this morning. We actually switched over to the nautical mile behind us because I want to show you. We watched the water slowly rise, and sure enough, it has reached the road here. We're actually probably going to have to move our truck before we get trapped in here. This is typical on a day like this in Freeport, unfortunately, but definitely going to create a problem for commuters this morning. We're still an hour from high tide, where moderate to major flooding is expected. Now, outside of power outages, we haven't been notified of major issues on the island. Of course, these South Shore towns do deal with the flooding. And from the weekend storm in this one, the ground is really saturated. Both Nassau and Suffolk counties are still under a state of emergency. They did have DPW crews out clearing storm drains yesterday to prepare for this, and they do have extra crews also on standby. So again, obviously, you can see the roads are a problem here in Freeport. Going to want to leave yourself some extra time if you do have to get out today. As far as the LIRR goes, so far, everything is on schedule. We are live in Freeport, Long Island. Jenna DeAngelis, CBS 2 News.
Jenna, thank you. Let's take a look now at the storm-related power outages reported so far this morning. Right now, PSE&G New Jersey, more than 16,000 customers without service. JCP&L has more than 31,000 outages. PSEG Long Island has over 4,600 outages. Con Edison with more than 2,200, and Orange and Rockland reporting 67 outages now.
Well, due to the weather, some schools will have shortened hours today. Yonkers, Paramus, Ridgewood, Montclair schools, Little Falls schools all will be on a 2-hour delay, and Patterson schools will have an early dismissal today.
6:11 right now. Because of the storm, almost 2,000 migrants are waking up at a school in Brooklyn after they had to be moved from the Floyd Bennett Field area. They are at James Madison High School in Midwood. The city does not expect major damage to the tents at Floyd Bennett Field, so migrants will likely be transported back there today. That forces the entire school, hundreds of students, to have remote learning today. All practices at the school have been canceled.
4,000 kids. We just did a class act at that school a couple of weeks back. Big place. Okay, just ahead, one of the biggest concerns surrounding this storm is the area is already impacted by devastating floods here in the tri-state.
On the other side of the break, we'll talk live with the mayor of Little Falls, New Jersey, to discuss the latest on how the city is preparing after these heavy downpours.
And we're checking in with meteorologist Tony Sadico live in Lodi, New Jersey. Tony, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, Chris, water's still rising. The Saddle River overspilling its banks. We've got flood warnings in place. The issue is how long this will be a problem. John and I will have team coverage on the lagging effects now that the storm has passed. Straight ahead.
Good morning. Welcome back. 6:15 for you right now. Time for your first alert forecast. Let's get over to John Elliott in the Weather Center. Hi, John.
Yeah, let's try and keep things in order, too. The next critical risk is going to be coastal flooding. We have started the high tide cycle, Jersey Shore City, Long Island, through the 9 o'clock hour. This is where, and Jenna DeAngelis has got proof of it. I mean, she's in Freeport, and all along the South Shore, it's going to be bad through the Twin Forks, Jersey as well. This is the next critical concern, is that's going to be a faster change. River flooding, that's slower, but can be far more devastating and impacts probably the equivalent number of people. I mean, these are all big numbers. Here's a number, 52. Wind out of the, not southwest anymore. We're starting to see that shift. So that warmer wind changing to a colder wind over the course of the day. Wind is going to be an issue too on a real micro scale. Maybe that tree in the right off the sidewalk in the city or in the front yard. I got to tell you, with 2, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain, vulnerable trees are still going to continue to fall, and that's why we have a wind advisory. Again, not 70-mile-an-hour winds, but 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds. And this is in this context of anywhere from 1.5 inches to almost 2.5 inches of rain just around the city. Around the area, these numbers, Spring Valley 4.5. I mean, a lot of communities for the event are looking at 4.5 to almost 5 inches of rain. So that is going to contribute to yet another chapter in this storm, river flooding. And again, I mean, we're at the Saddle River. We're seeing that, the Passaic River. Very concerned about that. It's got that huge watershed. And then again, some of the other, the Raritan, some of the other rivers, we're mindful of that as well. Now, where is the rain? Thankfully, the worst of the rain is out of here. There's going to be a few more passing showers kind of pinwheeling around, and you are going to see some colder air. In fact, we could even see a little bit of snow upstate New York. But the big story is there is another storm in the works for Friday night into Saturday. That's going to be another wet storm before a potential snowstorm next week. And I'm not just saying this to get everybody amped up and frightened, just that you have to take advantage of Thursday into Friday, because river flooding is going to be an issue today for some of our rivers, and then Thursday into Friday for other rivers. I got to tell you, we've got the proof of it right now. Tony's along the Saddle River, and you're hopping because you have to kind of keep retreating, right, Tony?
Yeah, the water is still pushing us back. Every single live shot, you kind of see us getting a little bit further and further away from the action. But you said it, this is really the immediate concern, and then our focus is going to shift to the Passaic. But looking around, I mean, this is just so impressive. The force of the water down the Saddle River and just how quickly it has moved. I mean, just a few hours ago, you could stand on this parking lot. And in fact, we parked there. Now you can't do that. Where the tree is, there's a sidewalk right there. That's along Sydney. This is Main Street. I was taking a little walk on the sidewalk. Now you can't even see the sidewalk. I know there are homes in this area. Don't know about the status of them, if anyone lives there. I walked around. I didn't see any cars, so that is some good news. But where we are right now, we are expecting the Lodi to the saddle here, Lodi, to crest this morning and then eventually recede. But at this point, we have not started to see the water go down. Chris and Mary.
Tony, thank you. We'll check back in with you in just a moment. 6:19 right now. Now let's get first alert traffic, and Guy Stanier has the very latest.
Thank you, Mary. We have some big problems in Westchester. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, and 87 are all closed. Also in Briarcliff Manor, 9A is closed in both directions due to a fallen tree. Taking a live look outside at the Henry Hudson Parkway, the earlier southbound flooding has subsided, but now we have a crash on the northbound side right near 158th Street. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thanks. Well, one of the biggest concerns after this heavy rainfall is the impact to communities that have already seen widespread flooding in the recent months.
One of the areas hardest hit was Little Falls, New Jersey. Joining us now live over the phone is the mayor of Little Falls, James Damiano. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Mary.
What are you seeing flood-wise in Little Falls this morning?
So we managed to get by with just some localized street flooding last night into the early morning. without the Peckman River breaching its banks. But now, of course, all focus is turned to the Passaic River, where we're continuing to monitor the gauges.
What kind of precautions did you have your residents take this time around? We're showing some file footage right now from just a couple of weeks ago when a lot of the residential areas in Little Falls did have some widespread flooding. What advice did you give a lot of the homeowners that didn't want to obviously go through something like this again and have to be rescued on boats?
We are going to begin providing notifications to every single resident in the entire town in the area that is impacted starting this morning. And we're going to begin taking the same exact precautions that we did last time. They were overall relatively effective, and we're looking to do the same again to make sure that everybody remains safe.
All right, thank you so much. Before we let you go, what's your message to the Little Falls residents who have to go out and find themselves dealing with possibly flooded conditions this morning again?
Yeah, right now my heart absolutely breaks for all of these individuals who have had to deal with a flood just 3 weeks ago and are now looking at another one in this short period of time. My real word to them is stay strong. We're going to get through this together, and Little Falls will be here for you.
Mayor, real quick, I used to live in Little Falls when I was younger, and it just never seemed as though the flooding was what we've been reporting here these last couple of weeks. How much worse have the conditions gotten there over the last few years?
Amazingly, the Passaic River has not flooded or hit flood stage where it is now in over 12 years, and we're now dealing with 2 storms 3 weeks apart. So there's certainly some concern for this, but you're absolutely right. This has been worse this past couple of weeks than we have seen in well over a decade.
Well, we thank you for taking a few moments for us. We wish you the best and the residents of Little Falls the best as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, coming up, we're following major concerns of potential flooding across the tri-state area.
Live look from Lodi, New Jersey. We're seeing major flooding on the streets across neighborhoods this morning. We will have the very latest on the areas hardest hit. 624. We're looking at some warm temperatures today, but some snowy pictures, though.
You know, it's funny because normally we do the dog walking forecast today, and this was a picture that Charlie Hoffman, one of our weather watchers, sent in. You got to remember, this all started with a winter weather advisory up around Narrowsburg, parts of Sullivan, Ulster, Dutchess. They had 2 to 5 inches of snow, so we appreciate Cooper playing in the snow. Today, you got to be mindful that you are ready for, changes with the afternoon numbers. It's going to be in the 50s for the pups out the door, but a lot cooler this afternoon. Now, there is still a little bit of rain. The concern, though, for the kids is if they can get to school, are they going to get there on time? Please be careful. I'm telling you, it's fascinating. When we check in with Tony, he's around a school, and there's flooding around some of the schools. That's why we've been talking about some of the schools that are opening later. And remember, this is not what you would normally expect for the kids. Relatively mild this morning, but you feel that chill in the afternoon, and it's really underway right now. So make sure you're dressing for what you're going to feel this afternoon, not what you feel right now. And coming up, again, we are going to talk about the possibility of the next storm, which is rolling in Friday night into Saturday. But Mary, it's a lot to consider as things continue to change. Back to you.
John, thank you. 626. And as the storm continues, we invite you to safely send in your pictures and your videos. Just scan the QR code on your screen. They could be featured on air or on our website.
Time now is 6:26. Ahead in our next half hour, several people facing charges after a tunnel discovered under a Brooklyn synagogue.
What we're learning after the clash between parishioners and police.
And we are live from Bergen County in New Jersey this morning. We've already seen flooding in the streets. We're going to have the latest on when things should be receding. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Right now at 6:30, wild weather across the tri-state area. Heavy downpours and whipping winds hitting hard overnight, leaving significant flooding. We are live with the latest conditions in the areas hardest hit.
And with the storm system moving out, our first alert team tracking when these floodwaters are expected to recede. We've got live team coverage for you this morning. And good morning to you on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Calvi. Welcome to CBS 2 News this morning. We're on full storm watch this morning. As we mentioned, first alert team and reporters are out in the field across the tri-state area, bringing you the most up-to-the-minute information on the heavy rain. We'll check in with meteorologist Tony Sadiku in just a moment. But first, let's begin with John Elliott and your first alert forecast.
Thank you, Mary. Hi, everybody. So remember, even if it's not falling from the sky, water is powerful. A cubic yard of water weighs over 1,600 pounds. And when that water moves, it can easily move a car and can do all kinds of damage. So flooding is going to be a concern. It's the next chapter. The wind continues and the risk of flooding continues. It's a red alert through this morning, residual flooding inland. And then after the coastal flooding, it's river flooding over the next few days. Next few minutes, yes, stray shower here and there. We've been watching some of this. This is going to fill in south of the city, Monmouth, Ocean, Middlesex, Somerset County. You'll see these passing showers. The pinwheel is still whipping, but on the cold sector, when that wind shifts, you're really going to feel the temperatures. Speaking of, our Weather Service offices have blanketed our area with yet the next chapter. This is a wind advisory. You can see the bigger winds affiliated with the center of the low. That's off to the north and east. But we could see 40, 50-mile-an-hour gusts, and with saturated real estate, vulnerable trees are down, and there's a lot of stuff flying around. I mean, I was driving in from due west of the city. A lot of small limbs, branches. Numbers as far as gusts, this is filling in again. We have wind gusting between 25 and 30 miles an hour. And the concern is going to be the numbers. Wow, look at this. Monticello's now at 39. So we have the 30s, 40s, and 50s right now. The reality is the colder air is going to take over this afternoon. Really going to feel it tonight. The wind will be an ally in the sense that it'll dry out surfaces, but it cannot battle the river waters and the ocean waters that we're going to be watching over the next few. So we'll talk more about that. I've got some common sense and really smart things you need to do today. Right now, though, we're going to send it back to the desk.
John, thank you. And now let's take things out to meteorologist Tony Sadiku. He is live with the flooding in Lodi this morning. Seeing a lot of water out there, Tony.
Yeah, Mary, Chris, the water is getting up there too. I mean, we're on Mitchell, so we were showing you Sydney earlier. Main Street off in the distance, you see that's where the stop sign is. And thankfully, we've got that marker because otherwise you really can't tell where the roads meet up. And this road, where we were actually able to park a few hours ago, now you can see the water continuing to surge in. I mean, you look closely, you can literally see how fast the water is moving, and every once in a while it picks up a little bit of debris as well. Flooding a big issue here. We've got flood warnings in place, and we're going to have much more on what folks can expect coming up when I see you in a bit, guys.
Tony, thank you. Turning now to our first alert traffic guy. How's the rain impacting the commute this morning?
Well, Mary, it's causing problems in a bunch of areas. Starting in Westchester, flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87, all closed. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed in both directions due to a fallen tree. If you have to drive in this area, please be careful. Up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding as the northbound Palisades closed in Stony Point, and the southbound thruway is closed at the Woodbury tolls, not due to flooding, but due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Route 32 might be a better option through the area. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. Let's check out what's happening now in other parts of Bergen County.
CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook is live in Oakland, New Jersey with a look at conditions there. Elijah.
Yeah, well, Mary and Chris, as you heard from Tony, widespread flooding out here in Bergen County, specifically here in Oakland, which is where we are reporting live from this morning. And there was some flooding here, was past tense. And as you can see here behind me, there's nothing really to show you live. That water receded rather quickly. That water made its way down a drain here on Lakeshore Drive. Far cry from what we saw hours ago. Go ahead and take a look. This is video we were able to gather around 3 a.m. Street streets, they were flooded and driveways submerged underwater. In some cases, likely ended up in people's homes. After being here for a few hours, you really get a sense of this community. Folks are very neighborly, and we spoke with some people, including a woman named Colleen, who was a native of this town. She tells us the weather got so bad that the fire department had to come. Let's go ahead and take a look.
So about 12:30 a.m. This morning, I was woken up by the fire department because at that time they'll ask you if you want to evacuate and everything. So I went outside, checked our lake, which is Crystal Lake, and it was completely starting to go in the backyard. And then the road here was completely covered where you couldn't get a vehicle through. We're still concerned because of they're going to say it's going to crest this afternoon and the river's really high.
Yes, and that's one of many concerns right now. She and others believe it could have been worse, actually, and that's because the state's Department of Environmental Protection opened up the floodgates to allow for the river levels out here to subside just a bit. But the focus right now for people is assessing any damage from the wind or flooding, potentially in basements. The weather out here, much calmer with occasional rain drops coming down here and there, but still be careful navigating the roadways because you never know, especially at this hour when it's dark, what you may run into. But we are live this morning from Oakland, New Jersey. That's in Bergen County. I'm Elijah Westbrook, CBS 2 News.
Elijah, thank you. 6:36 right now, and let's head to Westchester County.
CBS 2's Christina Fan joins us live from Bronxville with the very latest. Christina.
Chris and Mary, good morning. We are currently standing near the Bronx River Parkway, and this entire area really looks like a lake or a pond this morning. Right now, the road you see is Paxton Avenue, and in the distance, it is completely submerged. This serves as the on-ramp to the parkway itself. And to my right-hand side, I don't know if my photographer can pan over, there is a parking lot. You can see that is completely underwater as well. Now, it's hard to tell where the river ends and the roads begin, but the Bronx River usually runs in the tree line to my left-hand side. And sometime last night, it started to overrun its banks, not only spilling over to Paxton Avenue, but also onto the parkway itself. Our colleague Dick Brennan, who was out here last night, witnessed a rescue attempt involving scuba teams and a boat under one of these overpasses. We're told the flooding on the parkway extends this morning from the Cross County Parkway to 287. Now, while we can tell the water levels are slowly subsiding, it is happening very gradually. It is highly likely a lot of these road closures will remain in place throughout the morning commute, so make sure you have alternate routes planned if this is the direction you plan on traveling to. For now, reporting live from Bronxville in Westchester County, I'm Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
All right, Christina, thank you. Well, the heavy rains also made it hard for people to get around Queens. The on-ramp from the Cross Island Parkway to the Throgs Neck completely flooded out. The water also washed out some of the streets leading up to the bridge. And the storm took down this massive tree on Staten Island. It landed on a home on Leverett Avenue. This is in the Elkington section, likely causing some damage that they probably did not want to wake up to. Several branches appear to be blocking the front door. Thankfully, we're told no one was hurt. We'll have a live report from the scene coming up at 7, streaming on CBS News New York.
6:38. Let's take a look at Newark Airport, where the weather causing delays and cancellations this morning. So far, FlightAware reporting 15 delays along with 68 cancellations at Newark. LaGuardia has 40 delays and 83 cancellations, and JFK so far with 56 delays and 42 cancellations.
Lots of power outages out there as well. We're going to get you updated on that. Be sure to stay with CBS New York as we track the latest on this storm moving through the area. We'll have live updates, including any flooding that we see on the air and on our website and our streaming platform, CBS New York.
Meantime, several people are facing charges in connection with a clash between police and congregants inside a Brooklyn synagogue. The dispute broke out Monday after police discovered a tunnel secretly dug into the side of Shabbat Lubavitch World Headquarters in Crown Heights. Police say the tunnel was made by a group of extremist students who reportedly vandalized the sanctuary after the synagogue brought in a cement truck to seal the tunnel.
Want to lose the work that they did in all the years, so they break the main wall. They break the main wall.
It's obviously very troubling to not just the Lubavitch community, but people, Jews around the world. This is a very significant place.
For now, the sanctuary remains closed. The congregants arrested face charges including criminal mischief, reckless endangerment, and obstruction of governmental administration.
Reportedly, they've been building this tunnel for over a year. Incredible. All right, coming up, we are tracking the latest on floodwaters across the tri-state area.
Live look from Bergen County, New Jersey, where floodwaters are starting to recede. We'll have the latest conditions in the areas hardest hit.
And we are checking in with meteorologist Tony Sadico, who is in Lodi, New Jersey. Tony? Good morning. Welcome back. Time for a check of your first alert forecast. Busy man this morning. Let's get over to John Elliott in the Weather Center. John?
Yeah, so many busy folks. I mean, these parents that have to scramble because school's starting a little later, folks checking basements and checking cars. Hey, if your car is flooded, never start a car that's in water. I mean, that electrical impulse, I mean, it's almost too late if it's up into the floorboards. Don't forget, next round, coastal flooding, high tide cycle has started. Jersey Shore, South Shore, North Shore, Connecticut. So this is what we're worried about, 2 to 3 feet of inundation. Next, it's river flooding. Let's see, Saddle River, Passaic River, Pompton, it's going to be major flooding. Raritan, Housatonic, Millstone, it's going to be, moderate. So it's moderate to major. And these numbers are going to change over the course of the next few days because remember, that's lagging, that you had this kind of lag effect, particularly in the Passaic. It's going to be bad Thursday, Friday, Saturday into the weekend. You have evidence of it today. Now, where Tony is along the Saddle River, there's evidence of it right now. So rivers have their own personalities, and I'm concerned along the Passaic at Little Falls and into Patterson. Remember how 46 was closed for a while? We may not see evidence of that until later today or tomorrow. There's been flooding all over the area. I'm mindful of folks checking basements. Please make sure you're doing it safely. Unplug appliances, avoid the breaker box, shut off gas, and remember the weight of water. just this much water can knock you over. So you want to avoid standing water. You never know what's in the water. But as soon as you have an opportunity, mind the mold. Mold is a real problem. So you have to get the bleach out. You have to quickly start watching that. This is a long-term issue that we're going to be dealing with. And remember, this month has been wet, 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 wet. So we've got more in the works coming in Saturday. Right now, here comes the sun. I love this. We're starting to break things up. Breaking up isn't hard to do when you have wind out of the west at 18. Mostly cloudy and 52 right now. Don't forget that wind advisory until 8 p.m. And even though numbers right now upper 40s, low 50s, that cooler air already starting to take over. So it's going to feel like the 30s by lunchtime. And then you're going to have wake-up wind chills in the 20s tomorrow. So a dramatic change before warmer air brings back another soaker late Friday into Saturday. But I want to go back to Tony. He's in Lodi. Again, this is a different river. I'm mindful of the Passaic, but boy, the Saddle River is really busy right now, right, Tony?
Yeah, John, and it's rising so quick. I mean, just in a matter of hours, you can see what it's done. We are on Mitchell. Main Street is completely underwater from Mitchell to Sydney. We're kind of walking around just trying to assess the situation. We saw Miss Rose over here. You were on the phone with your grandson,
right,
and he's trying to get home.
Yeah, he's trying to get home. So I'll take him inside. And he's trying to get home, and he slept at his friend's house last night. So he says, Grandma, is it safe to come in the block now? He just bought a brand new car. So I says, no, stay where you are. He's up on the hill. So I said, stay where you are.
So the water's flooded, obviously, Main Street, but your home so far is okay. So far, but 3 weeks ago, it looked totally different.
Entirely different. But 2 years ago, it was a disaster. When I tell you they had dumpsters and they were picking up all my memorabilia, refrigerators, washers, dryers with backhoes. It broke my heart to see all the stuff that I had. I'm married 56 years. It's stuff I accumulated, I'm going to say more than half my life.
Yeah.
So.
Just such a tough situation. I know it's, unfortunately kind of the way things are here with the saddle. It often rises due to rain events like what we had last night, 3-4 inches of rain. And unfortunately, this is what we have to deal with. Hopefully we keep the water away. Just looking over here, I see a vehicle that was trying to drive in that direction, had to turn around. This is just this is how it is. Folks definitely want to avoid flooded roadways and do what they can, especially as this river continues to rise, guys.
Tony, thank you so much. Let's hope for the best for her, certainly. Let's get to our first alert traffic report. Here's Guy Stanier with the latest. Guy.
Thank you, Mary. Most of the problems we're seeing are in Westchester County. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87, all closed. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed in both directions due to a fallen tree. Up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding as the northbound Palisades closed in Stony Point, and the southbound Thruway is closed at the Woodbury Tolls due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Route 32 might be a better option. We have problems for Metro North. Buses are replacing trains on the Danbury branch. This is due to issues on the tracks from flooding. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. 6:48 right now. People on Long Island waking up to rising waters.
CBS 2's Jenna DeAngelis joins us live from Freeport in Nassau County. Jenna, good morning.
Good morning, Chris and Mary. I want to give you an idea of where I'm standing off Atlantic Avenue on Guy Lombardo. And look at the street behind me. You can see the water is taking it over. A car actually driving into it. Not the best idea at this time. And I can tell you exactly why. So we were about a mile from here a short time ago by the pier. If you've been with us all morning, you saw where we were. And we're in a big white truck. I want to give you a glimpse of what our truck looks like so you can get an idea of how hard it was for us to drive through this. So this is our truck. It's huge. The water was coming over this. It was scary driving through it to get to where we are now. And when we were driving, we saw cars stuck, the water getting close to people's homes. This is something that people here in Freeport deal with every time there's a storm like this. I was speaking with a man earlier who said that he works by the nautical mile and now he has to sit here in this bagel shop and wait about 2 hours until the water clears out because, as John mentioned, we are in that high tide cycle. So again, I want to give you a look at the road here. This is Freeport, and we've only been standing in this location about 20 minutes, and the water is just getting closer and closer to us. So this is an example of why, if you don't need to be in the roads in this area, you really shouldn't be. As far as your commute goes, if you take the LIRR, so far everything looking good in that regard. We're going to stay out here in Freeport, and we'll bring you another live update on our streaming at 7 a.m. But for now, we are live in Freeport, Long Island. Jenna DeAngelis, CBS 2 News.
They need to put some cones out there or something, Jenna, because traffic's now going in both directions through that water. Okay, thank you. We'll get back to you. And with the storm now past, we invite you to safely send in your pictures and videos of any flooding in your area, whether it's residential, commercial, whatever you see. And we can feature them on our air. Use the QR code there, or you can send them to cbsnewyork.com/photos.
6:50 up next. Good news for Broadway fans. If you're looking to see a show, now may be the time to get tickets. All the details as Broadway Week kicks off.
And a live look from Westchester County now. We're seeing some major roadways flooded there this morning. The problem spots that you need to avoid. We'll have all that for you when we come back.
$6.53 right now. If you're hoping to see a new Broadway show, how about 2 tickets for the price of 1? Tickets are now on sale for Broadway Week. Some of the biggest shows are discounted. Tickets went on sale today for performances January 16th through February 4th. For a look at the shows, go to cbsnewyork.com.
Let's check in now with CBS Mornings.
Nate Burleson.
Grammy series with Phineas. He just won a Golden Globe with his sister Billie Eilish and talks about how they make good music together. And NBA legend Charles Barkley joins us for a special talk of the table. He always speaks his mind, so you'll definitely want to hear what he has to say. We'll have everything you need to know and more on the show. We will see you at 7.
The round mound to rebound. All right.
That's right. One of the best nicknames.
Thank you, Nate. Looking forward to it. We'll be right back with the
actually. More rain in the works late Friday into Saturday.
John, thank you. Stay with us for more live local news, weather, and traffic streaming exclusively on CBS News New York. We will be live at 7 o'clock in just a few seconds, and then again at 8. You can find us on Pluto TV or by using the free CBS News app. And thank you so much for watching this morning. I'm Chris Wray.
I'm Mary Kelvey. CBS Mornings is next. Have a great day.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News at 7.
We're on red alert after a wild storm moved through the area, bringing heavy rain and wind. The severe conditions leading to flooding in many areas, turning some roads into rivers.
The storm so strong at times it ripped a tree from the ground, sent it toppling onto a home. Welcome to CBS News New York. I'm Chris Wray.
I'm Mary Kelvey. We have live team coverage. Our first alert weather team is out in the field across the tri-state area. But first, let's get started with John Elliott live in the Weather Center. John.
Well, hats off to our editors. That boxed montage of all the flooding really tells the story. Now we're going to really put some light on it. Yeah, the sun's going to shine today. We are going to see a few leftover showers. 51. Wait a minute. Don't dress for that, kids. This afternoon, 30s and 40s. Wind is still an issue. Peak gust as the storm passed, 72 miles an hour. Wind advisory speaks to the potential for 50-mile-an-hour gusts. Still, it's going to fill in, and it's a cold wind. The next chapter, and it's a challenging one, is going to be coastal flooding. So you can see flood warning here in the dark, and then an advisory, more of the city, North Shore into Connecticut. And it's now. Now is the time. 7, 8, 9 o'clock high tide cycle. That's when you're going to see that water creep in. I mean, you live there. You know how that works. The other thing that we're mindful of is the risk of river flooding. So many rivers, and the big ones are going to be the Pompton, Passaic, and Saddle, where we're going to see major flooding. Some of that starting today. What's going on right now? Some light showers. Yes, a little bit of light shower activity. Putnam, Dutchess, and also down into more of Ocean County. We watch this kind of weaken somewhat, but there will be more showers pushing through around the area, this big pinwheel, and then that also taps in to the cooler air as well. As you look at the last 12 hours, I mean, this thing just taking over, and that's why we're seeing residual inland flooding, and we're mindful of the risk of more river flooding. Real quickly, I just wanted to show you, as we work our way through the afternoon, it is cold enough for a little bit of snow well north and west. But then we get a break Thursday. We get a break Friday morning. Maybe Friday morning's a flight. Maybe something really special or a doctor's appointment Friday between morning, lunch, and afternoon. You're still okay. But by Friday night, man, here we go again. Warm air is in place. Heavy rain takes over Saturday, and then we see a cold system next week. So we're not done with this one. We get a break before the next one, and then that cold air is in place, so we see the chance of rain or rain-snow mix for the holiday into next week. It's no holiday along any of our rivers right now. Tony has been out in Lodi, and we're watching the Saddle River just take over. What's going on right now, Tony?
Yeah, good morning, John. It's taken over Mitchell, that's for sure. Main Street is right behind those cones to see the stop sign. And it's not like the Saddle River is like right there. The Saddle River is behind the brick building. But you could see just how much the force of that water has allowed a lot of that water to spill onto roads. And this is the parking lot we were showing on the broadcast side earlier behind the funeral home. Well, now you could see just how close it's getting to a lot of these vehicles. I mean, and even further away, I saw more vehicles that were even deeper in the water that are probably going to have to make an insurance call here later today. But you get the idea. The good news, at least from what I'm starting to see, is that we're not seeing the water move quite as fast. I want to show you the projections that we're seeing from the Saddle River at Lodi. We expected it to get as high as 8 feet. Still watching to see if it's an official crest, but we haven't necessarily started to see it recede. We will likely see that happen during the day today, and then it's going to go below flood stage after that. But the big takeaway here is a lot of impact to businesses that are probably going to be closed today. We did get the official word Lodi Public Schools is going to be closed in this area, and a lot of it has to do with Main Street being blocked. Chris and Mary.
Okay, Tony, thank you very much. Now for a check on your first alert traffic report, here's CBS News traffic reporter Guy Stanier. Guy.
Good morning, Chris. We're going to start in Westchester. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87, all closed in both directions. Also, Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed. This is due to a fallen tree. And as Tony told us about in Lodi, New Jersey, the westbound side of Route 46 is closed between Route 17 and Main Street. Main Street is also closed due to flooding from the Saddle River. Up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding as the northbound Palisades closed in Stony Point. The southbound Thruway is closed at the Woodbury Tolls. This is due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Route 32 might be a better option through the area. And problems for Metro North. Buses will replace trains today on the Danbury branch. This is due to issues on the tracks from flooding. This is until further notice. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
All right, Guy. Now, the big storm brought flooded streets to Bergen County this morning.
Let's go live to CBS News' Elijah Westbrook in Oakland for an update on the conditions there. Looking better now, Elijah.
Oh, certainly is there, Mary and Chris. Good morning to the both of you. And neighbors we spoke to today say, you know what, they feel like they lucked out for the most part. I mean, very minor damage to the homes that are along this street here. We're live on Lakeshore Drive, which is here in Oakland. And again, I know I sound like a broken record, but I mean, far cry from what we saw hours ago when we got here at around 3 a.m. The street was nearly impassable. Now it looks like nothing even swept through this area. Go ahead and take a look. We have video to verify what I was just talking about. A stream of water here along Lakeshore Drive. As you walk down this road at the bottom of a hill, you can see driveways were also flooded. Water combined from the Ramapo River and Crystal Lake created an absolute mess. Now, neighbors are telling us it could have been worse, and that's because the state's DEP opened up the floodgates to allow for the river levels to come down some. We introduced you to a man named Howard earlier this morning who's, well, not having the best of luck right now. He's telling me that last night's storm caused his roof to leak, and now he's noticing some other issues. Let's watch.
It was about 2:45, and all of a sudden I feel something dripping on my head. I'm like, oh no. And got out of bed, woke up the wife, turned the lights on, and I see water dripping out of my ceiling fan. I felt like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. It was really bad. I don't know if something fell. I didn't hear a big clunk on my roof, so I don't know if a tree fell. It's too dark for me to see anything.
And glad he and his family are okay despite everything. Again, you're looking at a glimpse of the conditions that were out here earlier this morning. The focus right now for folks is assessing any damage from the wind or flooding potentially in basements. Back out here live, you can see the rain has stopped. The sun is now starting to rise. So we're going to go ahead and make our way around other portions of Bergen County, even the state, and see what conditions look like there. And of course, we will keep you posted. But for now, we are live in Oakland. That's right here in Bergen County. Elijah Westbrook, CBS News, New York.
Okay, Elijah, head over to Wayne. It's right up there. That's Elijah in Bergen County in Oakland for us right now. Let's head over to Staten Island now, where Shosh Bedrosian has more on some storm damage and great kills. Shosh?
Yeah, well, just take a look at the storm damage. What you're seeing, we're here on Leverett Avenue in Great Kills on Staten Island. Take a look at this tree completely uprooted from the sidewalk. These are the roots. I mean, take a look. We're pretty close. We're pretty much can see completely underneath this tree. This happened last night. We're going to walk you through where this tree ended up landing onto a duplex home here on Leverett Ave. You can see the damage. The tree just completely fell on top of the front of the home. It appears the gutter is the only thing that is damaged, which is pretty lucky for both of the residents and families that live here. Like I said, this happened last night. Residents told us that last night was extremely windy, very gusty winds were whipping around. They say this is pretty much the only damage. They have seen some branches laying around other streets in the nearby neighborhood. There have been some cable that's been out. And as you come back to where this tree was uprooted from, you can see this cable box also lifted up in the process of when residents say this wind just came through, gusting through this whole neighborhood. And as you can see, this is what happened. The city reported last night about 300 customers were out of power. It appears that this home ended up being okay when we arrived here early this morning. Lights were on, which was a good sign. So we're going to continue to follow all the updates. We are live in Great Hills on Staten Island. Shosh Bedrosian, CBS 2 News.
Shosh, thank you. And now for the latest on the conditions in Westchester County, CBS 2's Christina Fan joining us live from Bronxville. Oh, look at the water behind you, Christina. My goodness.
Chris and Mary, good morning. That's right. We are standing near the on-ramp to the Bronx River Parkway, which is just severely flooded this morning. But before we show you more of that scene, want to direct your attention really quickly to the parking lot on my right-hand side. You can see it is covered with water. It belongs, several of the cars here, it belongs to an auto body shop nearby. It's unclear if water got into those cars, but earlier, one of the hazard lights, they were going off on the gray SUV, and hours after the level started subsiding, the water is still several inches deep. Firefighters say several drivers were caught off guard last night when the Bronx River Parkway started to flood. They had to deploy their scuba team and also needed a boat in order to rescue people. The Department of Public Works also rushed to place barricades in front of on-ramps, including Paxton Avenue, where we are standing right now. We're told the flooding affects the stretch of roadway from the Cross County to 287. Now, residents say flooding here is a reoccurring problem whenever there is a big storm. That is why some have their sandbags out. Water did make it into some of these low-lying buildings. In fact, I believe one of the workers for this auto body shop just pulled up a few minutes ago. He's checking the inside out and also pulling some cars out, I'm sure assessing the damage. Hopefully not too many cars were damaged. But for now, reporting live from Bronxville, I'm Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Christina, thank you. Well, the weather causing disruptions at a school in Brooklyn where hundreds of students are learning remotely today.
That's because almost 2,000 migrants were moved to the school from Floyd Bennett Field. CBS 2's Natalie Duddridge joined us live from Madison High School with the latest on the story. Natalie.
Well, hi there, Chris and Mary. Yeah, that's right. Parents, teachers, students say it took them by surprise when they got word yesterday that these 500 families would be transferred here to their high school to stay overnight. That means students, as you just mentioned, are indeed remote today. And some parents have expressed to us off camera here their frustration. But the mayor said they did this out of an abundance of caution. And that's because you can see in this video here, these tents, they are giant 7 tents on Floyd Bennett Field. So obviously there is concern about winds. The high winds could damage them. Officials say they didn't anticipate there would be flooding, but they did relocate these migrants as a precaution due to these forecasted wind gusts. Our first alert weather team says so far in Brooklyn, wind gusts have gotten up to 45 miles per hour. We're still waiting to hear back from emergency management as to whether these tents were indeed impacted in any way. They say engineers check them after every storm. Meanwhile, migrants at other tent shelters did not need to relocate because of their locations, and tents were set up and structured differently.
Part of the issue that we have at Floyd Bennett Field is we were not allowed to put stakes in the ground. So that changes the wind rating compared to the other structures. It's a historic runway. That's why we couldn't do it. So we had to use ballast. It's also a more exposed area. That also changes the wind rating.
Now, the city's controller, Brad Lander, also expressed concerns about placing asylum seekers in Floyd Bennett Field in the first place, with known storm risks and cost of moving migrants time and time again as more severe weather is expected throughout the winter. Now, as for when migrants will leave the high school here, we have reached out to city officials and we are still waiting on that timeline. We're live from Brooklyn. Natalie Duddridge, CBS 2 News.
Natalie, thank you. Let's take a look at the storm-related power outages reported so far this morning. Right now, PSE&G, New Jersey, has more than 12,000 customers without power. JCP&L with 29,000 outages. PSEG Long Island has over 4,500 outages. Con Ed more than 2,100. And Orange and Rockland reporting just 34 outages right now. And due to the weather, some schools have shortened hours today. So Yonkers, Paramus, Ridgewood, Montclair with a 2-hour delay, while Patterson schools will have an early dismissal. And the weather causing problems on the ferry. Service on the Rockaway route has been temporarily suspended because of high winds. NYC Ferry did not say how long this would be closed, but said customers can check their website for any updates. And stay with CBS 2 for the latest track of the storm. We'll have live updates on air and on our website, cbsnewyork.com. We're taking a quick break. Coming up, the Coast Guard will begin a public hearing into a deadly cargo ship fire in Newark.
The purpose of the hearing is to meticulously examine the circumstances surrounding the causes of the fire.
The latest on the investigation and what the hearing will reveal about the tragic incident, and new details about a tunnel found under a Brooklyn synagogue. What the congregation's leadership is saying about the source and how they found out about the underground secret. Stay with us. You're streaming CBS News New York.
Worst of the heavy rain is over. We are going to see a few leftover wraparound showers, and they're going to ride on some gusty winds. We still have a wind advisory through 8 o'clock tonight. Then we go from coastal flood concerns to river flood concerns. And with another system coming in on Friday into Saturday, another alert on the horizon. Remember, it's going to be a lot cooler this afternoon, then we're stuck with numbers closer to where they should be Thursday and Friday. Thursday is going to be the best day of the next few.
New information about July's deadly cargo ship fire in Port Newark as the Coast Guard previewed today's public hearing. CBS News' Jessica Moore was there.
We found a firefighter. We need help.
July 5th, 2023.
They need help. They located a firefighter.
Heart-pounding audio from the day a massive fire overtook an Italian cargo ship in Port Newark. 45-year-old Augusto Akabu and 49-year-old Wayne Brooks Jr. were killed. 5 other firefighters were injured. Today, the Coast Guard previewed a hearing to determine what went wrong.
The purpose of the hearing is to meticulously examine the circumstances surrounding the causes of the fire and the subsequent events that led to the deaths of firefighters Akabu and Brooks, so that we can help prevent future incidents and make the shipping and port community safer.
Families of the fallen firefighters say the men were not properly trained to fight a fire inside what amounted to a steel-walled enclosed parking garage. I asked Commander Barger if improper training led to their deaths.
So that is something that's still under investigation by the Coast Guard, and part of what we hope to ascertain through these public hearings that will take place over the next 2 weeks.
But the firefighters union is ready to make that assessment now, telling CBS 2, quote, they never had shipboard fire training, and this was absolutely a contributing factor to their deaths. The 2-week hearing will include 13 witnesses and reveal new photographic evidence taken inside the burned out ship. The Coast Guard will make safety recommendations based on its findings. In Union, New Jersey, Jessica Moore, CBS 2 News.
5 workers are injured after a piece of construction equipment collapsed in Upper Manhattan. Investigators say construction was underway for a 17-story new building when a steel boom on a truck came crashing down. It happened around 2:30 p.m. at 207th Street, 9th Avenue. One of the injuries is serious or minor. We've learned there are 2 violations at the construction site, both from last month. The DOB is investigating. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez says he intends to prove his innocence in the Justice Department's bribery scheme case against him. On the Senate floor yesterday, Menendez addressed a second superseding indictment unsealed last week, accusing him of accepting expensive gifts in exchange for favorable comments about Qatar.
The sensationalized allegations are now creating a rising call for my resignation, despite my innocence, and before a single piece of evidence has even been introduced in a court of law. The United States Attorney's Office is engaged not in a prosecution, but a persecution.
Menendez and his wife Nadine are charged with 4 counts related to an alleged bribery scheme to benefit 3 businessmen and Egypt's government. They have denied any wrongdoing. Coming up, an investigation into the busing of migrants from Texas.
Was non-negotiable was not being able to notify when people were coming.
Were you blindsided by this?
I was very surprised.
We get a rare look inside Operation Lone Star and why an insider says the lack of coordination from Texas officials was deliberate. We'll be right back on CBS News New York. Stay with us. Around 40 migrant families who've been living in city shelters were forced to find another place to stay. They were evicted from the Row Hotel in Midtown as part of the city's new 60-day limit. City officials are hoping to free up shelter space for the hundreds of new asylum seekers arriving weekly. Comptroller Brad Lander says his office is launching an investigation into the policy. City officials say they are working to keep families who reapply to shelters near their children's schools. The Adams administration has also said it will not let families sleep on the street and have been working to place them in temporary housing for additional 60 days. Now to a CBS News investigation into the migrant busing program out of Texas. Nearly 100,000 asylum seekers have been transported to Democratic-led cities, often in the middle of the night and without notice. CBS's Manuel Boyarquez spoke to an insider who says the lack of advance coordination from Texas officials was deliberate.
For years, Tiffany Burrow has helped thousands of migrants arriving in Del Rio, Texas. In April 2022, she became the first nonprofit worker to partner with the state on its new busing program.
We were in agreement that this would actually help a lot of people.
The program's first bus departed from here. We got a rare look inside Operation Lone Star as migrants signed waivers and received bracelets before boarding buses to cities led by Democrats, like New York. But early on, Burrow realized there was a problem.
Did you have a sense that state officials were trying to notify and give times, ETAs and such?
100% no.
the first bus that came here. Did you know it was coming?
No.
Within days, Borough contacted migrant advocate Amy Fisher in Washington, D.C. after the two were connected by a friend.
She called me just like that. Eventually, Tiffany started saying, there is a bus coming your way, and here's the ETA.
As Texas added other cities, the network of nonprofits that Borough would notify grew. And at her urging, Texas officials agreed to a curfew, so no bus would arrive between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. But in September of last year, a major shift. Texas officials told Borough they would no longer be providing information that would allow her to coordinate arrivals. No more calling ahead, no more curfew.
What was non-negotiable was not being able to notify when people were coming.
Were you blindsided by this?
I was very surprised. I was the one that was providing migrants for their buses. If we're not going to do this in a coordinated effort, then it's really loses its usefulness for migrants.
Borough ended her partnership with the state, and Democratic mayors continue to struggle with the lack of coordination.
I'm getting texts from our friends in the other cities saying we heard of people getting dropped off here that are lost, and don't have places to go.
In the middle of winter?
In the middle of winter.
In a statement, the Texas Division of Emergency Management told us the state is not involved in the coordination between nonprofits. As busloads continue to head north, when and where migrants will arrive is often still uncertain. Manuel Bojorquez, CBS News, New York.
Up next, we continue our live team coverage on the near this road too. Lots of problems there. The current conditions around the area, we'll have that as well for you right here on CBS News New York.
This is CBS 2 News at 7.
And welcome to CBS News New York. I'm Chris Raggi.
And I'm Mary Calvi. Coming up this half hour, an alarming report reveals the water you drink from plastic bottles may not be as healthy as you think. The findings that could have profound health implications on the way we consume water.
But first, here's a look at some of the top stories we're following for you right now. Flooding this morning in parts of Bergen County, New Jersey, following the massive rainfall last night and early this morning. This was the scene earlier in Oakland, New Jersey, where flooded out streets and driveways have now begun to recede just a bit. We've also spotted some flooded streets in Lodi, New Jersey.
A similar scene in Westchester County, where you can see flooding on streets, making it difficult for cars to get around. You'll want to allow yourself some extra travel time this morning.
On Long Island, both Nassau and Suffolk counties are under a state of emergency. New video from moments ago shows there are plenty of flooded roads and delays on the LIRR. So check out check out the schedule before you do head out this morning.
Turning to the weather now, let's get to John Elliott with your first alert forecast.
Video of cars going through all that water. You think you really have to be smart all day today, because we're not done with the flooding. We're done with the worst of the heavy rain, a few more leftover showers, but flooding is going to be with us for days in parts of the area. 51 degrees right now. Every now and then, camera shaking and baking because we still have a wind advisory. This is a different advisory than some of the warnings we were dealing with yesterday, where we did have close to hurricane force winds, but much of the area, 45, 50-mile-an-hour gusts possible, so that's going to slow you down. And big rigs have had so much to deal with. They're going to be battling that. Some light showers now through parts of Orange, Passaic into West Essex. A little bit of heavier rain for South Jersey, so this is going to clip LBI up into more of Ocean County and Monmouth as well. All of this, again, still whipping around this area. Low pressure that is brought us the wind, the rain, and contributing to the next chapter, which is coastal flooding. We are in the high tide cycle now for the Jersey Shore, Long Island, and coastal Connecticut. And we are seeing the water just comes on in. It's high tide, so much energy available. This next chapter, all of the dark colors, so the Saddle, the Pompton, the Passaic, the Ramapo, the Housatonic, the Raritan, the Millstone, all of these rivers are going to be at flood stage today or later. The Passaic River is going to be very challenging. The watershed for the Passaic River is about 975 square miles, so it's going to lag a little bit behind. The Saddle River is already starting to show some really nasty flooding. Passaic is going to take a while, so we have to be mindful of that. And then don't forget, there's more rain Friday into Saturday. Right now, it's looking more like Saturday, so it's going to roll in from the west, so we have to give you that heads up. Today, be very careful as you either clean up from flooding in your basement, drive around flooding in your neighborhood, or you deal with wind around the area that could topple a tree or two. Thursday, a break, late Friday into Saturday. More rain, and more rain is the last thing people in Lodi want to hear about. Tony Sadico is there with the story of the changing weather in the neighborhood.
Yeah, we're here in Lodi where the Saddle River continues to overflow its banks. Main Street is basically at the corner of the intersection there. We're right along Mitchell. Basically everywhere from Mitchell to Sydney is completely underwater. Main Street blocked off. Officers have had it blocked off pretty much all morning as we've continued to see the water rise here. In fact, it's overtaken a lot of these parking lots. You can see it kind of getting into the bottoms of these people's cars, and it continues to be an issue. A lot of these residents here, I mean, this is familiar for them. We talked to some of them before. They told me 3 weeks ago when we had big time rains, some of that water actually got into their homes, and you know, they're still kind of cleaning up from that. Good news is a lot of them okay from this vantage point, but you got to think about this. This is a storm that we knew was coming over already saturated ground. We just finished our 11th wettest year, and now back-to-back systems, another system coming up on Saturday, unfortunately, isn't going to help the situation here. Saddle River has basically crested, we think. It is expected to recede from here, but the issue now goes downstream where the Saddle meets the Passaic. That river expected to flood as early as tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, Tony, thank you. Now let's check on your first alert traffic report. Here's traffic reporter Guy Stanier with the very latest. Guy.
Good morning, Chris. The major problems we're seeing are in Westchester. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87 closed in both directions. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed due to a fallen tree. In Lodi, New Jersey, as Tony just told us, the westbound side of 46 is closed between Route 17 and Main Street. Main Street is also completely flooded out from the Saddle River. Up to Rockland and Orange counties, flooding and debris in the roadway has the southbound Palisades Parkway closed in Highlands, and the southbound Thruway is closed at the Woodbury tolls due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Route 32 might be a better option. We have problems for Metro North. Buses will replace trains on the Danbury branch due to issues on the tracks from flooding. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. Well, that storm that wreaked havoc on Long Island, where residents are now dealing with flooding conditions.
Jenna DeAngelis joins us live from Freeport in Nassau County. Jenna, what are you seeing there?
Well, Chris and Mary, it is a mess. So as you know, we got here at about 3:30 this morning, spent most of our morning at the pier at the Nautical Mile watching the water slowly creep up. 3 hours later, it took over the streets. You can see it here behind me. We're about a mile from there, and it is really in the neighborhoods throughout this area. It's been a mess, and watching people try to drive through it, that's really not a good idea. You could actually see someone coming down the street now. I want to show you a video I recorded from the news van earlier as we tried to move from the flooded streets to avoid getting trapped. The water was coming over the hood of our truck. We also saw cars stuck in the street. Now, Freeport is no stranger to flooding, especially during high tide, so people who live and work here and other South Shore towns are unfortunately used to it.
2 or 3 times a year we have this problem of high tides, and you just have to wait until the high tides go down, until the tides go down. And you have to be careful.
That man works at a business along the Nautical Mile and says he now has to wait a few hours to go to work until the water recedes. Both Nassau and Suffolk counties are still under a state of emergency. Now, again, if you are headed out on the roads, you're going to want to leave yourself extra time. So if you run into something like this, you can turn around and head somewhere else. If you take the LIRR, be sure to check your schedules as well. We are live in Freeport, Long Island. Jenna DeAngelis, CBS News, New York.
Jenna, thank you. The storm left parts of Bergen County flooded out this morning.
CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook has a look at conditions in Oakland, New Jersey.
Good morning. Well, right now we are standing on Lakeshore Drive, where, my goodness, far cry from what we saw just hours ago. In fact, we have some video to verify some of the extreme conditions we experienced when we got here. Go ahead and take a look at your screen there. Streets were flooded and driveways submerged underwater, in some cases likely ending up in people's homes. I mean, after being here for a few hours, you really get a sense of this community. Folks are very neighborly. We spoke with some people, including a woman named Colleen, who was a native of this town. She tells us the weather got so bad that the fire department had to come. Let's go ahead and watch.
About 12:30 a.m. This morning, I was woken up by the fire department because at that time they'll ask you if you want to evacuate and everything. So I went outside, checked our lake, which is Crystal Lake, and it was completely starting to go in the backyard, and then the road here was completely covered where you couldn't get a vehicle through. We're still concerned because of they're going to say it's going to crest this afternoon and the river's really high.
Yeah, that's one of many concerns right now. She and others believe it could have been worse, and that's because the state's Department of Environmental Protection opened up the floodgates to allow for the river levels to come down some. The focus for folks right now is assessing any damage from the wind or flooding potentially in basements. And that's the very latest here from Oakland, New Jersey. That's in Bergen County. Elijah Westbrook, CBS News, New York.
Island, where Shosh Bedrosian has been inspecting some storm damage there. Shosh.
Yeah, so as the sun is rising here, we can really get a good sense of the impact of how strong these winds were here in Great Kills on Staten Island. This tree completely uprooted from the sidewalk here on Leverett Avenue. You can just see underneath this entire thing. I actually have never had a sight of the underneath of a tree this well before. And as we stand up, we can go over towards this house to see the true damage that happened to this home. I spoke with one of the homeowners here. He said at 9:30 last night, that is when this all happened. He said he was sitting in his living room. That's when he heard a big boom. It sounded like an explosion of some kind. He came outside just to see this massive tree in front of his yard just completely toppled over. It appears, though, as you can see, one of the branches is cracked, and the only damage is on the gutter of the home. Thank goodness. We also spoke with another homeowner who says she had no idea this happened to her home. Take a listen to what she had to say to us in an interview just now. So we don't have any sound, but what she did tell us is that she was unaware this happened. She came outside for the first time. That's when she saw us outside of her home reporting and couldn't believe the sight. She says she couldn't see outside of her window this morning, and that's kind of when she got a sense that there was some serious damage or damage that did happen outside of her home. There were about 300 customers here on Staten Island that didn't have power. These people were okay. The only thing that was truly impacted was their cable. As you can see, their cable box was also uprooted in this process here, but they did say their cable has been restored. What's so interesting is so many people have been coming by here just to get a sight of this tree that came down. It is pretty much the only damage that happened in this whole neighborhood, besides the gusting winds that some of them told us happened here, and some minor branches down. But that's the latest here on Staten Island. I'm Shosh Bedrosian, CBS 2 News.
Shosh, thank you. And the weather causing some major disruptions at schools in Brooklyn, especially one where hundreds of students are learning remotely today.
That's because almost 2,000 migrants were moved to the school from Floyd Bennett Field. CBS News' Natalie Judrich joins us live from James Madison High School with the latest on the story. Natalie.
Well, hi there, Chris and Mary. Going remote today certainly took a lot of people by surprise. In fact, we've already seen a handful of students show up here this morning, go inside the school, only to come out looking confused. We asked them, did you know you were remote today? They said they had no idea. Now, city officials say they made the choice to transfer 500 families here to the school as a temporary respite center out of an abundance of caution. That's because those 500 families, 2,000 people, have been staying on 7 giant climate-controlled tents in Brooklyn. That's about 20 minutes from here at Floyd Bennett Field. Now, there's concerns because they are tented that there could be high wind damage to those tents. Officials say they did not anticipate there would be flooding, but they did relocate them as abundance of caution. Our first alert weather team says gusts in Brooklyn got up to about 45 miles per hour. We are still waiting to hear back from the city's emergency management team as to whether any of those tents were indeed impacted in any way. They say that engineers do check them every storm. They are checking them out now. Meanwhile, migrants at other tent shelters did not need to relocate. That's because of their locations and their structures being set up differently.
Part of the issue that we have at Floyd Bennett Field is we were not allowed to put stakes in the ground. So that changes the wind rating compared to the other structures. It's a historic runway. That's why we couldn't do it. So we had to use ballast. It's also a more exposed area that also changes the wind rating.
Now, the city's controller, Brad Lander, yesterday also expressed concerns about placing asylum seekers at Floyd Bennett Field in the first place with known storm risks, he says, as well as cost of moving migrants time and time again as more severe weather is expected throughout the winter season. Now, as for when migrants will leave the high school, we have reached out to the city. We are still waiting on that timeline. In addition to students being remote here today, sports activities, those have all been canceled. We are live in Brooklyn.
All right, that was Natalie Judrich for us. Natalie, thank you. And stay with CBS 2 for the latest track of the storm. We'll have live updates on the air and on our website at cbsnewyork.com.
Several people are arrested after a clash between police and congregants inside a Brooklyn synagogue. The dispute was on Monday over a tunnel secretly dug into the side of the Chabad Lubavitch World Headquarters in Crown Heights by a group of extremist students. They reportedly vandalized the sanctuary after the synagogue brought in a cement truck to seal the tunnel.
Want to lose the work that they did in all the years, so they break the main wall. They break the main wall.
It's obviously very troubling to not just the Lubavitch community, but people, Jews around the world. This is a very significant place.
For now, the sanctuary remains closed. The suspects arrested face charges including criminal mischief, reckless endangerment, and obstruction of governmental administration. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin remains in the hospital after complications from prostate cancer surgery. The Pentagon says Austin had surgery December 22nd, but was readmitted to the hospital January 1st with complications that included nausea, severe abdominal, hip, and leg pain. The 70-year-old developed a urinary tract infection and was transferred to the ICU January 2nd. White House officials say President didn't know Austin had cancer until this morning. The group behind a proposed casino along Manhattan's east side says it's gaining support. The casino would be built on the open space from 38th to 41st Street east of First Avenue. In addition to the casino, hotel, and event space, it would include 513 units of affordable housing, an on-site daycare, a grocery store, and a museum to democracy. We're taking a quick break. Up next, we continue our coverage of the storm's aftermath. MTA Transit President Richard Davey joins us live to talk about the storm's impact on the commute. We'll be right back here on CBS News New York.
Worst of the heavy rain is over. We are going to see a few leftover wraparound showers, and they're going to ride on some gusty winds. We still have a wind advisory through 8 o'clock tonight. Then we go from coastal flood concerns to river flood concerns. And with another system coming in on Friday into Saturday, another alert on the horizon. Remember, it's going to be a lot cooler this afternoon, then we're stuck with numbers closer to where they should be Thursday and Friday. Thursday is going to be the best day of the next few.
At this hour, the MTA continues to closely monitor weather conditions affecting commuters. High winds and floods are threatening the Metro-North Railroad, the Long Island Railroad, along with bridges and tunnels. MTA Transit President Richard Davey joins us live now with the latest on how the MTA is handling this storm. Good morning to you, Richard.
Good morning, Mary. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Oh, we appreciate you being here. How are the heavy rains and high winds affecting people's commute this morning?
You know, I think we've really weathered the storm. The biggest challenge, as you mentioned, we have is on Metro North. Our Danbury line is still having some challenges, but by and large, the subway system, buses, Long Island Railroad, all running, at or close to schedule. So, good news, I think, for our customers. Any service disruptions in regard to Danbury? Yeah, so there are some service disruptions. We're actually busing. We have a shuttle bus bridge happening there. I just encourage customers who use that line to make sure they're checking our website, making sure that our train apps, for example, to see. We don't have a time frame yet as to when that will return, but as you mentioned, both the combination of the flooding and the high winds certainly have impacted the Danbury line today. So, of course, the rain not only affected commuters, but also can damage infrastructure. We've seen that in the past. Is that a concern this time around for you? No, it hasn't been. A couple sporadic power outages at a few bus depots, for example. We had pre-stage crews in advance of, branches coming down, looking at our infrastructure. But we've also spent, a lot of time and resources over the last few years hardening our infrastructure at MTA. So I think that investment has paid off, certainly. And, as I've been saying to other folks, Mother Nature is unpredictable. We expect probably more rain in the forecast and cold next week. So and we've got a lot of winter left that we need to prepare for. Yeah, we certainly do. Well, we appreciate you taking some time to talk to us this morning. Thank you, Richard Davey with the MTA. Appreciate it.
And stay with CBS 2 for the very latest on the storm. We'll have live updates on air and on our website at cbsnewyork.com. In our Health Watch this morning, we're now one step closer to seeing a vaccine for a dangerous infection that affects newborn babies. Group B strep infections in pregnant women can cause serious or even fatal consequences. But Binghamton University researchers now say they've identified a protein that could eventually be used in a vaccine to prevent such infections and protect countless newborns. New hope in the fight on childhood cancers from an unlikely source. Injecting the Zika virus into neuroblastoma tumors in mice has been shown to shrink them. Scientists say the research published in Cancer Research Communications shows hope that one day the dangerous disease could be used as an option to treat difficult cancers. In sports, Knicks taking on the Portland Trail Blazers last night at the Garden, and the Islanders playing host to the Vancouver Canucks at UBS Arena.
Good morning, everyone. Quiet night for our locals. No professional teams in action, but at the Garden, St. John's hosts Providence at 6:30. Going into last night, Knicks had the distinction of being the only team undefeated in the new year. I know it's a small sample size, just 4 games, but the defending champion Nuggets have lost. They're 3-1, so take that. Knicks trying to extend their undefeated streak in 2024 against the lowly Trailblazers. Jalen Brunson takes a licking but keeps on ticking. Painful three-point play, just 12 for the reigning Eastern Conference Player of the Week. The new guy, OG Anunoby, came in averaging just under 15 a game. Last night, he had 16 in the first quarter alone. Had the Garden crowd chanting, OG, OG, as he buried 4 3-pointers. He finished with a game-high 23. Julius Randle filled up the box score last night, 20 points, 7 boards, 8 assists. Knicks are now 15-1 against teams under 500. Winning streak now 5, 112-84 was the final. The Vancouver Canucks trying to make themselves right at home in the tri-state area. They already beat the Devils and Rangers, playing the Islanders last night as they went for the trifecta. The Canucks, Quinn Hughes, older brother of the Devils, Jack and Luke, enjoying his family reunion. He puts up 5 points in the 3 games, including a goal last night that makes it 2-0. Vancouver putting up 6 against the Devils and Rangers. Only get 5 against the Islanders, but that was plenty. They hit the tri-state trifecta, beating the Islanders 5-2. I'm Otis Livingston, and that's your CBS New York Sports Update.
You're streaming CBS News New York. We'll be right back. An alarming new report about the water you drink from plastic bottles. We'll have that story, but as we take a look at some of the flooding situations that we are dealing with, there are many of them. This is flooding from someone's backyard. This is near Cedar Drive in Rochelle Park, New Jersey. And we say to you, if you would like to share some of your photos with us from the storm, we'd love to see them. Just scan the QR code on your screen. It could be featured on air or on our website. An alarming new report about the water you're drinking from plastic bottles now. CBS's national environmental correspondent David Schechter reports it may not be as healthy as you think.
It's a sobering study and could have profound health implications on the way we consume water. Scientists at Columbia and Rutgers now say an average liter of bottled water contains nearly 250,000 particles of nanoplastics, each the fraction of the width of a human hair. There's been a wealth of research on larger microplastics, much of which end up in oceans, breaking down into tiny fragments. A potential environmental nightmare, but the World Health Organization has called the medical risk low. But with nanoplastics,
do you think there is a reason for concern?
Yes, when they are getting into the nano size, can get into the blood, and then they can being transported to the vital organs.
The particles there can actually bypass the cells of the GI system.
The International Bottled Water Association says there's no scientific consensus on potential health impacts, and media reports do nothing more than unnecessarily scare consumers.
Have you changed your own personal use of water bottles after learning this?
I intentionally cut down my bottled water consumption maybe by half.
These scientists recommend consumers use tap water to fill up aluminum bottles as a safer alternative. David Schechter, CBS News, Los Angeles.
And we'll be right back.
Morning, everybody. After a very busy night, we still have some very troubling weather to deal with. We've got coastal flooding going on right now. You can see the darker shaded areas. That's where we're already seeing inundation. Could see 2 to 3 feet of inundation, times of high tide. And then over the next few days, we're going to be dealing with river flooding. I know that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of information in just a few seconds. Be mindful of that. It's interesting. Yesterday's highs around the area in the mild mid to upper 50s, but all of these numbers at midnight. Remember, as early as lunchtime, it's going to feel like the 30s, and then overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, it's going to feel like the 20s. So a lot of dramatic changes. Water will still continue to rise along our swollen rivers. We get a break Thursday. Unfortunately, more rain in the forecast late Friday into the first half of the weekend.
If you're hoping to see a new Broadway show, how about 2 tickets for the price of 1? Tickets are now on sale for Broadway week. Some of the biggest shows are discounted. Tickets went on sale today for performances January 16th through February 4th. For a look at the shows, you can go to CBSNewYork.com. And thanks for watching. I'm Mary Calvi. The news isn't stopping. You don't want to miss Chris Raggi and the rest of the day's top stories streaming on CBS News New York at 8.
We're in Lodi, right along Main Street, the intersection of Mitchell Street, and you can tell just how bad the flooding is out here. The Saddle River right basically a block over, and it is still spilling water into the street.
It's quite fascinating to see how fast the water receded in this neighborhood. Video here giving you a glimpse of how conditions were just hours ago at this point.
Behind us is a wooded area where the Bronx River usually flows. It's very dark outside, but even in this darkness, you can see that the river has breached both of its banks.
We're going to be really concerned about river flooding over the next few days. Next few hours, it's coastal flooding. Let's talk wild numbers. 57. It's January.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
And welcome to CBS News New York. It's the 8 o'clock hour. We are live. I am Chris Raggi, and we are on red alert this morning after a major storm moved through the tri-state area last night into the early morning. The severe rain led to flooding across the region, as you just saw, turning roads to rivers. We've got team coverage from New Jersey to Westchester County to Long Island, the whole gamut. Let's start with our first alert weather team. Meteorologist Tony Sadico is in Lodi, New Jersey this morning, checking out some flooding conditions there. We're going to get to him in just a few moments, but first, let's get right to John Elliott with your first alert forecast. John, I could not believe those temperatures when I did walk outside this morning. A, happy there was no flooding at the house, but B, it felt like spring out there.
So, you know, we're on New York 55. We're so glad you found us here on our big 8 o'clock show. On the Channel 2 side this morning, it was 57 degrees when we went on the air at 4 a.m. It's 50 now. Hey, that's the trend, my TV friend. We're going to continue to see colder air take over. Every now and then you see the camera jiggle because the wind is still an issue. Light rain for our friends in Ulster Dutchess over into Orange. And you can see this is light rain. Follow the line into West Essex down into parts of Ocean County where there is some heavier rain. And we are going to see a few showers clip Suffolk as well. But the big view, again, is showing all of this kind of pinwheeling out of here. Now we're mindful of not only coastal energy, times of high tide all along the South Shore, North Shore, and Jersey Shore and Connecticut, but river flooding is going to be a problem over the next not only few hours, but the next few days. And we have seen dramatic proof of that in Lodi along the Saddle River. And wow, Tony, the sun's out and we can see that water is on the move. Good morning again to you.
Yeah, good morning, John. It certainly is. And, you know, I've been trying to give you different perspectives throughout the morning. So we've kind of shifted gears now, and we're pretty much on Money Street. This is Sydney Street. Down here, you'll find Main Street, which is completely underwater. It is blocked off. It looks like a river. The Saddle River itself is behind it, but you can see just how it has submerged this entire street. We were able to walk on the sidewalk earlier this morning. You can't do that anymore. You've seen cars trying to drive through here. It's been interesting to watch because we've kind of seen everything. We've seen some cars that'll kind of drive slow and kind of carefully navigate through. We've seen some that'll just kind of zoom on by. We've seen some that'll turn around too. And unfortunately, we've seen one, I'm going to show you a video of this, that tried to drive down Sydney Street, and as you'll see, they were unsuccessful. Then they pretty much had to push that car down the street there. That is not going to be a fun deductible to pay. Big picture, guys, as we come back out here live. The Saddle River, we've been talking about this, 5.5 feet is flood stage. It was forecast to get as high as 8.5. It is now closing on 10, and we're not quite sure it has crested yet. We'll continue to watch the flooding issues out here, and for now, send it back to you live. As we get splashed.
Yeah, Tony, stay safe out there, Tony. So look at that truck. See, he's got better ground clearance.
Yeah.
He's slow, and it's always like these high-end cars. That was a Jag that went through.
I don't understand why, if you're in the comfort of your own car, why take the chance of driving through it, then having to get out of the comfort of your own car, only to get soaking wet, and then obviously have to take your car to the shop. But just drive around somewhere, right?
I mean, people have places to go. We don't know. Everybody's got an individual story, but this is such risk. Now, obviously, fine Nissan product. He's got the clearance. I want to show you real quickly this board, Chris, because he's at the Saddle. I think the Saddle will actually be in better shape late Thursday into Friday. The Passaic will not be. So this is the thing where the Passaic, the watershed, is bigger, so it's going to continue to rise, and we have more rain coming in Friday into Saturday. So this is something we are going to be watching. But please, bottom line, everybody, just stay safe. A little later in this half hour, we're going to talk about really some safe and smart things you need to do if you've got flooding in the house.
All right, John, some good advice there. Looking forward to that. We'll talk with you in just a couple of moments. All right, let's get a check of the road conditions this morning and check in with Guy Stanier for more on that. Guy?
Well, Chris, it's almost like where do we start? But we will start in Rockland and Orange counties. Flooding and debris in the roadway as the southbound Palisades Parkway closed in Highlands, and the southbound thruway is closed at the Woodbury tolls due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Over to Westchester, flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Taconic, the Sprainbrook, as well as the Sawmill are closed. Speaking of the Sawmill, let's take a look at some video that was shot just a short time ago in Elmsford. You can see just how much water is on the roadway. Cars were having a real tough time getting through. Currently, the Sawmill is closed between the Taconic and Sawmill Road, as well as being closed farther south in Dobbs Ferry. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. Well, that storm wreaked havoc on Long Island, where residents are now dealing with flooding conditions there. Jenna DeAngelis joins us live from Freeport in Nassau County. Jenna, what's it look like now?
Well, Chris, I can say the good news is the water is ever so slightly receding, but I want to give you a look behind me because it is still a mess and there are still cars trying to make it through there. Now, all morning we were at the pier at the Nautical Mile. That's about a mile from where we are. We watched the water from 3:30 a.m. slowly inch up, and then by like 6:30, it was a mess. It took over the streets. I want to show you some video I recorded from the news van earlier as we tried to move from the flooded streets to avoid getting trapped, and the water was pretty deep. We actually saw some cars stuck in the street. Of course, Freeport is no stranger to flooding, especially during high tide, so people who live and work here and other South Shore towns are unfortunately used to it.
2 or 3 times a year we have this problem of high tides, and you just have to wait until the high tides go down, until the tides go down. And you have to be careful.
That man works at a business along the Nautical Mile and says now he has to wait to go to work. Both Suffolk and Nassau counties are still under a state of emergency. Again, bringing you back out live here, you can see the street behind me is flooded. It looks like there's an emergency vehicle there. Really not a good idea to drive through there at this time. Now, if you do take the LIRR, it's important to check your schedules as some trains are operating with delays. We're live in Freeport, Long Island. Jenna DeAngelis, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Jenna, thank you. Stay with CBS News New York for the latest information on the storm. In about 10 minutes, we'll speak live with Suffolk County Executive Ed Romaine to get a check on the conditions there, so stick around for that. Let's check out what's happening now in Bergen County, New Jersey. CBS News' Elijah Westbrook live in Rochelle Park in New Jersey with a look at those conditions. Elijah?
Yeah, big difference, Chris, from what we saw over in Oakland. Right now, as you mentioned, we're live in Rochelle Park, specifically on Cedar Drive. And take a look at all of this here behind me. This flooding right now is essentially knee deep. This couple you see here across the street, they were making their way down the road here, and the water was coming up to their knees. Ryan, if you're able to zoom in a little bit further in distance, there are about 3 orange cones there, and that's essentially giving you a perspective of how deep that water is. I mean, we're hearing it's essentially about a foot deep. I want to bring in Roy, who is a neighbor here. I'm so sorry, Roy, I'm blanking out on your last name. Ghostlaw. That's right. Good morning to you, Roy. You live nearby. You said that this often happens when it rains heavily like this. You're fearful that some of this water may end up in your basement. Tell us about that.
Well, we get water here usually when it rains real heavy.
Okay.
But now it's 2-3 inch rains. We're starting to get water up the street, and it's killing us here. You know, you got to sit and worry all day about water going in your garage, down your basement. You know, I lost 3 times already. I lost the basement and the first level.
My goodness.
So,
now, you were telling me off camera that this water started rising around 4 a.m. You said it wasn't even this bad prior to.
I looked out my house, out the window about 4 a.m. and the street had nothing in it. I looked out again at 6:30, 7, and the water was starting to come up. And I just got out now and moved my car just in case, you know. But,
and you and several other people moved their cars here.
Oh, everybody now moved their car. Of course, too many people lost their cars in the last big flood they had here.
Yeah. And now they're telling me to wrap, but what's next for you at this point, you and other neighbors here along this street?
Well, we've got to hope the water stops and starts receding, which it looks like it might be now, but we can't keep going through this. You know, the town has done nothing to help anybody here with the flooding. They just put cones up and say don't go down the street.
Yeah.
But I'll be looking to sell in the spring.
All right, Rory. Well, we'll try to talk to the town. Certainly, best of luck to you, and you stay safe in these conditions.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
And we're going to go ahead and continue our live team coverage and send it over to Shosh Prajojan. She's out in Staten Island. Shosh, good morning to you. It's pretty bad out this way. How's it looking where you are?
Hey, good morning, Elijah. As you guys deal with flooding concerns over in New Jersey, people here on Staten Island are dealing with the impacts of this gusting wind that came through last night. Just take a look behind me. The visual just says it all. This tree fell on top of this home around 9:30 p.m. last night. One of the homeowners who didn't want to speak to us on camera, he told us he was sitting in his living room when he heard a big boom. It sounded like an explosion. And he came outside just to be greeted with this massive tree that toppled onto their roof here. As you can see, the only damage, which is very good for these homeowners, appears to be this front, this roof just right in the front, like their gutter to be damaged. You can see some of the cracking in the tree here, and they were okay when it came to power. They did not experience any power outages. There are no power lines, as you can see above ground over here, but their cable was knocked out. And we're going to take you around the tree here so we can show you just how powerful this wind really was that came through this area. We're here on Leverett Avenue in Great Kills. Look at the impact of this wind completely uprooting this tree from the sidewalk. You can just get such an incredible vantage point of the roots and what it looks like underneath. This area is experiencing some power outages. We just looked at an updated map for Con Edison, and New York City Emergency Management is reporting about 4,200 people are without power at this time. Like I said, these homeowners seem to be okay. We spoke with one of those homeowners. Take a listen to what she had to say about being greeted with this massive tree early this morning.
I heard a noise, but with what goes on the street, I never thought to look. And of all the trees on the street, why this one? What could you do? It's the way of the world. It strikes. This time I was unlucky. It was me.
Yeah, both of these homeowners here telling us they're just unlucky because this is the only tree in this whole block here that went down. All of the trees seem to be similar, lining the street right here on the sidewalk, but this is the only one that came down. Other neighbors came by just to get a view of this site. All of them are just shocked this came down, but at the same time, they said wind was howling last night. That's the latest here in Great Hills on Staten Island. I'm Shosh Bedrosian, CBS 2 News.
All right, Shosh, thanks so much. The weather causing disruptions at a school in Brooklyn where thousands of students are learning remotely today. That's because almost 2,000 migrants were moved to the Midwood School from Floyd Bennett Field. CBS News' Natalie Duddridge joins us live from James Madison High School, where some parents are really upset over this move. Natalie?
Chris, that's right. Parents frustrated, but just moments ago, we did get word from the city that all 500 migrant families, 2,000 people who were bused here yesterday, who were staying here at James Madison High School, were transferred back to Floyd Bennett Field. That happened at 4:15 this morning. But by that point, officials had already decided that students would be learning remotely by 8 o'clock this morning. Students should know you are learning from home, although a couple students have showed up here this morning. Now, the city and emergency management said that they had to make this call out of an abundance of caution. That's because these 500 families live in tent shelters. This is in Brooklyn, about 20 minutes from here at Floyd Bennett Field. There were concerns that the high wind gusts could damage those tents. The city's emergency management team says engineers do inspect them every storm, every time there's a weather system. Meanwhile, if you were asking, well, what about migrants at other tent shelters in the city? Why did they not need to relocate? Well, the answer is because they are structured differently than the ones at Floyd Bennett Field. Here's what experts had to say.
Part of the issue that we have at Floyd Bennett Field is we were not allowed to put stakes in the ground. So that changes the wind rating compared to the other structures. It's a historic runway. That's why we couldn't do it. So we had to use ballast. It's also a more exposed area that also changes the wind rating.
Now, the city's controller, Brad Lander, yesterday also expressed some concerns, not just about this isolated incident, but about placing asylum seekers at Floyd Bennett Field in the first place. He said with known storm risks, the effort and cost of moving migrants, there's only going to be more concerns as severe weather is expected throughout the winter. Now, going remotely once again took a lot of students here by surprise. We saw a handful of people showing up here this morning not knowing that class was indeed canceled. We also want to point out that sports and activities, those are also all canceled today, despite the fact that once again migrants have been bused back to Floyd Bennett Field. That happened at 4:15 this morning. We're live in Brooklyn. Natalie Duddridge, CBS 2 News.
I would love to know who thought it was a good idea to get them up at 4:15 in the morning just to move them back. This is just incredible.
I wondered the same, Chris.
Yeah, all right, Natalie, thank you so much. Stay with CBS News New York for the latest track of the storm. We'll have live updates on the air and on our website at cbsnewyork.com. Coming up, flooding concerns on Long Island. State of emergency declared in Suffolk County, Long Island before the rain even started. After the break, we'll speak live with the Suffolk County executive, Ed Romaine, to see how the area is weathering the storm. Stay with us. You're streaming CBS News New York. Good morning. Welcome back to CBS News New York here in the 8 o'clock hour. Time for your first alert weather. Let's join Tony Sadico in Lodi, New Jersey this morning, checking in on the flooding conditions there and the forecast. Luckily, Tony, this rain has moved out, but now it looks like you've got a river behind you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Chris. And don't need any more rain, that's for sure. We needed the rain to stop a while ago. But as you can see, I mean, what a picture out here. And the river is not even close. I mean, we are on Money Street. You got to get through Main Street. And then you got some buildings, and then you get into the Saddle River. But it doesn't matter because out here, we are getting all of it. Right, the river overspilling its banks as we expected would happen. But I mean, you could just see, I mean, even for the folks that live out here, just kind of looking out in amazement as to what's taken place. You'll notice a lot of the homes here are raised up a little bit. So, I mean, that's because this area tends to flood a lot. But oftentimes when you get this amount of water, you still get some of that water to seep into their basements and that sort of thing. It becomes an issue. In terms of, I guess the good news is, you know, looking down this street, we really haven't seen anyone park along this street, so at least we're not losing any cars that way. But I'll tell you, I bet you this car thought he parked far enough away from the river to be okay, and now he might wish that, you know, that he parked a little bit further, because you can see just how far the water has come, how fast the water is moving, and every once in a while we'll see cars trying to pass through here because Main Street is closed. A lot are using Money here as an alternate, but a big time rain event overnight. I want to show you some of the totals that we got here across this part of town, where a lot of neighborhoods here picked up several inches of rain across the area. I mean, look at Franklin Lakes. 4.5 inches. Little Falls almost 3.5. Bergenfield saw big totals, as well as here in Lodi. You know, like 2.5 inches of rain. How's that going to cause all of this? But you got to factor in, ground is so saturated. We had some snow here, so all that extra water has got to go somewhere. The river itself is pretty narrow, so a lot of that just channels in here. So where do we go from here? We think the saddle here is close to cresting. It will quickly recede. But, I mean, this water can't recede fast enough for the folks that live in this neighborhood. Chris?
Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, last night a community in the Bronx marked 2 years since one of the deadliest fires in the city's history. 17 people died, including 8 children, in a fire at the Twin Parks Northwest apartment building in Fordham Heights. All of the victims were from the West African community and died of smoke inhalation. Officials say a malfunctioning space heater caused the fire, but faulty self-closing doors caused the smoke to travel rapidly. CBS 2 spoke with a family who survived and is now taking fire safety training.
Sometimes I don't even like to talk about it, you know, because I thought I'm going to lose myself, my family. I thought I could not make it, but we are just saved by God, you know.
The organization Baba Inc. is making sure families have escape plans and prepares them for multiple situations, like if a fire is outside their door. New information about July's deadly cargo ship fire in Port Newark as the Coast Guard previewed today's public hearing. CBS 2's Jessica Moore was there.
We found a firefighter. We need help.
July 5th, 2023.
They need help. They located a firefighter.
Heart-pounding audio from the day a massive fire overtook an Italian cargo ship in Port Newark. 45-year-old Augusto Akabu and 49-year-old Wayne Brooks Jr. were killed. 5 other firefighters were injured. Today, the Coast Guard previewed a hearing to determine what went wrong.
The purpose of the hearing is to meticulously examine the circumstances surrounding the causes of the fire and the subsequent events that led to the deaths of firefighters Akabu and Brooks, so that we can help prevent future incidents and make the shipping and port community safer.
Families of the fallen firefighters say the men were not properly trained to fight a fire inside what amounted to a steel-walled enclosed parking garage. I asked Commander Barger if improper training led to their deaths.
So that is something that's still under investigation by the Coast Guard, and part of what we hope to ascertain through these public hearings that will take place over the next 2 weeks.
But the firefighters union is ready to make that assessment now, telling CBS 2, quote, they never had shipboard fire training, and this was absolutely a contributing factor to their deaths. The 2-week hearing will include 13 witnesses and reveal new photographic evidence taken inside the burned out ship. The Coast Guard will make safety recommendations based on its findings. In Union, New Jersey, Jessica Moore, CBS 2 News.
Well, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez says he intends to prove his innocence in the Justice Department's bribery scheme case against him. On the Senate floor yesterday, Menendez addressed a second superseding indictment unsealed last week, accusing him of accepting expensive gifts in exchange for favorable comments about Qatar.
The sensationalized allegations are now creating a rising call for my resignation, despite my innocence, and before a single piece of evidence has even been introduced in a court of law. The United States Attorney's Office is engaged not in a prosecution, but a persecution.
Menendez and his wife Nadine are charged with 4 counts related to an alleged bribery scheme to benefit 3 businessmen and Egypt's government. They have both denied any wrongdoing. Well, coming up, the rain might be tapering off, but there are still some real concerns about flooding. After the break, we have some tips to keep you safe. We'll be right back here on CBS News New York.
CBS Deals, powered by Shopify.
This is the Sunjoe. First of all, I just want to show you. It's a portable propane generator. The battery's right here, okay?
Okay.
It is the only generator that has a spot for the propane right on board. Has a retractable handle, so I can wheel this outside my house. I don't need to grab my husband. I don't need help. Lightweight. Propane is so much easier than storing gasoline, for example. Yeah. Most people who have a grill have a propane tank in their garage. So a 20-pound propane tank is going to give you about 9 hours of power. So if we're in a blackout situation, wheel this outside and then plug it. It comes with the extension cord, so you plug it in right up here.
Is it really that easy?
Press on. It's so easy. Here, wheel it around.
Oh, you're right.
Press the on button, plug it into the refrigerator, plug it into the heater, whatever you need to power. The price is incredible. $399.99, 56% off.
To get this deal and more, scan the QR code at the top of your screen or head to cbsdeals.com to start shopping now.
We're on the move to discover different places, meet new people, and have some fun along the way. I'm Rachel Holt. Come join us for this week's Unique Adventure.
Uniquely New York with Rachel Holt, Saturday morning on CBS New York.
And we've got reporters all over the place, and it's whether it's out in the road, whether it's in your basement, there's some issues out there. And if you find yourself in trouble, there are some things that you should be mindful of.
So here's a quick snapshot, and you know the drill. It's the river flooding, and the Saddle River is going to peak earlier than the Passaic River. You know, the Raritan River is going to. All of these rivers have different characteristics. So, I mean, I've had water in my basement. You've had water in your basement. Unplug appliances. Hopefully people were watching and moved a lot of stuff up to a higher floor. Avoid the breaker box. Seems like common sense, but you would be surprised. Shut off the gas. Just remember, shut off the gas. You want to avoid standing water. You don't know what's in that water. And again, you can slip and fall in water. That causes a whole other kind of hazard. And then the mold. Boy, as soon as you can, God forbid your car got flooded, get those windows open, keep moving that air, start cleaning, and boy, walls, bleach, 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 bleach.
I mean,
as soon
literally
as possible.
24 hours after you have standing water in a basement, the mold starts to come up, and then it's a real mess.
Like you don't have enough to do.
Yeah, exactly. Just be careful and be cautious. Thanks so much for watching CBS News New York. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm John Elliott. More news and weather coming up in about 30 seconds. Don't go away.
CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
We are on red alert this morning. The severe storm causing a tree to fall on a house on Staten Island. We've got a live report from Shosh Bedrosian coming up. And flooding concerns in New Jersey. We'll have a look at the conditions in Bergen County as people are trudging through knee-deep water in the area there. Welcome back to CBS News New York. It's the 8 o'clock hour. I'm Chris Raggi. Lots of rain, lots of flooding to talk about. Let's get right over to John Elliott now with your first alert forecast to get an update on where we stand. Has that rain finally moved out? Is wind now just the concern with flooding?
How about that guy in Bergen County?
Yeah.
I mean, you got
all over.
Boots. You need boots, and you got to wear boots in the basement if you had any water in your basement. Okay. So here's the deal: 50 degrees. It's going to be cooler, and we do have a few leftover showers. Rivers are going to be the next big threat. Coastal flooding is still an issue, but we are seeing some good news there. That follows the high tide cycle. Yellow alert is later in the week. Light showers. This is what Chris is asking about. Still raining in Dutchess, parts of Putnam. We're seeing some light showers into parts of Queens and clearing out the heavier stuff for Ocean County. So that is a good sign, good signal. Big View shows an exiting storm. We had peak gusts of 72 miles an hour. We still are going to see winds gusting 45 to 50 miles an hour. So make sure that you're ready for that. And just remember, we already have the 30s right now, north and west. So you're spending some time with this. If you're planning on being outside later today, those real feel numbers are going to be in the 30s after work and after school. Chris, we have a quiet day Thursday and unfortunately more rain in the forecast. I think in the city it's going to be like overnight Friday into Saturday, but you said it earlier. Where's it going to go? Right now, the models are hinting at maybe 1 to 2 inches of rain.
Well, I guess if you're in Franklin Lakes and you got almost 5 inches, that 1 to 2 inches is nothing. Okay. Yeah. John, thank you. Flooding concerns, top of lists for some Patterson residents even before the rain started. Several people are still recovering from the last time the Passaic River flooded less than 2 weeks ago. Let's check in now with Patterson's Mayor, Andre Saya. And Mr. Mayor, thanks so much for taking a couple of moments for us. How are you, first of all?
Morning, Chris. Well, we're a little bit better this morning because a significant amount of the flash flooding has receded. Unfortunately, on River Street, it hasn't, but we often say that when it rains, River Street is more river than street, but we'll get through that. And quite frankly, speaking of the river, we are monitoring the Passaic River because a few weeks ago it crested at over 10 feet, which created severe flooding conditions for our residents. So like I stated before, we are watching that river.
And as far as reports that you've been getting to your office this morning, we haven't had a chance to get our cameras out there yet, and our chopper can't fly because 2 weeks ago we had great overheads of exactly all the extensive damage that you had to deal with there. How bad is it as it relates to what happened 2 weeks ago so far from what you're hearing and seeing?
Actually, Chris, before I arrived at the office, I had an opportunity to survey some of the streets that are traditionally plagued by flooding, and it looks like we don't have any issues of note. However, I can tell you a lot of barricades have been removed, which is an encouraging sign. But we will see what happens with that river. I think you and John Elliott have been having that conversation this morning.
So Mr. Mayor, I know this, as you've mentioned, and as I'm sure your residents will, to their chagrin, that this happens over and over again. What can be done, or what was done maybe this time to help mitigate some of the potential flood damage that people inevitably were going to have to experience?
Yeah, I believe we were ahead of street closures just in case there was that flash flooding that we anticipated. And yes, we acted appropriately, and I give my Office of Emergency Management a lot of credit. But Chris, long term, what we did last year, we applied for a grant through the Department of Community Affairs so we could potentially build a flood resiliency wall on McBride Avenue, where we traditionally have flooding. And that would be very helpful in combating any future flooding in Patterson. Let's hope that we get that grant funding.
Where does it stand? Are you allowed to say? Is it? Have you gotten a call at least?
No, it's still pending. It's still. I wish I could say something. I mean, there isn't anything to say, nothing to report. I mean, we're going to have to talk again, hopefully soon.
Yeah, you think that something like that, there would be quicker action, because you know you've got obviously your residents that are like, hey, we can't keep dealing with this stuff. And that's what we're hearing like all over Bergen County. If you've seen some of the rain totals a little north of you in Franklin Lakes, North Haledon, 5.5, 4.5 inches of rain. That rain's got to come somewhere. And sadly, a lot of times it comes down to you in places like Little Falls and such. So things just from an infrastructure standpoint, just, you know, measures need to be taken. And so I'm sure it's frustrating for you to have to keep going back and asking for stuff like this. So hopefully something can get done. We do appreciate you taking a few moments.
Thank you.
And we wish you and your residents well, and hopefully you get through this and there's not too many people with flooded basements and flooded streets. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, let's check back in now with CBS 2 meteorologist Tony Sadiqa, who is in Lodi, New Jersey this morning, dealing with some high water there. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, still keeping tabs on the flooding issues here in Lodi. We actually just saw moments ago crews with Carlstead Fire just arriving here on just to kind of assess the situation. I asked the gentleman if they got a call to come here. He said no, they're just here on standby just to kind of see. As you can kind of clearly see, I mean, this particular intersection is flooded, but the big flooding is when you go down Sydney and you find yourself in Main Street. That entire road, basically from Mitchell to Sydney, is completely underwater. The Saddle River is behind there, and we have seen the water continue to spill out here. And the issue has really been for homes who live out here. We saw a gentleman earlier trying to move his elderly mother, who was in a wheelchair, through this flooded road. I mean, it was so difficult. Thankfully, they were able to kind of cut through behind someone else's home. I mean, everybody trying to come together and get through the situation. As you can see, everybody's trying to navigate through Money Street here while Main Street is closed, and it's just so difficult. I want to caution folks, though. I know you're always tempted to drive through, but 2 feet of water, remember that, 2 feet of water is enough to float a vehicle. And we've seen so many folks already chance it today, and oftentimes you just don't know how deep the water is. So definitely be careful. The other thing we've seen is things like this, right? I mean, don't know for sure, but it certainly appears like they're trying to pump out water out of their basement. It's an issue that they've dealt with in this area for so long, and it looks like they're dealing with it again. And then we got another storm that we're tracking for this weekend. So a lot of flooding issues out here at the moment. Chris.
And some of those drivers, it would be nice if they would slow down so their wake doesn't go right over the curb and back into those basement windows of those poor people who are trying to pump that water out. Tony, thanks. Appreciate it. We'll get back to you in just a little bit. Now, for your first alert traffic report, here's CBS 2's traffic reporter Guy Stanier with the latest for us. Guy?
Thank you, Chris. Starting in Rockland and Orange counties, flooding and debris in the roadway as the southbound Palisades Parkway closed in Highlands, and the southbound Thruway is closed at the Woodbury Tolls due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. In Westchester, flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Taconic, the Sprainbrook, as well as the Sawmill are closed. Speaking of the Sawmill, let's take a look at some video shot earlier in Elmsford. You can see just how much water is on the roadway. Cars were having a tough time getting through. Currently, the Sawmill is closed between the Taconic and Sawmill Road, as well as being closed a little farther south in Dobbs Ferry. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Chris, back to you.
Okay, guys, thanks. Let's check out what's happening now in Bergen County, New Jersey. CBS News' Elijah Westbrook live in Rochelle Park in Jersey with a look at the conditions there. Elijah?
Well, what a mess it is out here, Chris, in Rochelle Park. We're still live right now on Cedar Drive, and this is one of the first things you're going to see when you make your way down this road here. All of this flooding at this hour. Ryan, if you zoom in, you can see some orange cones there in the distance. That's really giving us a perspective of how deep this water is. I mean, I'd say it's hovering just around a foot, and it's also, I think, getting worse because we just had to move our camera back a few feet because the water is starting to creep its way down the road. I mean, you really feel for the people who live on this street. In fact, here's some more video we got just before 8 a.m. of moving their cars out of the way. Residents say this is a common occurrence, especially when it rains heavily, and it's been getting worse in the past few months or so. We met a neighbor out here. His name is Roy, and we spoke with him live actually at the top of the 8 o'clock about what we're seeing out this way. He fears his home will get flooded if the water doesn't start receding. Let's take a look.
We've got to hope the water stops and starts receding, which it looks like it might be now, but we can't keep going through this. You know, the town has done nothing to help anybody here with the flooding. They just put cones up and say don't go down the street. But I'll be looking to sell in the spring.
Wow. Well, as we speak, there's growing calls from residents to alleviate this flooding. Rory, who you just heard from, says the town hasn't even been out here yet to look at the street. So that's a big concern among other matters. But feel free to take us back out here live. This is what families on Cedar Drive in Rochelle Park are dealing with. Hopefully that water starts receding. You see a neighbor right now with his boots on, stepping right in front of his step well and giving you a perspective again of how deep this water is. Of course, we want to continue our live TV coverage this morning and send things out to Shosh Prajojan. She's on Staten Island. Shosh, how are things looking where you are? Hopefully a little bit better than how things are here. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Elijah. Definitely some good news here on Leverett Avenue here on Staten Island. As you can see behind me, we've been reporting on this downed tree that happened last night around 9:30 p.m. and finally the city is here on site surveying this tree, how it fell over, and plans on removing it. You can see the trucks here that also have branches and trees they've likely picked up in this area here. A neighbor told us that this tree actually came down around 9:30 p.m. We're going to take you a little bit closer so you can see the damage itself. He said he was sitting in his living room when he heard a big boom last night. He came outside, sounded like an explosion, just to see this massive tree toppled onto his home. Both of these homeowners were completely shocked when they did see the damage outside, but luckily both of them are okay. You can see pretty much the only damage is to the gutter and the front lower part of the roof in the front of the home here. You can see other debris and damage from the branches that did come down. Some of the branches are split in half, and you can just see the power of this wind that came through last night. Gusting winds, neighbors told us, and it was so powerful. This is how the tree toppled over. It was completely uprooted from the sidewalk here. You can see the roots just dangling below, and you can get a pretty good glimpse of the roots underneath it. As we said before, neighbors said that this wind was howling last night, and we spoke with the homeowner. Here's what she had to say about this tree that came down on her home.
I heard a noise, but with what goes on the street, I never thought to, to look. And of all the trees on the street, why this one? What could you do? It's the way of the world. It strikes it. This time I was unlucky, it was me.
So certainly some good news, as we mentioned, for this homeowner. The city is here on site taking a look at how to remove this tree. It's a pretty large tree. When it comes to power outages here on Staten Island, about 4,200 customers were without power within the last hour. It seems as if those homes will be restored soon with power. This home was lucky. The only thing they lost was cable. As you can see, this cable box completely uprooted with this tree as well. So these are the latest conditions here on Staten Island, and we're going to continue to follow this. And hopefully our next report will be of this team removing this tree. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Shows that cable box is in that condition and those people still have cable. That is incredible. All right, thank you so much. Luckily, there's not too much damage to that house. Now, the weather causing disruptions at a school in Brooklyn where thousands of students are learning remotely today. That's because almost 2,000 migrants were moved to the Midwood School, James Madison High School, from Floyd Bennett Field. CBS News' Natalie Dudridge joins us live from James Madison, where some parents, as you can imagine, a little upset over this move. Okay, we do not have Natalie right now. All right, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get to Natalie in just a second. First, let's get some first alert weather. And who are we going to for that? Are we going to go back to Tony for that in Lodi? All right, you know what? We're going to have continuing coverage coming up in just a couple of seconds of more weather, the aftermath of what went on last night. Conditions look great right now. That rain, luckily, is finally out of the way. Now we're just dealing with some residual flooding in the tri-state area. We'll get you updated all over the place when we come back right after this. Good morning. Welcome back to CBS News New York. A lot of people underwater in New Jersey. The warning sent early to residents there by Governor Murphy himself obviously helped with a lot of people making sure that they were prepared. He joins us now via the phone to give us an update on the damage to the Garden State. Governor, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Thanks for having me.
Hey, good to have you with us. So what are you hearing so far as damage in the state of New Jersey? Is there one area that got hit harder than others that you're getting early reports of?
We got about 56,000 homes that are without power. Surprisingly, I guess not surprisingly, but a lot of them are on the shore, which tells you that the wind gusts were a lot higher on the shore. The flooding risk is largely up north in and around rivers like the Passaic River in particular, which we continue to be worried about. The models suggest that's not going to crest maybe until tomorrow. We've got NJ Transit's had some challenges, but they're back up largely running. We've got a bunch of road closures, several hundred accidents and assists on the highway over the past 18 hours. But knock on wood, thank God, I know of no deaths and no injuries. So a decent amount of flooding, a decent amount of power outages. It was a storm about as we expected, and thank God it's through the system. We get something else coming in a couple of days, and the worry there is that the cumulative effect will have a big impact here with saturated ground in particular. So that's the quick summary of where we are.
Yeah, luckily with what we're reporting this morning, the volume of that rain that's coming this weekend will not be nearly as significant as what we did receive last night. Let me ask you this. You guys statewide issued a state of emergency pretty early on. Do you think that helped with people's preparation? I know from as far as our traffic reports, there weren't a lot of car accidents out there. As you said, there doesn't seem to be any reports of any deaths related to the storm.
I think it did, Chris. I mean, a state of emergency declaration really has two pieces of rationale. One is the substance of it, the latitude it gives you to manage a storm like this. The other one, though, which gets to your question, excuse me, is it's a signaling effect. It tells people, you know what, they're concerned enough about this storm that they're putting this declaration out. I better be concerned about it. And I've said this many times in my time in office. For whatever reason, it's harder to penetrate on water events. It's much easier when you say to folks it's going to snow a foot or it's going to be a tornado, as bad as that might be. People say, okay, I get it. If you say to them it's going to be heavy rain, you might have some flooding. For whatever reason, people say, you know what, I can deal with that. And we saw in the storm Ida, people pay with their lives by driving their car into a street they shouldn't have, or staying in their home when they shouldn't have. So for all those reasons, I think this has a signaling impact, which I do think helped us.
It's amazing how when you say rainstorm, it just doesn't resonate. Maybe it's that Garden State toughness that that people demonstrate. Let me ask you this. We talked to Mayor Saya from Patterson a few moments ago. As you know, from 2 weeks ago when we had our last big rainstorm, places like Patterson, you had places like Wayne, in those areas with the Passaic River, they're just experiencing so much flooding, and it is so much more dramatic now and so much more devastating to these homeowners than it was a few years ago. And obviously mitigation needs to be done. I know New Jersey doesn't have all this extra money laying around, but what can be done? What do you tell these mayors that are looking for infrastructure changes to protect their constituents from all of this inundation with water?
Yeah, I mean, there's good news and then there's challenging news. The good news is we've worked well with these mayors and we've made some significant progress. The bad news is Mother Nature ain't going away. The storms are more frequent and more intense, and we are, not just in New Jersey, I'd say in America and in the world, but I know in New Jersey, we're chasing these storms as opposed to getting out ahead of them. Now, the Inflation Reduction Act that got signed by the president has an enormous amount of resiliency in that bill that we will implement ASAP in New Jersey. It'll take us years, but that's the key here. How do you become more resilient as opposed to wishing and hoping that the storms won't be as frequent and they won't be as intense? Tell that to somebody in Wayne or Little Falls or Patterson, as you pointed out, and you can't say that with a straight face because it's not true. So you got to do everything you can to be more resilient. We've made a lot of good progress. We have a long, long way to go, particularly in the face of a fierce Mother Nature.
Exactly, and it's so tough with a state like New Jersey. You've got the seacoast that you have to worry about as well, and you say to yourself, okay, where do you put the priority? Not that anybody should be prioritized more than others, but Governor Murphy, thank you very much for taking the time. We got to let you go, and we appreciate your time with us here this morning.
Thanks for having me, Chris. Take care.
And we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Morning, everybody. After a very busy night, we still have some very troubling weather to deal with. We've got coastal flooding going on right now. You can see the darker shaded areas. That's where we're already seeing inundation. Could see 2 to 3 feet of inundation, times of high tide. And then over the next few days, we're going to be dealing with river flooding. I know that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of information in just a few seconds. Be mindful of that. It's interesting. Yesterday's highs around the area in the mild mid to upper 50s, but all of these numbers at midnight. Remember, as early as lunchtime, it's going to feel like the 30s, and then overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, it's going to feel like the 20s. So a lot of dramatic changes. Water will still continue to rise along our swollen rivers. We get a break Thursday. Unfortunately, more rain in the forecast late Friday into the first half of the weekend.
You play George Benson anytime, any day for me. That's all I'm saying. Okay, if you're hoping to see a new Broadway show, how about 2 tickets for the price of 1? What do you think, eh? Tickets are on sale for Broadway week.
What do you think? What do you mean? Of course I love this. Yeah, 2 for 1.
I love a deal.
Some of the biggest shows are discounted. Tickets went on sale today for performances January 16th through Feb 4. For a look at the shows, go to cbsnewyork.com and a bulletin. It's matinee day. Yep. If you're coming in for a matinee today, just, if you can get here, we're in great shape. It's just going to be cold, a lot colder when you're coming out of the theater.
I'm still dying to see MJ. I'm going to go see if I can get tickets for that. Woo! Thanks for watching. Was that me or was that Cindy? Cindy, was that you?
That was Cindy.
Thanks so much for watching. I'm Chris Raggy. That's John Elliott. Don't go anywhere.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News at 9.
In
in a matter of hours. The entire parking lot's flooded. Main Street is underwater.
Portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, 87, all closed in both directions.
Please be careful. There is a lot of flooding.
This was the scene earlier in Oakland, New Jersey.
A stream of water here along Lakeshore Drive.
We have a pool in our backyard.
You can literally see how fast the water is moving. Flooding going to be a big issue this morning.
Wind advisory in effect until 8 p.m. Could see gusts this afternoon at 50 miles an hour.
2 or 3 times a year we have this problem of high tides, and you just have to wait until the tides go down.
Freeport is no stranger to flooding, especially during high tide, so people who live and work here and other South Shore towns are unfortunately used to it. The water is ever so slightly receding. It is still a mess, and there are still cars trying to make it through there.
Of all the trees on the street, why this one?
People here on Staten Island are dealing with the impacts of this gusting wind that came through last night. Just take a look behind me. The visual just says it all. This tree fell on top of this home around 9:30 p.m. last night.
Good morning on this Wednesday, January 10th. Welcome to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. I'm Cindy Hsu. We have a lot to talk about this morning. We've got live team coverage on the effects of the wicked storm that swept across our area overnight. We're going to check in with our team of reporters and speak live with the Nassau County executive about flooding on Long Island. Also, several people facing charges after a tunnel was discovered under a Brooklyn synagogue. What we're learning after the clash between parishioners and police. Plus, good news for Broadway fans. Now may be the time to get tickets as Broadway Week kicks off. Before we get to those stories and more, let's get right to our first alert team coverage. Tony Sadiku is live in Lodi, New Jersey. First, I want to catch up with John Elliott with the first alert forecast. And John, what a night. I mean, how much wind and rain did we get, and what's next?
Well, I'm glad you asked what's next, because, I mean, we're not done, and this is a chapter after chapter. Right now, it's just light rain. There's a little bit of light rain, definitely more in the way of cloud cover. Some of these showers are going to clip the South Shore and will leave in the possibility of a wraparound shower, but it was big, and we're not done. Coastal flooding still an issue through the 9 o'clock hour. You know, Jenna DeAngelis is out on the island. And again, as you go past your high tide cycle, those waters will recede. River flooding is going to be an issue for days. Some will peak today, some won't peak until Friday. And wind is still an issue. We still have this wind advisory in effect until 8 p.m. But look at this, Cindy. We had peak winds over 70 miles an hour. Jersey Shore, 55 to 65 mile an hour gusts. It won't be as bad today, but we could still see more gusts to 50. So trees that have been knocked down, a few more are still, well, a few more are vulnerable, and the rainfall, these numbers still coming in. Spring Valley, New Jersey, over 4.5. Danbury 3.6, Essex Fells, I know 4.48. I know Caldwell had big numbers. So yeah, we have these big numbers and river concerns. For kind of a closer look at some of the numbers around Lodi and what's going on in Lodi, want to send it right out to Tony, who has been watching the water rise as the sun comes out.
Hi there, John. Yeah, and I've been refreshing the gauge on the Saddle River Lodi every little bit, just because how impressive the water rise is. We expected it to get as high as 8.5 feet. Now it's at 10.22. The significance there is it's at the 7th highest crest that we've seen on record in this area. You look behind me and you could believe it. You see all the high water spots there, and it gets worse. We're on Money Street. That's the corner of Sydney. Now you're looking at Main Street down the way there, which is completely underwater. The Saddle River is way behind there. We can't even get close to it because the water is so high. Friends, come on over here. Got Jefferson and John, who are cousins. They live in this neighborhood. You were talking to me earlier about your reaction seeing all of this.
Yeah, it's probably the worst I've seen it in a couple years. Downtown, there's literally rushing waters going over people's houses, flooding people's out their apartments. Yeah, they got the cops pulling people out by the school. You can see getting water rushed on me right now.
It's tough not to, right? I mean, cars are trying to do the best they can to navigate this, and you know, for you guys, your home is okay.
Yeah, fortunately, we're on the corner of Wilson, and for years, like when I was a kid, the basement was coming up with water, because we live right across from the river. But yeah, it seems like it's all just coming down this way and going into downtown. And yeah, they got, if you look down over there, they got the boats ready to do something and get people out of their apartments or something. over here, you can see people seeing if they want to come down the highway spot or not.
Yeah, it's a familiar sight for you guys, and here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again.
Once a year. Like once a year we deal with this.
Yeah, it hasn't been this bad in a while. But yeah, no, we just had to come out and see for ourselves because it's bad. It's bad.
We've just been hearing about it, so we were like, let's go see.
And you can see for yourself as well. I mean, the river still has yet to crest. We're expecting it to eventually go down. But in the meantime, folks having to navigate all of this, and the people who live around here, trying to have to figure out what to do next while the water is still high. Cindy? Or John, I should say.
Thanks, Tony. And you're at the Saddle River, and you're going to see it recede sooner, I think, than the Passaic River. So again, it's not, sadly, unique to you. Thank you, Tony, and new friends. And just want to show you the Passaic high likely through the first part of the weekend. So if it's in your basement, please unplug appliances. And you got to make sure you're wearing the right footwear because you just don't know what's in the water. Avoid the breaker box. Shut off the gas if that's an issue. Again, you've got to know your house to know what to do. Avoid standing water. Oh, you wouldn't believe the stuff that's in it. And you've got to be watching out for mold. I mean, mold just starts moving so fast. And I just wanted to share this picture. This is from my sweet friend, Bunny Jenkins in North Caldwell. She just sent this in. 60-foot tall tree just misses her car. That happened like 8 o'clock last night. Not only do I want you to be safe when you're dealing with water, you have to be safe when you get out there to start working on cleanup. Please watch out for lines. And then if Bunny's not going to get a chainsaw out, but you leave it to the pros, because if you start working on these branches the long way, the bulk of this tree could come down and cause bodily harm. So again, here I am, the nag, the nudge, and Debbie Downer. But please, Cindy, it's so important to want people to stay safe as they clean up today and get ready for the next storm this weekend.
No, it's really good and very important advice. John, thank you. And that storm wreaked havoc on Long Island, where residents are still dealing with flooded roads. CBS 2's Jenna DeAngelis joins us live from Freeport in Nassau County. And Jenna, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Cindy, we're on Sportsman Avenue. The street behind me is one of the ones that flooded. It was hard for drivers to get through. Fortunately, the water really receded here, but the unfortunate thing is water got in this homeowner's house. She's actually pumping it out now. Now, we've been in Freeport since 3:30 this morning, watched the water slowly rise by the pier and take over the streets about 3 hours later. So it's been a really messy morning for people. And as we've been driving around, we noticed emergency crews and fire trucks. We even saw a military type vehicle and some cars stuck in deep water. At one point, we even had to move our news truck to avoid getting trapped. Now, Freeport is no stranger to flooding, especially during high tide. However, a longtime resident told us it hasn't been this bad since the storm right before Christmas in December 2022.
No stranger to flooding, no stranger to where I live. You know, we expect it when we have these really high tides. You just got to get ready for it. I feel bad for anybody that doesn't move their car, you know, and or if they get it in their house, it's a tough gig.
We also spoke with a man who was headed to work. Once he saw the flooded streets, he made the smart decision not to drive through. Both Nassau and Suffolk counties remain under a state of emergency. Now, if you do plan to drive around, just be mindful. Some of the streets are still flooded. The good news, at least in this neighborhood, the water is receding. And if you take the LIRR, also check your schedule because there are some delays. We are live in Freeport, Long Island. Jenna DeAngelis, CBS 2 News.
Jenna, thank you. And the storm has brought down a massive tree on Staten Island. CBS 2's Shosh Bedrosian has been inspecting the damage this morning in Great Kills. Shosh.
Hey, Cindy, all morning we've been following the progression of when the sun came out to when neighbors saw the street for the first time. And finally, after several live shots, the city is out here on site actually taking and removing this tree. You can see behind me there's someone in a bucket. There's different crews here trying to remove this tree. I spoke with someone from the Parks Department who is on site. He told us that they're planning on removing the tree from one half of the house first and then moving to the other half of the house just to make sure they're doing this in a methodical process to not harm the house even more, damage it even more than what it appears to be damaged from. Right now, it only looks like the gutter of part of the roof is down. But as you can see, they're taking all the branches, everything from this tree, all the debris, and they're crushing it and they're removing it from this property here. The homeowner was thrilled to see that this finally here on site today. She said it was a headache, waking up, seeing this, thinking that she had to deal with it. And here's a soundbite of what she told us in an interview today.
I heard a noise, but with what goes on the street, I never thought to, to look. And of all the trees on the street, why this one? What could you do? It's the way of the world. It strikes. This time I was unlucky. It was me.
Yeah, and as you can see, this guy in a bucket, we can see a really good perspective of him taking this branch, throwing it on the ground. Or like I said, they're trying to remove branch by branch here of this tree that fell onto this home around 9:30 last night. A neighbor told us he heard a boom, almost like an explosion noise. He came outside to see this tree. He said it was from the whipping and howling wind that came from this area here on Staten Island. Other neighbors told us they've seen other debris around, but this seems to be the only tree that actually came down right in this neighborhood. All of the other ones are standing tall. Someone from the city told us that the tree came down because of how soft the ground is, how fast the wind is, and with these roots, the property and the location of where these trees are is just too small for how big the tree is. So that's the latest here in Great Kills on Staten Island. I'm Shosh Bedrosian, CBS 2 News.
Shosh, good to see some progress there. Thank you. And now let's check in with Guy Stanier. He has your first alert traffic. Guy, how's it looking out there?
Well, Cindy, we have some problems in Westchester. Flooding has closed the Bronx River Parkway between the Cross County and 287. A bit farther north, portions of the Sawmill, the Taconic, and the Sprainbrook are also closed. Also in Briarcliff Manor, Route 9A is closed in both directions due to a fallen tree. In Rockland and Orange counties, flooding and debris in the roadway as the southbound Palisades Parkway closed in Highlands, and the southbound Thruway is closed at the Woodbury Tolls due to an accident with an overturned tractor trailer. Route 32 might be a better option. We have problems for Metro North riders. Buses are replacing trains on the Danbury branch. This is due to issues on the tracks from flooding. Alternate side parking is in effect today citywide. Cindy, back to you.
Guy, thank you. And let's take a look at the storm-related power outages reported so far this morning. Right now, PSE&G in New Jersey has more than 9,300 customers without service. JCP&L has more than 27,000 outages. PSEG Long Island has over 3,900 outages. Con Ed more than 2,000. And Eversource is reporting nearly 4,000 outages statewide in Connecticut. We have some school closures due to the weather. Randolph Township schools are closed. Yonkers, Paramus, Ridgewood, and Montclair schools are all operating on a 2-hour delay. And Patterson schools will have an early dismissal. Be sure to stay with CBS New York as we track the fallout from this storm. We're going to have live updates, including the latest on flooding, on air, and on our website, and on our streaming platform. Up next, more on the storm's impact on Long Island. We're going to speak live with the Nassau County Executive. And other news this morning, several people facing charges after a tunnel was discovered under a Brooklyn synagogue. What we're learning after the clash between parishioners and police. As we saw from Jenna DeAngelis just minutes ago, Nassau County has seen flooding overnight and this morning. Joining us now for an update on the conditions is Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman. Thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us. I know it's a very busy morning for you. Now, coastal flooding always a concern, especially as the tide is rising. What are conditions like right now?
Well, fortunately, the floodwaters are receding. High tide crested between 6:30 and 8 a.m., depending on where you were in Nassau County. So we still have some flooding in Massapequa, East Rockaway, Freeport, the 5 towns on the South Shore and up on the North Shore in Bayville. But the water is receding. All the roads, the major thoroughfares are open. We still have about 1,800 houses that don't have power. PSE&G is working on that now. We've got some downed trees. We had a little problem on the Northern State Parkway, but fortunately that was cleared up. There was some ponding there. So I would just ask people to exercise caution this morning. There is going to be some ponding. There is some flooding, but by mid-afternoon, I think we'll be back to normal in Nassau County.
All right. How about power outages?
Yeah, so we have about 1,800 homes that still are without power. We're confident that sometime around 1 or 2 p.m. today that everybody will be back and have full power unless there's some anomaly in some kind of problem with the down power lines. We had about 20 power lines that went down last night, but I want to thank our county workers, our firefighters, our police, our Office of Emergency Management. They were staffed 24 hours last night. Department of Public Works is now doing the cleanup. They're doing an amazing job, and like I said, by mid-afternoon we should be back to normal.
All right, that's good news. Now, we always warn drivers to be cautious during weather events like this. Any major road concerns right now?
No, not really. Fortunately, the wind was not as high as they had predicted. They were predicting wind gusts of up to 70 miles an hour. So we don't have as many down branches. We don't have as much debris in the roadway as we thought we might have. So we were fortunate for that. And we're also very fortunate that it wasn't freezing weather, which would have added many more complications. But there are still people who have issues with flooding, and we want to address that right away.
All right, Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
We'll be right back.
Want more news? Cindy's show continues on CBS News New York now until 10. Just download the free Pluto TV app on any connected TV or your phone. Click on News and Opinion and scroll down to CBS News New York.
We're waiting for you. Nearly 2,000 migrants spent the night at a Brooklyn high school after being moved from Floyd Bennett Field due to the storm. This morning, we are live looking at how the move has affected students at that school. That story and more streaming in our second half hour on CBS News New York. Other news this morning, several people are facing charges in connection to a clash between police and congregates inside a Brooklyn synagogue. The dispute broke out on Monday after police discovered a tunnel secretly dug into the side of the Chabad Lubavitch World Headquarters in Crown Heights. Police say the tunnel was made by a group of extremist students. They reportedly vandalized the sanctuary after the synagogue brought in a cement truck to seal the tunnel.
Want to lose the work that they did in all the years, so they break the main wall. They break the main wall.
It's obviously very troubling to not just the Lubavitch community, but people, Jews around the world. This is a very significant place.
For now, the sanctuary remains closed. The congregates arrested face charges including criminal mischief, reckless endangerment, and obstruction of governmental administration. 5 workers were injured after a piece of construction equipment collapsed in Upper Manhattan. Investigators say construction was underway for a 17-story new building when a steel boom on a truck came crashing down. It happened around 2:30 p.m. at 207th Street and 9th Avenue. One of the injuries is serious and 4 are minor. We've learned there are 2 violations at the construction site, both from last month. The DOB is investigating. Up next, the latest aftermath from the storm. John Elliott has your first alert weather update. Plus, good news for Broadway fans. Now may be the time to get tickets as Broadway Week kicks off.
CBS Deals, powered by Shopify.
I'm heading out, and I really never leave the home without my GoHub 3-in-1 portable power bank. This is the portable charging solution for all of my devices. I love the size because it's super slim and lightweight, and it fits in my smaller purses, even with all of my other belongings. Between my phone, my headphones, my son's iPad, I'm always in need of extra power on the go, especially with my son's iPad. We just cannot run out of juice. And this has the ability to charge multiple devices before you even have to recharge this. Plus, there's pass-through technology, so when I am charging the charger, I can still charge my other devices. I love that it has the digital display, so I can see how much battery life is left, so I know when I need to recharge. And the fact that everything is all in one. So the plug is here, I just plug it in. I don't need extra cords. I have adapters for everything right here. Nothing's going to tangle, nothing's going to get left at home, and it's built safe. So it's going to protect you from short circuiting and help protect your phone battery. The deal is so good for something that you're going to be using all the time. Great gift option too. Right now we are offering 20% off on the GoHub 3-in-1. Head to cbsdeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Welcome back to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. This is On Broadway by the great George Benson. And if you're hoping to see a new Broadway show, how about 2 tickets for the price of 1?
2 for 1. Tickets are now on sale for Broadway week. Some of the biggest shows are discounted. Tickets went on sale today for performances January 16th through February 4th. And you can get a look at the shows that are up for this great deal on CBSNewYork.com. And by the way, today is matinee day.
Oh, that's terrific.
So if you can get out of your place and get here, okay, it's just going to be a lot cooler this afternoon.
I want to give a plug for 2 shows that I recently saw. The Neil Diamond, A Beautiful Noise.
Yes.
We're having the Star on tomorrow.
Perfect.
And it was really good. And, you know, I'm not even a big Neil Diamond fan, but after that, after hearing his story and hearing all the songs he wrote, and then also I saw How to Dance in Ohio.
How was it?
It was great, and that's the play about the kids who have autism, and they plan a dance. It's based off an award-winning documentary. That was terrific too. That has great heart.
And the cast.
Yes, all the students who play autistic children are autistic.
Wow.
And they were incredible. So those are 2 things you can look for on that list.
Okay, and I have to give a shout out to Vince Everett, our photographer.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Oh, I love Vince.
Good old Vince. So Vince set this picture in, and I just want to give you a heads up. This is a picture from Denville, New Jersey. Now, if you look keenly, you can see clearly water to the right. That's St. Clair Hospital in the background. So this obvious entrance to the hospital is closed, but there is another entrance on the other side of the hospital, so you can get there. But here's the bottom line. You are going to see stuff like this all over the place. You have to factor in extra time to navigate your day today, and don't drive through water if it's obviously marked off or you don't know how deep it is. Thanks for the picture, Vince.
Yeah, that's a great shot. If you want to hang out with me and John some more, here's what's streaming in our 9:30 half hour. We continue our live team coverage of the aftermath of the storm. Also surprising medical news, the Zika virus could also be a cancer fighter. We're going to explain. Plus honoring a music legend with a street renaming in the City of Lights. The special event to remember the late David Bowie. All that and more streaming on CBS News New York. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Cindy Hsu.
I'm Le Petit Mouchard. For all of us here at CBS 2, stay safe. Please stay safe and make it a good one.
This is CBS 2 News at 9.
Welcome to the second half hour of CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. Now streaming on CBS News New York. I'm Cindy Hsu. Thank you for sticking around. And if you're just joining in, here's what you missed.
much the worst I've seen it in a couple years. Downtown, there's literally rushing waters going over people's houses, flooding people's out their apartments.
The river still has yet to crest. We're expecting it to eventually go down. But in the meantime, folks having to navigate all of this, and the people who live around here, trying to have to figure out what to do next.
And that storm wreaked havoc on Long Island, where residents are still dealing with flooded roads.
We've been in Freeport since 3:30 this morning, watched the water slowly rise by the pier and take over the streets about 3 hours later. So it's been a really messy morning for people. And as we've been driving around, we noticed emergency crews and fire trucks. We even saw a military type vehicle and some cars stuck in deep water. At one point, we even had to move our news truck to avoid getting trapped.
There's a little bit of light rain, definitely more in the way of cloud cover. Some of these showers are going to clip the South Shore and will leave in the possibility of a wraparound shower. We had peak winds over 70 miles an hour.
All morning we've been following the progression of when the sun came out to when neighbors saw the street for the first time, and finally, after several live shots, the city is out here on site actually taking and removing the street.
We are just getting started on CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. and here's what's coming up in this half hour. Nearly 2,000 migrants spent the night at a Brooklyn high school after being removed from Floyd Bennett Field due to the storm. This morning we're live looking at how the move has affected students at that school. Also this morning, the Zika virus could be a cancer fighter. We'll explain this surprising medical news. And honoring a music legend with a street renaming in the City of Lights, the special event to remember the late David Bowie. Before we get to those stories and more, let's get right to our First Alert team coverage. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku, live in Lodi, New Jersey. First, I want to catch up with John with the First Alert forecast. And John, we've been talking about river flooding. What are some of the other big variables you're watching?
Well, good morning, Cindy. Hi, Tony, and hi to you. And it's great to hear from Bruce Blakeman that the coastal flooding is receding. That's the pattern. That's based on the high tide cycle. So the warnings, again, they're going to allow those to expire. Still a big issue, but Cindy's talking about river flooding. It's a different dynamic. And just consider the Passaic. The watershed of the Passaic River is 935 square miles. That's one key variable. Then you factor in all of the tributaries that feed that river. And let's not forget topography. The headwaters, the high point of the headwaters for the tributaries that feed the Passaic is 1,276 feet. Patterson is at 112 feet. Where is the water going to go? Then snowmelt from the really warm air and all of the rain yesterday. That's why warnings around the area are going to be something you watch not hour by hour, but day by day, because it lingers so long. So it's been interesting. Tony's been out in Lodi, that's the Saddle River, and he's watching the river fill in. But let's see what's going on right now. Sun's shining, but still, it is a mess. Hi, Tony.
Yeah, John, and it's really not getting better. I mean, we've been here all morning, and every little bit we're having to kind of shift our position as the water gets closer. And looking here, you would think, well, the river has got to be like right nearby, right? No, it's like a quarter mile away. I mean, we're on Money Street, the intersection of Sydney Street, where people were able to actually drive down this road like a half hour ago. As you can see, they've now blocked it off, so you can't really drive down here anymore. Main Street, of course, as you've heard, is blocked off, and then that's where the Saddle River is. We were talking about the numbers, how impressive it is. The river level has come up so much. It's now kind of a historic top 7 highest crest, and we're not even sure if it's officially crested yet. And when you look around, I mean, folks, you think, okay, you park so far away, you're going to be okay, and that's not the case. I mean, you look at some of these vehicles here. I mean, this one's like I would say maybe a half inch, 3/4 of an inch deep in water, and it keeps on going. It's been so bad out here that even folks are starting to get water into their homes. It seems like this person is trying to pump water out of their basement. And this is the story of the folks who live out here in Lodi as the Saddle River continues to be a problem. Of course, we talk a lot about the Passaic, and you were just talking about the Passaic watershed. That one hasn't quite crested yet, as a lot of the tributaries, such as the Saddle, will eventually funnel into the Passaic, and that's when we really start to get into a problem for folks like those in Wayne and those in Patterson who've dealt with so much flooding, likely getting another round, because all this water has to go somewhere, and once it eventually recedes from here, the river is heading down south.
And then, Tony, we've got another possible 2 inches coming in on Saturday. So, I mean, this is something we're going to watch, and thanks for your reporting. I mean, to be there and watch it, it really tells the story. So, thank you, Tony. And Cindy, I got to try to give you something to smile about. It is Cut Your Energy Cost Day. Hey, why not? Let's plan ahead. House Plant Appreciation Day. Do you talk to your plants, and do they answer? Oysters Rockefeller for lunch. It's Bittersweet Chocolate Day. Save the Eagles Day. And later this week, we're going to save the eagles. There's a big, not the eagles, the birds. We're going to have someone from the Audubon Society. And speaking of critters, I thought, I know, this is Cooper. This was from Narrowsburg. This was yesterday. This morning, Cooper's daddy, Charlie, sent in, all the snow is gone, and Cooper's soggy, but he still loves Cindy. So anyway, save the eagles, have some chocolate, and we'll send it back to you.
All right, so you did. You got us smiling, John. Thank you. Now, as you've been seeing, the storm is causing flooding in parts of Bergen County, New Jersey. CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook is live in Rochelle Park with a look at conditions there. Elijah.
Good morning to you, Cindy. Well, I can tell you the mess continues at this hour here in Rochelle Park. I want to step out of the way. This is a live look right now at Cedar Drive, where look at all of this flooding. I mean, this is the first thing you're going to see when you make that curve onto this street. To give you a perspective how widespread and how deep this water is, this black garbage bag you see here actually floated all the way over. Ryan, if you could zoom into that blue bin, that's where it came from. So just to give you a sense of how deep the water is, how widespread it is, and then more so to the right-hand side of your screen, you're looking at 3 orange cones. I'm hearing the cones are probably about 2 feet, so you're looking at maybe a foot of water right there in that area. And so this is what neighbors over here are dealing with at this hour. Go ahead and take a look. Here's some video we captured around 8 a.m. of the same street here, people walking through those high waters, others trying to move their cars out of the way. Residents say this is a common occurrence when it rains heavily, and it's been worse in the past. We met with a neighbor out here. His name is Roy, and we spoke with him live at the top of the 8 o'clock show about what we're seeing today, and he fears his home will get flooded if the water doesn't start receding.
We've got to hope the water stops and starts receding, which it looks like it might be now, but we can't keep going through this. You know, the town has done nothing to help anybody here with the flooding. They just put cones up and say don't go down the street. But I'll be looking to sell in the spring.
And as we speak, there's some growing calls from residents to alleviate this flooding. Roy, who you just heard from, says the town hasn't been out here yet to look at the street, so that's a big concern among other matters. But feel free to take us back out here live. This is what families on Cedar Drive in Rochelle Park are dealing with. Hopefully the water starts to recede. Again, I use that black garbage bag as an example to show you how deep the water is, because it made its way all the way over from that house that has that blue bin there. But of course, Cindy will continue to stay here in Rochelle Park and bring you the very latest. And that is where we are reporting live from this morning. I'm Elijah Westbrook. Let's send it back to you.
Elijah, you have to feel so bad for all these folks. Hopefully their basements are okay. We want to show you some more video from New Jersey. This is Denville in Morris County. You can see one road with lots of standing water, and in other parts of town, a car nearly totally underwater. And also this photo was sent to us from a viewer in Hoboken. This is Hoboken train station. You can't even see the tracks because of the water that is flooded in there. Now to the Bronx, where the storm appears to have caused a retaining wall to collapse. CBS 2's Christina Fan joins us live from the scene in the Mount Hope section. Christina.
Good morning, Cindy. The retaining wall collapse happened right behind these homes through this alley. This is the only way to actually access it. And you can see police have blocked it off, of course, for safety reasons. Now, this wall was holding up a portion of these backyards, and a part of it washed out early this morning, collapsing onto the roof of an auto body shop below. Want to direct your attention to these photos. They show you what the retaining wall used to look like. Neighbors say it was about 50 50 feet tall, made out of dirt and stone. And this is what the area looks like now. You can see several feet of their property are missing, as well as the fence that borders the yard. The retaining wall runs behind several of these homes, and all of these neighbors are angry with the city this morning. They say for years they've noticed cracks and holes and asked for repairs. They even recently had a meeting with their council member and the Department of Buildings and were told the cost of fixing the wall is not the city's responsibility.
I was sleeping when it happened, and it sounded like 2 trucks collapsed, like a crash, like boom. So when I look at my cameras, I see the whole stuff collapse.
For almost 2 years, we've been waiting for this to happen. We knew it was going to happen. But you can see, as the water, the snow, that was going to make that happen eventually. The wall was actually cracking.
And the Department of Buildings and FDNY are here on scene assessing, of course, the stability of all of these buildings. Families who live here told us that fortunately none of them were injured. It is unclear, again, the extent of the damage that the auto body shop suffered below. For now, reporting live from the Mount Hope section of the Bronx, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. And the weather's causing disruptions at a school in Brooklyn where hundreds of students are learning remotely today. And that's because nearly 2,000 migrants were moved to the Midwood School from Floyd Bennett Field. CBS 2's Natalie Duddridge joins us live from James Madison High School, where some parents are upset over the move. Natalie.
Well, hi there, Cindy. For viewers who have been with us all morning, they will notice that the scene has really changed out here. Now we have dozens of parents. There's also some elected officials out here angry that their teenagers, high school students, had to stay home and learn remotely today to accommodate migrants. So here's how this all started. City officials made the decision yesterday to temporarily move 2,000 migrants staying in tent shelters at Floyd Bennett Field here to James Madison High School due to the storm and concerns over those high wind gusts out of an abundance of cautions. Students completed a regular school day yesterday. 500 migrants arrived at 5 p.m. They slept here overnight. When their tent shelters were deemed safe to return to by engineers, they were then bused back to Floyd Bennett Field. That happened at 4:15 this morning. Now, officials had already made the call to have students stay at home and learn virtually. Frustrating for many parents. Here's what they had to say.
It's inexcusable to do this to the students of New York City high schools, especially after all they've been through with COVID. And it's not like there's a shortage of buildings and structures in New York. Even on Floyd Bennett Field itself, there's an aviator building, there's some of the Army buildings there, some of the Marine buildings there. There are plenty of other structures there.
Now, the city's controller, Brad Lander, also expressed concerns. It's not just about this isolated weather incident, but about placing asylum seekers in Floyd Bennett Field in the first place. He said with known storm risks, the effort and cost of moving migrants will just become more of a concern as severe weather is expected this winter. Now, again, you can hear a lot of angry and frustrated people out here. Neighbors are asking us as well, what's going to happen the rest of the winter? Will schools be interrupted each time there is a storm? Many people also saying they are sympathetic to migrants and the migrant safety, but they say students should not be impacted, and many of them are suggesting that other buildings should be used instead. So again, we have a rally developing here. There is about to be some sort of a news conference or a press conference, and so we're going to check in with that, and we will bring you all the latest details on this coming up at noon today. We are live from Brooklyn. Natalie Duddridge, CBS 2 News.
Natalie, thank you. And let's take a look at the storm-related power outages reported so far this morning. Right now, PSE&G New Jersey has more than 9,300 customers without service. JCP&L has more than 27,000 outages. PSEG Long Island has over 3,900 outages, and Con Ed more than 2,000. And Eversource is reporting nearly 4,000 outages statewide in Connecticut. We have some school closures due to the weather. Randolph Township schools are closed. Yonkers, Paramus, Ridgewood, and Montclair schools are all operating on a 2-hour delay, and Patterson schools will have an early dismissal. Be sure to stay with CBS News New York as we track the fallout from the storm. We're going to have live updates, including the latest on flooding, on air, on our website, and our streaming platform. Up next, other news this morning. Former President Trump argues immunity from prosecution for trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. But there's skepticism from a panel of judges. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez says he intends to prove his innocence in the Justice Department's bribery scheme case against him. On the Senate floor on Tuesday, Menendez addressed a second superseding indictment unsealed last week, accusing him of accepting expensive gifts in exchange for favorable comments about Qatar.
The sensationalized allegations are now creating a rising call for my resignation, despite my innocence, and before a single piece of evidence has even been introduced in a court of law. The United States Attorney's Office is engaged not in a prosecution, but a persecution.
Menendez and his wife Nadine are charged with 4 counts related to an alleged bribery scheme to benefit 3 businessmen and Egypt's government. They have denied any wrongdoing. And a federal appeals court is now questioning claims of immunity from former President Trump in his election interference case. In court Tuesday, the judges asked Trump's lawyer to defend claims he was protected from criminal charges for acts that he says fell within his official presidential duties. That argument was rejected last month by a lower court judge overseeing the case. The panel's questions indicated they may be skeptical over these claims. Trump's legal team maintains the only time a president can be prosecuted is if Congress first impeaches and convicts them. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin remains in the hospital after complications from prostate cancer surgery. The Pentagon says Austin had surgery on December 22nd, but was readmitted to the hospital January 1st with complications that included nausea, severe abdominal, hip, and leg pain. The 70-year-old developed a urinary tract infection and was transferred to the ICU on January 2nd. White House officials say the president didn't know Austin had cancer until yesterday. The group behind a proposed casino along Manhattan's Far East Side says it's gaining support. The casino would be built on the open space from 38th to 41st Street east of First Avenue. In addition to the casino, hotel, and event space, it would include 513 units of affordable housing, an on-site daycare, a grocery store, and a museum to democracy. This year, you can get a jump start on your federal income taxes. Starting on January 29th, the IRS will start accepting 2023 returns. Now, if you don't want to file early, you still have the option to wait until April 15th. When we come back, surprising medical news this morning. The Zika virus could also be a cancer fighter. We'll explain how. In our Health Watch this morning, we are now one step closer to seeing a vaccine for a dangerous infection that affects newborn babies. Group B strep infections in pregnant women can cause serious or even fatal consequences. But Binghamton University researchers now say they've identified a protein that could eventually be used in a vaccine to prevent such infections and protect countless newborns. New hope in the fight on childhood cancer from an unlikely source. Injecting the Zika virus into neuroblastoma tumors in mice has been shown to shrink them. Scientists say the research published in Cancer Research Communications shows hope that one day the dangerous disease could be used as an option to treat difficult cancers. The popularity of dry January is impacting the beverage industry. Demand is growing for non-alcoholic drinks. According to Nielsen IQ, non-alcoholic beer sales are up 24% over the past year. Alcohol-free spirit sales grew 115%. Wines are also growing with the frequent new array of choices.
These winemakers are artists. They test things, they try new things, whether it's how they actually take the alcohol out or what additives they put back in.
Experts predict the selection of non-alcoholic beverages to grow as more people choose to cut back on alcohol. Up next, honoring a music legend with a street renaming in the City of Lights.
Still don't know what I was waiting for, and my time was running wild, a million dead-end streets, and every time I thought I'd got it made, it seemed the taste was not so sweet. So I
Welcome back to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. This is Changes by the late, great David Bowie. And a new honor for that music legend.
A street in Paris has been renamed to honor the singer, songwriter, and actor. Paris is the first non-English speaking country where Bowie performed. I did not know that.
I didn't either.
Of course, I did know this. He died in 2016 of cancer.
It's meant a lot to David, and we had such incredible times here, so it makes it even more special.
That is very sweet. The honor came this week, marking what would have been Bowie's 77th birthday.
Wow.
Wow. he was so quiet about everything at the end, and then he was just gone.
I know. But we have his music, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's get a final check on this forecast. I mean, a little break and then, ooh.
Well, but let's soak this in.
Yeah.
How pretty is this? Isn't that nice? Isn't that lovely?
Big difference.
49. Whoa, watch out for that. A few showers out there. Just going to do a real quick radar flight. South Fork, you'll see a little rain. Can't rule out a shower. The wind is going to be the big issue. Oh, yeah, that's snow. Just let you know, by lunchtime, it's already going to feel like the 30s. So after work, after school, very cold, and very cold tonight. The wind will go from foe to friend because we got to dry all this stuff out so we don't have widespread icing. Please, you have to factor in extra time. So many flooded roadways to deal with.
That does it for CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. But our coverage continues right here on CBS News New York, streaming live 24/7. I'm Cindy Hsu.
I'm your favorite barometer boy. For all of us here at CBS 2, no fooling. Please take care of yourself. Be safe. A lot of challenges today, but enjoy the sun.